guy in high school who took my girlfriend, then went on to the next girl. You still think you're better than everyone else. You shut down public schools while your kids went to private school. Even now you live by different rules. You closed tiny coffee shops while you ate dinner at the fanciest restaurant. $12,000 for wine. You've lost touch with reality. This is not about political parties. It is about you, Gavin Newsom.
Recall Newsom. Bring us together.
That is the most pathetic ad I've ever seen. That's the new ad against Tommy Newsom, who's trying to be not get thrown out of office in Sacramento. My coffee. Thank you. Welcome to the mop-up. Thank you, Leslie. Welcome to the mop-up for September 9th, 2021. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in New York City, where the temperature is 68.4 degrees and partly sunny. I'm not making that up. 68.4. They won't say it's 69 degrees on my app. I don't know why. We are pleased to have as a special guest on today's show, Slavoj Žižek. He has been dubbed the Elvis of cultural theory, as well as the most dangerous philosopher in the West. Slavoj Žižek is internationally recognized as one of the world's foremost intellectuals. Let me just clear my throat. He is also the author of more than 50 books, the most recent of which are volumes 1 and 2 of Pandemic, COVID-19 Shakes the World, that's volume 1, and Chronicles of a Time Lost, volume 2. Also joining me in the Inquisition will be Professor Adnan Hussein, Professor Ann Lee, Professor Ben Burgess, and of course, Professor Russell Spriglia, who made it all possible. Well, our top story, President Biden today signed an executive order insisting that if you want to work for the United States government, or if you want to do business with the United States government, you must get vaccinated. You can't say, I won't get the vaccine, but I'll agree to get tested regularly. Nope. Joe Biden has said you have to get vaccinated. I have many quarrels with Joe Biden, but this is what leadership looks like, especially now. It's saying to Americans who don't believe in science, it's saying to Americans who choose conspiracy theories over reality that they are welcome. They have the freedom to believe whatever they want. That's their freedom. But if you want to participate in our government, you have to get vaccinated. The same way if you want to use government roads, you have to wear a seatbelt. Click it or ticket. You're going to get a ticket if you don't wear a seatbelt. That is the duty. That is what you owe to others in our community. If you choose not to be a part of our community, that's fine, but you can't work for our government. And according to this executive order, you also can't do business. They will not give federal contracts to businesses that don't mandate vaccines. That is not going to be easy. This is another challenge for Joe Biden, probably more challenging than the pullout of Afghanistan. I said this last month when the Pentagon announced they would order all soldiers to get vaccines. This is going to be a problem. What Joe Biden said today, this new executive order, is going to be a problem because it's going to root out the anti-vaxxers from the military and our government. My friend Tom Buck in Portland calls it the de-Bathification of our military. If you remember, we made the mistake, the viceroy, when he took over Iraq, Paul Bremer from Kissinger and Associates, fired the elite Revolutionary Guard that worked under Saddam Hussein. He de-Bathified the army, and so they took their weapons, went home, thus the civil war that ensued. So this is not going to be easy to de-Bathify the anti-vaxxers from our government. There are anti-vaxxers on the left, but I believe anti-vaxxers tend to be anti-government. They're anti-authoritarian. And the only thing that's going to save our planet right now are people who believe in good government, people who want to participate in our government right now. We can't have military officers or police officers who don't believe in government. We can't have people running for office who don't believe in government. The only answer to all our problems right now is good people giving us good government, which is why Biden this week removed some Trump appointees from the military, like congenital liars, Sean Spicer and Kellyanne Conway. They have been asked to leave their advisory roles at military colleges. Spicer and Conway were asked to resign Wednesday or face firing. Sean Spicer, if you remember, was Donald Trump's very first press secretary. And on his very first day on the job, if you remember, Sean Spicer told the press that Donald Trump's inauguration was the most heavily attended inauguration in history. So his first day on the job, Sean Spicer lied to the American people and said that Trump's inauguration had a bigger crowd than Obama's. Right out of the gate, Sean Spicer was lying, but he was a soldier. He served in the Navy for, I think, 20 years, and he believes that you obey the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief at that time was Donald Trump. Donald Trump said, "Go out there and lie for me." And Sean Spicer took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and he went out and lied. And now Sean Spicer has a new television show, not on Fox. It's either Newsmax or OWN, one of these reputable right-wing news gathering operations. And he was saying that when you are in the military, when you wear the uniform, you obey your commander-in-chief. He took an oath when he put on the uniform to uphold the Constitution. And on this new television show that he has, Sean Spicer explained that Americans who wear the uniform obey their commander-in-chief no matter what. Here, take a listen.
When you wear the uniform, you serve the commander-in-chief.
Right. When you wear the uniform, you serve the commander-in-chief. And that's what it's all about. So he's been removed from his position as an advisor to the Naval War College. And wait, there's more?
Until today.
Right, until today. Okay, Spicer is refusing to resign, and so Biden has to fire him. He issued a statement saying, "I will not be submitting my resignation, and I will be joining a lawsuit," says Sean Spicer, who is obeying his commander-in-chief's order by suing him. And as for Kellyanne Conway, she's also been asked to resign her advisory role in the military colleges, which is a bad move on Biden's part. Our military colleges could really benefit greatly from Kellyanne Conway's record of waging war against child protective services. She's such a good mother, and she's been battling child protective services now for a couple of years, and that's how we need people like her in the Pentagon. Well, the big story, other than that, is COVID, right? It's looking not good. 300% more COVID. That's what we're hearing since Labor Day of last year. The incidence of COVID has increased by 300%. Nearly 41 million Americans have come down with COVID. Nearly 653,000 Americans have died from COVID. We are averaging right now, as we speak, 1,537 deaths a day from COVID. We're getting reports of ICUs overflowing with people dying from COVID. And that's good coffee. And Americans who are hit in the hard hit areas, They have to forego routine checkups, which means undetected diseases go untreated. So we're undercounting the number of people who die. We know that 653,000 Americans have died so far from COVID, but we're not counting the people who decide, I can't go to the hospital. I'll just live with this lump. It's not good right now. We're getting stories of morgues in Tennessee that are filled to capacity, and we're getting stories of Tennessee ICUs full of patients who were anti-vaxxers down in Tennessee. They used to listen to that AM shock jock, Phil Valentine, I believe, in Tennessee. He told them not to get vaccinated, and now they're fighting the vaccine mandates at the public schools. It's turning violent, and yet the ICUs in Tennessee are filled with anti-vaxxers who are beginning to get the idea that maybe they should get their medical advice from doctors and not comedians who have podcasts or guys like Phil Valentine, who died from COVID, and his last words were, "Don't get vaccinated." Nashville Public Radio has a story about Joe Gammon. And apparently Joe lives in Tennessee and he's struggling to breathe. This is what National Public Radio in Tennessee writes. It's a struggle for Joe Gammon to talk right now, lying in his ICU bed at Ascension St. Thomas West. That's a hospital. He uses a suction tube to clear his own throat. Even dislodging some phlegm has become a struggle. The 45-year-old father of 6 has been in critical condition for weeks. He says, if I would have known 6 months ago that this could be possible, this would have been a no-brainer. But I honestly didn't think I was at any risk. That is the naive portion on my end. That is the naive portion. Well, I don't think he's naive. I think he's a truck driver. I think he listens to talk radio. I think he listened to the now deceased Phil Valentine, who had a show in Tennessee, and he parodied the Beatles. Instead of the tax man, he had the vax man. People are fighting mask mandates and vaccine mandates. You can turn on right-wing radio and hear people telling you not to get vaccinated. So I don't think you were naive. I think you just didn't know which news sources to turn to. They go on to write, Gammon is a truck driver from Las Cruces who says he listens to a lot, he listens to a lot of conservative talk radio, and the daily diatribes downplaying the pandemic and promoting personal freedom were enough to dissuade him from vaccination. So you weren't naive. Mr. Gammon, Joe Gammon, you were just listening to radio. Tennessee hospitals are setting new records each day, caring for more COVID patients than ever before. And as we all know, the most critical patients are the unvaccinated, meaning the ICUs are filled with regretful patients hoping for a second chance. Regretful patients hoping for a second chance. Don't beat yourself up. Beat up the FCC and the FTC for not enforcing the laws that are already on the book that prevent hucksters from using the public airwaves to spread misinformation, making money while doing it. They're spreading misinformation to sell you something, alternative cures to COVID. That's been against the law since the Federal Trade Commission was set up around the time of Woodrow Wilson. Right around the time Woodrow Wilson took office, they set up the Federal Trade Commission, which enforced laws that prevented snake oil salesmen from selling you products that don't work by disabusing you of any notion that real medicine would work. It's against the law, and it should be enforced. That's not censorship. That's just the law. You can't tell people, especially when you're using the public airwaves, that the vaccines don't work, especially when we're coming up on 700,000 dead Americans. Well, it's not just Tennessee. Here's the governor of Kentucky. I think his name is Andy Beshear. I think he's a new governor.
Well, our situation is dire. We are setting case records. We have a record number of Kentuckians in the hospital battling COVID, in the ICU battling for their lives. We have a record number of families that are praying for their loved one who is on a ventilator and needing that assistance to breathe.
I apologize. That is a Democratic governor of Kentucky, and that's not fair. Of course, a Democratic governor of Kentucky is going to be a drama queen about the ICUs. Let's listen to, the governor of West Virginia. I believe his name is Jim Justice, and he's a Republican.
For God's sakes a living, how difficult is this to understand? Why in the world do we have to come up with these crazy ideas? And they're crazy ideas that the vaccine's got something in it and it's tracing people wherever they go. And the same very people that are saying that are carrying their cell phones around. I mean,
you're carrying cell phones around where you can be tracked by the government, but you're afraid that the vaccine has a chip in it that allows Bill Gates to keep an eye on you as well as the government. And we're not coming up with these crazy ideas, Governor. Only a few people are spreading these ideas. These are powerful, right-wing, conservative talk show hosts, and they have an agenda. We'll talk about their agenda later. But, that's the governor of West Virginia. He's a Republican, so I don't really trust a Republican from West Virginia because Joe Manchin is a Democrat from West Virginia, and they don't know what they believe. So let's check in with Idaho. Idaho, that is a right-wing, conservative, red state. Let's check in on the governor of Idaho.
In Idaho, the governor warned the entire state could soon have to ration care.
I wish everyone could have seen what I saw in the ICU last night.
That's the governor of Idaho. And it's not just the United States. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was campaigning ahead of the September 20th election in Canada. He was in London, Ontario this week when anti-vaxxers threw gravel at him. It's everywhere. And as I mentioned earlier, Slavoj Žižek will be with us shortly. And he talks about how anti-vaxxing is not endemic to the United States. But maybe we're taking ourselves a little too seriously. Maybe we need to stop listening to, governors. Maybe we need to listen to people who don't have a political agenda, like, journalists who can suss out the truth. People like Brian Kilmeade. He's one of the hosts of Fox and Friends. And he was filling in for Tucker Carlson last night on Fox News. He took that opportunity to bring on a very wise man to talk about the spread of COVID. His name is Clay Travis from the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show. I haven't had the privilege of listening to the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show. From what I can ascertain, they talk about sports and medicine. That's why you would put them on Fox News in prime time, because we need to get to the bottom of what's happening with COVID and all these people who are showing up to watch football, many of them unmasked. In fact, most of them unmasked, showing up for college football this past week. And so Brian Kilmeade checked in with Clay Travis from the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show. And again, Clay, I don't think he's a doctor, so he can give us really a straight down the middle take on COVID and people not wearing masks. And here's what Clay Travis from the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show told millions of people last night on Fox News.
Did it feel normal? Did you feel guilty because you were at a stadium with people in it enjoying themselves?
No, Brian, that's how we win. That's how we win. There are so many people out there. For the last 18 months, they've been asking a question that I think is the paramount one. How does COVID ever end? And my answer is when people decide to let COVID end and live their lives. And that's why all over the country, I was so ecstatic to see millions of fans, Brian, finally saying it's been 18 months. It's time to take our lives back. We can't cower in fear and let these petty dictatorial tyrants like Anthony Fauci tell us what we can and cannot do.
Yes, millions and millions of people heard that last night on Fox News. Let it in. Let COVID in. You're not going to hear that. That's brilliant. Let COVID in. You're not going to hear that from some petty dictatorial power-grabbing doctor like Anthony Fauci. And let me just hear that again. I just want to make sure he said what he said.
How does COVID ever end? And my answer is when people decide to let COVID end.
When people decide to let COVID in. You got to let COVID in. Okay, that's how you win. And I have a feeling that Clay Travis from the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show knows about winning. I think they cover sports, and he knows how to win. And defeating COVID is like a sporting event, and you got to let it in. I guess we should listen to more sports commentators like Buck Sexton or Clay Travis. I really have to start listening to that show because it's confusing. You know, it's so hard to figure out who to trust because there's so many choices out there for information. There's Anthony Fauci, the CDC, the National Institutes of Health, and then there's Buck Kilmeade from the Clay Travis from the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show, who just says, let it in. Luckily, we have people like that. We also have another sports commentator and a comedian, Joe Rogan, who reaches millions of people each day on his podcast. God bless him. Seriously. He took this medium and took it to another level. And I trust Joe Rogan because I'm so sick of pretentious, hyper-educated technocrats who work over at the New York Times. Joe Rogan is, he doesn't pretend to be the smartest guy in the world. And that's why so many people trust Joe Rogan. He tells it to us straight. He asks questions and he's not ashamed of what he doesn't know. That's why I like Joe Rogan. He is not ashamed of what he doesn't know. And I trust someone like that. Most Americans do trust somebody who is willing to admit that he doesn't know anything. Joe Rogan isn't afraid to say, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a comic who smokes dope and watches mixed martial arts all day, hanging out with other comics, shooting the breeze. I trust a guy like that. We all do. And if only there was a way to somehow be privy to these inquiring minds, these mixed martial arts commentators who smoke dope and hang out in a green room with other comedians who are philosopher kings. We should always get our news from comedians. If only there were a way to listen in to these conversations. Well, Joe Rogan is giving us a gift. His podcast features some of the most brilliant comics in the world talking about the most important issues of our time. It's kind of like what if we had wired a green room at the Comedy Store in LA and we could listen in on a bunch of supreme intellectuals who do comedy, smoking dope, drinking, talking about mixed martial arts and medicine. If we could only hear that, the world would be a better place. That's what Spotify recognized. And so this is the gift that Joe Rogan has bestowed upon the world, an opportunity to listen in on these conversations. It's like, Edward Teller and Albert Einstein sitting down and discussing the Manhattan Project. We're privy to what supreme intellectuals are discussing. Now, if you haven't heard Joe Rogan, you should turn this show off because he's way more successful than I am. And there's no need to listen to somebody who isn't making hundreds of millions of dollars. So I would just turn this show off right now and go listen to Joe Rogan. He is the most successful podcaster in podcast history. Somehow he's come down with COVID this week. And that's, I wish him well. I do. That's some good coffee. And he has COVID, but he came back to work to discuss COVID. And he's discussing it in the most informative way possible. It's a public service. He's discussing it because he doesn't know anything about science, and he openly admits he's not a doctor. So that frees him to examine science objectively. This is a gift that he would come off a sick bed to do his show and talk about something he knows nothing about, so that we have the freedom to do our own research. So his friend, a comic, Tom Segura, very funny comic, Tom Segura, brilliant comedian, sharp. Tom flew down to Austin, Texas, to be on Joe Rogan's show. And Tom, who is a comedian, and as you know, on this show, I always insist that we get our information from comedians because they're the philosopher kings. They are the canaries in the coal mine. They see things first before the rest of us do. Tom Segura, he's a philosopher. If you watch him, and he's everywhere. He's way more successful than I could ever imagine to be, which means he's smarter and he knows more. And he's got specials, I don't know, on Netflix, and he's selling out theaters. He's not sitting back during COVID. He's trying to get out and tour and spread the wisdom to his fans. And we, like I said, we need to listen to people like Tom Segura because he, like Joe Rogan, has an inquisitive mind. He's searching for truth. And he too, unfortunately, contracted COVID. He contracted COVID, and I don't think, from what I can tell, he got the vaccine. So this is interesting. This is me doing my own research, listening to Tom Segura describing his experience getting COVID. There's the petty tyrant Anthony Fauci, who has his opinions about COVID. Let's listen to comedian Tom Segura on the Joe Rogan show.
They're taking me home, and I was like, hey, whatever happened to my fucking COVID test? And now I feel like totally fine. And they go, I don't know. I'm going to call the lady that took the test. And I was like, what the fuck? So crazy. So I get home, I watch a movie with my kids. Oh, no. And the email goes ding, and I open it, and it says positive. That's how I found out.
So you're fucking super protected because, because they showed, there was a study that showed that if you've had a previous COVID infection, you're 6 to 13 times more protected than you are with just a Pfizer.
Yeah,
Yeah. Let's hear that again, Joe. Let's just make sure we hear that again.
They're taking me home, and I was like, hey, whatever happened to my fucking COVID test? And now I feel like totally fine. And they go, I don't know. I'm going to call the lady that took the test. And I was like, what the fuck? So crazy. So I get home, I watch a movie with my kids. Oh, no. And the email goes ding, and I open it, and it says positive. That's how I found out.
So you're fucking super protected because, because they showed, there was a study that showed that if you've had a previous COVID infection, you're 6 to 13 times more protected than you are with just a Pfizer.
Yeah,
So Joe Rogan, this is why we need to do our own research. And you cannot trust petty dictatorial tyrants like Anthony Fauci. Here's Joe Rogan. He's saying, and I quote, "You're 6 to 13 times more protected if you got COVID and you're now considering getting the vaccine." And the New York Times says Joe Rogan never got the vaccine, or they're not sure if he's ever gotten the vaccine. But Joe, a very wise man, says he read a study that says you're 6 to 13 times more protected than you are with just the Pfizer vaccine. So you see what he's saying? Do you remember like a couple of months ago, he told people who were under the age of 30, you don't need to get the vaccine. And then he said, I take that back. I'm just a comic. And he learned his lesson. So he wouldn't be saying this if he didn't completely vet his information, because he's got millions of young people listening to him. They go to him. He's a source of news. And he says 6 to 13 times more protected than you are with just the Pfizer. Natural immunity meets antibodies. This is, let it in, as Bill Craxton from the Tom Sexton show on Ryan Seacrest, Brian Kilmeade News just said, let it in. And then your immunity, you get antibodies. It's science. And so if you're one of the 41 million Americans who already got COVID and you're lucky enough to listen to Joe Rogan, that research that you're doing, you would walk away from that concluding that you don't need to get the vaccine, because Joe Rogan says you're 6 to 13 times more protected than you would be with just the Pfizer vaccine. Or to quote Joe Rogan, so you're fucking super protected. Now, Joe Rogan, again, a couple months ago, he got into hot water for telling people under the age of 30 not to get the vaccine. He said, I'm not a doctor. Don't listen to me. I'm just a comedian, which, you're more than that, Joe Rogan. We trust you. For you to come back now and say you're super fucking protected. I'm sorry, you're fucking super protected if you already have COVID. So you basically don't need the vaccine, bitch, right? You're protected. Joe Rogan knows. He's a comic and he does mixed martial arts commentary, and super fucking protected. Super fucking protected. That's probably some science mumbo jumbo that Joe Rogan came up with doing his own research. But for the layman, that means you probably don't need to get vaccinated if you've already had the virus. We're doing our own research. This is valuable. I'm not saying Joe is correct, but if he says you're fucking super protected, he wouldn't say that if you weren't fucking super protected. Well, this is great. This is really great. Two comics, Tom Segura and Joe Rogan, kicking back in front of millions and millions of people around the world, especially young, impressionable kids who are doing their own research. They're talking to people who trust Joe Rogan and Tom Segura. They're talking to people who, I don't know, may not have health insurance or may have such a high deductible they can't afford to consult their doctors. It's very expensive in America to get an opinion from your doctor. Who else can you trust? Well, there's Joe Rogan, and it's free on Spotify. You just have to listen to a couple of ads for boner pills and hair growth medicine, but he's giving you free medical advice, no deductible, no premium. And a lot of Joe's listeners are anti-authoritarian, which you should be. You should always exercise critical thinking, like don't blindly trust doctors. Don't trust doctors or the pharmaceutical industry. They're evil, and they are evil. So we shouldn't trust them. We should trust two comedians kicking back, smoking dope, smoking a cigar with COVID. I understand Joe has COVID now, but he's smoking a cigar, just talking. Joe and Tom Segura, two comics, two philosopher kings, reaching the right people, reaching younger people who don't trust science. This is good. This is good for people who are doing their own research. This is how you combat a disease that so far has killed 653,000 Americans that we know of. So please, Joe Rogan and comic Tom Segura, I have a feeling that you already knew that you were super protected and didn't need to get the vaccine. I have a feeling Tom Segura, who is a much, more successful comedian than I am, he gets access to all the great minds. I have a feeling that he knew that he didn't need the vaccine once he got the COVID. He had the antibodies. You don't need the antibodies because you're super fucking protected. Go on. Tell me what you knew, Tom Segura.
I gave up the argument. I was arguing with my cousin, who's an ID doctor.
Ah, interesting. So you were arguing. See, this is how we arrive at a truth, by arguing. Tom Segura has a cousin who's an ID doctor, and he argued with her because that's how you arrive at a truth. And I'm sure he was very generous with her because he's a comedian and she's just an ID doctor. What does she know? And so, I appreciate people like Tom Segura who lower themselves and deign to talk to somebody as ignorant as an ID doctor and argues, good-spirited. That's how in America, the adversarial relationship is how you arrive at the truth, and you explore all facets of an issue. And so he has a cousin who's an ID doctor. I'm embarrassed to say that, I'm not as smart as Tom Segura, and he's throwing around these terms like ID doctor. Is that even a real doctor, an ID doctor? I would assume if he's arguing with an ID doctor, she's probably some, a doctor of some bastard child of the medical profession. She's probably like, a chiropractor or something, not a real. Well, what is an ID doctor?
What's an ID doctor?
Infectious disease doctor. Oh. So this is what she treats. And she's in the hospitals, every day. And
an infectious disease doctor. See, we learned something here. Thank you. I didn't know that an ID doctor is an infectious disease doctor. And I thank Joe for asking. That's a great question. What's an ID doctor? So Tom Segura, this great comedian, brilliant comedian, very wise man, is reaching millions of people. And he's talking about an infectious disease doctor, his cousin. And COVID, if I understand this, is an infectious disease. That's what she treats. That's a good argument. That's like a good football game where two sides are evenly matched. You're a comedian. She's an infectious disease doctor. You're smoking a cigar with somebody who has COVID, which I guess is great for the lungs. I'm pretty sure that if your lungs are filled with fluid, you should be breathing in as much cigar smoke as possible. And you should be doing that in front of millions of impressionable young adults because they need somebody to look up to and imitate. So Tom Segura, I want to hear about this debate between you, a comedian, a brilliant comedian, and an infectious disease doctor who apparently you're saying, this is really interesting. This is why it's so important to do your own research and not trust JAMA or Lancet or the FDA or the CDC. This is why it's important for us to do our own research, Tom Segura. Okay, so you're arguing with the infectious disease doctor, and you're saying, what do I need a vaccine for? I already got COVID. I'm immune. Antibodies, hello. I mean, you learn that even before you go to medical school. Everybody knows about antibodies. You get COVID, then you get antibodies, and you never get it again. We all know that. So tell me about the debate. Go on.
She was like, when the Delta variant came out, she was like, this thing is no joke. She's like, this is all I'm seeing. You have to get vaxxed, especially if you're going on tour. And I was like, well, what about, and whatever. I was like, fine, I'll just go.
Interesting. See, that's a great conversation to share with millions of impressionable young people. You had this spirited debate. You insisted, I had COVID, I don't need the vaccine. Then she told you about the Delta variant. It's no joke. And that's something you know a lot about, jokes. So you got the vaccine. Good for you. Basically to humor your cousin, right? Fine. I know I don't need a vaccine. And if you're watching me and Joe Rogan, folks, and already have COVID, you know you don't need a vaccine. But I'm stuck with this cousin who's an infectious disease doctor to make peace in the family. Look, this isn't the hill I'm going to die on. I'll get the vaccine, even though nobody really needs it. That's basically what he said. And Joe, what are your thoughts about Tom Segura agreeing reluctantly to just get the stupid vaccine, which you don't seem to have gotten yet, according to the New York Times? So what are your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, it didn't bother you.
Yeah, it didn't bother me.
It didn't bother him. Right. It didn't bother you. Getting the vaccine didn't bother you. And, getting a vaccine can be a bother. It can be a bother. And we don't want to be bothered because the vaccine can be a bother. And we got to be careful not to be bothered. Luckily, Tom Segura wasn't bothered by the vaccine. And now Joe Rogan, according to the New York Times, he won't say whether or not he's been bothered to get vaccinated. So, Joe, you're a smart guy reaching millions of impressionable young people. We don't know if you were bothered by the vaccine. Are you bothered by COVID?
Yeah. Well, it didn't bother you.
Yeah, it didn't bother me.
I'm still doing that. Like I'll still hawk up little green shit.
Yeah.
Here and there.
You what, a week out?
A week yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not that long.
But it doesn't feel bad.
Yeah.
Like,
and
I had a great workout
today.
Yeah, I had a great workout today. Felt great. That's my second workout. I had one workout 3 days ago. Then took yesterday off and then worked out again today.
Yeah.
No problem at all. Just feel completely normal.
Great.
Yeah.
Your breathing's fine.
Yeah, except the hawking up little.
Yeah.
But they're little ones.
How crazy is you?
Things,
but maybe you're immune to it now.
That's a little too complicated for me to understand. I haven't interviewed all the wise people that Joe has, so I don't know all these hucking up little ones. I don't know what hucking up little ones means. Joe comes from Texas. I hope hucking up little ones isn't what I think it is. I hope he's not aborting anybody. Again, I'm not a scientist, but hucking up little ones doesn't sound so bothersome. I don't think Joe is bothered by his COVID. And you know what else Joe Rogan doesn't seem too bothered by? The fact that millions and millions of people listen to him. And because, he's just hucking up little ones, they're deciding not to get vaccinated because he told his listeners that if they're of a certain age, they don't need to get vaccinated. He also said something about hucking up little ones, so he must know what he's talking about. He says you're super fucking protected if you already have COVID. So we should listen to him. This is good. It doesn't seem to bother him that his millions of listeners some of them might not get vaccinated. Doesn't bother him. So if it doesn't bother him, he hates to be bothered. He won't even get the vaccine because it's a bother. if he were bothered by millions of people deciding not to get vaccinated, he wouldn't do it because that would be bothersome. See, I like getting my science from two comics, just sitting around shooting the breeze like it was the Comedy Store green room, smoking dope, drinking, talking about mixed martial arts, saying fuck a lot. And we get to hear these conversations. And especially for me, because, I'm nowhere nearly as successful as Joe Rogan, not even close. So this is a learning experience for me on how to have a better career and a better life. And he is way more successful than I could ever dream of. And so if he says people who have already gotten COVID are, I think he used the medical term super fucking protected, more protected, he said, than the Pfizer vaccine. I decided to do what he says to do your own research, get a second opinion. There's Joe Rogan. So I wanted to check it out. So I went to Forbes. I found an article in Forbes just to see if he was right about people who had COVID now being super fucking protected. Do my own research. I went to Forbes, not as reliable as Joe Rogan, but this is what Forbes says. And this is a right-wing tool of the financial world. This is what they're writing. Think you are protected against the COVID-19 coronavirus and don't need the COVID-19 vaccine just because you've already had COVID-19? Yes, I am thinking that I'm protected against the coronavirus if I've already had it because Joe Rogan says I'm super fucking protected. Well, Forbes goes on to say, well, contrary to what some motivational talks may tell you, don't be so sure of yourself. Well, you better back that up because Joe Rogan says we are protected if we already had COVID. And he said there was some study. I mean, he didn't cite it, but he says there's some study that told him you're like 6 to 17 times more protected than the Pfizer vaccine if you have already had COVID. Well, let's see, Forbes says a study, just published in the Journal of Emerging Infectious Disease found that 36% of those who have had COVID-19 didn't have antibodies against the severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus. Well, that's weird. Forbes goes on to write, that's over a third or more than the percentage of Americans who consider a hot dog to be a sandwich. Well, that's nasty. They go on to write, in other words, it is a sizable percentage and serves as further evidence that you should get the COVID-19 vaccine, even if you've already had a COVID-19 coronavirus infection. So that would be Forbes and the Journal of Emerging Infectious Disease. And there's a hyperlink that I clicked on, and it took me to the Emerging Infectious Disease Journal. And it did say that, but Joe Rogan says otherwise. He says you're super fucking protected. You have antibodies. Should I read on? Who do I trust, Joe Rogan or this article? I'm going to read more. It's so confusing. For the study, a research team led by first author Weimin Liu, MD. Is that like an ID? Oh, it's a medical doctor. Okay, God, it's so hard to do your own research. And another senior author, Beatrice Hahn, MD. That's medical doc. Does she have a podcast? Does she do commentary for mixed martial arts? Okay, and she's a doctor from the University of Pennsylvania. The University of Pennsylvania. That would be, doing my own research, that would be a medical school. So she's biased. Anyway, They checked blood samples from 72 people who had tested positive for the COVID-19 coronavirus via RT PCR tests. All but 2 of the people had had symptoms, with 18% having mild disease, 67% moderate disease, and 12% severe disease. They waited at least 3 weeks after each person no longer had symptoms before checking their blood. Okay, so these are people they're going to check for, I think it's called seronegative. I think that's what antibodies are called. Now, Forbes goes on to write, a study of 72 people wouldn't qualify as a gigantic study. That's true. We just studied Joe Rogan. So, there's very little difference between 72 people being studied and Joe Rogan, who read a study. Nevertheless, it certainly hasn't been the first study to show that people who have had COVID-19 may not end up developing antibodies. Oh, so there are other studies that contradict Joe Rogan telling his audience that if you already got COVID, I think the medical term is super fucking protected. Forbes goes on to write, for example, as described by a publication in eClinical Medicine. I'm embarrassed to say that I clicked on the link, and it's a journal of doctors. So again, they're not podcasters or comedians. They do not do commentary for mixed martial arts. So they're biased. This is why you have to do your own research. Anyway, eClinical Medicine reports 5% of 698 people in Israel remained seronegative despite having tested positive for the COVID-19 coronavirus. That's interesting. Another study published in the Journal of Infectious Diseases, and I clicked on that, and it's a publication for doctors who are epidemiologists, so they're biased. They don't have a podcast. They found the rate to be even higher, 20% among a group of New Yorkers. And then there was the study from Germany published in the Journal of Clinical Virology, which reported a whopping 85% of people who had coronavirus didn't have the antibodies. So I guess the conclusion from this article in Forbes is if you have COVID, you are not super fucking protected from getting it again, or at least, that's what Joe Rogan says. And I don't know, it's tough, I guess we'll agree to disagree, Forbes. The doctors, the entire medical establishment says one thing, but Joe Rogan and sounds like Tom Segura says another. Joe is a mixed martial arts commentator, and Tom Segura has a cousin who's an ID doctor. Not only does he have a cousin who's an ID doctor, he knows what ID means. It's infectious diseases. And he won the argument. Or no, he didn't win the argument with her. He humored her and just got the vaccine. So the point is, we need to hear all sides of all arguments. When trying to arrive at the truth, we should, as Joe Rogan would say, throw the kitchen sink at the argument. Just throw everything into the mix. And let's hear from everybody. That's what the scientific method is. Let's hear from everybody and make sure that the study isn't poisoned by people who are biased, like infectious disease specialists, right? But Joe is, this is great work that he's doing. He's encouraging all of us to be intellectuals, to have inquiring minds, and everybody's jealous of him. Maybe I'm jealous of him, maybe I'm jealous of him. I'll admit it. He's more successful than I am, better looking. I'm jealous. And the mainstream media, they're going after Joe. And all he's trying to do is his own research and then share that with millions of people.
I have to sue CNN.
I don't know. Do you?
They're making shit up.
They're making shit up. Good. This is good to know. This is good. A truth teller like Joe Rogan will not countenance a news organization like CNN that doesn't tell the truth. This is journalistic malfeasance. Good for you, Joe Rogan.
CNN was saying that I'm a distributor of misinformation.
You, Joe Rogan, a distributor of misinformation? You just said that if you already had COVID, you don't need to get vaccinated. You said you're super fucking protected. That's not misinformation. That's a difference of opinion. You should sue CNN for saying that about you. Your opinion, you have a difference of opinion. Yeah, it's a little different from 99.99999% of medical professionals who have conducted studies on the topic. But this is the cancel culture. This is you rail against this on your show, Joe. This is CNN trying to cancel you, all because you have a difference of opinion with the entire medical establishment. It's the cancel culture. They're trying to shut you up. This is all about freedom of speech. You know, you can't say anything these days without these politically correct, effete intellectual snobs coming down on you.
CNN is saying I'm taking horse dewormer.
Yeah, what? So
they must know that that's a lie.
Yes, they must know that's a lie. CNN must know that that's a lie. They're saying Joe Rogan has worms. They're saying you're taking horse dewormer because you have horse worms, and you should sue CNN, Joe Rogan, because that's slander and libel. It's both. It's libel. And they're all jealous of you, Joe Rogan, because you make hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars sitting in your mansion in Texas running a salon. It's and we're all jealous of you for this salon that you can gather people like Tom Segura and discuss the issues of the day. I mean, Tom Segura knows that ID stands for infectious diseases. This is a symposium up there with Plato's, when Alcibiades and Aristophanes sat around and pondered the nature of love and existence. It's like the Bloomsbury Group. This is fin de siècle Paris. This is where Picasso got to meet all the great minds. So what are we? So I'm a little confused. So you're saying you're being accused of having worms? That's why it's good that Tom Segura is here. He's got an inquisitive mind. Explain this to me.
And they're talking about ivermectin.
Yeah.
Right?
See, Tom knows his stuff because he knows that ID, doctor, means infectious diseases. And he knew. I'm just hearing horse dewormer. Turns out Tom knows that Joe is taking ivermectin to treat worms. I don't understand, because he's got COVID. What I don't understand.
They keep saying I'm taking horse dewormer.
Yeah, well, okay, so you keep saying it too. They keep saying it, and you keep saying that you're taking horse dewormer. You have COVID.
So what, because I don't know, I just saw so much news about you. I mean, I would talk to you and check on you and see if you're all right. And you're like, you threw the kitchen sink at it, you said, which was stuff that, you took IV drips and what was it? Monoclonal
antibodies.
And what is monoclonal antibodies?
It's the shit they gave Trump.
what is monoclonal antibody? The shit they gave Trump. So would that make you super fucking protected? I need to do more of my own research. I'm not up to speed like Joe. So this is great. This is medical news we can all listen to and then be free to make our own decisions. I think we're talking about ivermectin, which is also a horse dewormer, and you're taking it for your COVID along with other things, but you're not getting a vaccine, or you're being cagey about getting a vaccine. Explain this to me.
It says ivermectin was found to be a blocker of viral replicase, REPLICASA protease, and I don't know what this word is, human TMPRSS2. I don't know.
See, I love false humility. You use the term efficacy. You know, you do know. See, he's smart. And am I hucking up something? I learned a new term. I think that's hucking up. Efficacy. Learned that too. Joe he's doing his own research in real time in front of everybody. And that's the way research should be conducted. In front of millions of impressionable young people who are learning with you. You might be learning something that's wrong, and they might tune out before you realize that you just learned something that's wrong. But all scientific research should be done in front of millions of people who trust you. So, 1,600 Americans will die today from COVID. 1,600 Americans. I just double checked that. 1,600 Americans will die today from COVID. And millions of impressionable young people are listening to Tom Segura and Joe Rogan, and we trust him. He's a straight shooter. He wouldn't recommend ivermectin. He wouldn't discuss ivermectin if he thought it could harm anybody. Please, Joe, go on. Explain to me. Help me do my own research. Explain what ivermectin is supposed to do in your battle against COVID.
And they've early on in the pandemic, they found some good efficacy with ivermectin. Frontline 19 Critical Care Alliance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's this is interesting. Go on. Tell me more about ivermectin.
Mm-hmm. It's supposed to have what is the exact thing it's supposed to do? There's something that I highlighted. And this is obviously, I'm not a doctor.
Again, thank you for that transparency. Thank you for clearing that up. Sometimes I forget that Joe Rogan is not an MD or an ID. Thank you for that full disclosure. You're not a doctor. This is the kind of transparency that is sorely lacking in the conversation among Americans who are doing their own research about COVID. Thank you for clearing that up. Joe Rogan is not a doctor, which means he's not biased. His brain isn't filled with study after study that just clogs the neurons. Joe Rogan, who's not a doctor, can read scientific journals objectively. That's something CNN wouldn't know anything about, objectivity. And you should sue CNN. Well, Tom Segura, the comedian, is such a great guest, and he's got an inquiring mind. And so he poses a question to Joe that I think Tom knows the answer to, but this is how we learn.
So what's going on with it's kind of hard to figure out what's the truth in a lot of things. But with regard to this, people go, it's insane to take ivermectin. Like you see it everywhere. Everyone's like, this is wild. Don't take this shit. And then you have the head of the fucking Tokyo, whatever medical commission saying, take ivermectin.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man.
Great question. The head of the fucking Tokyo whatever medical commission is saying to take it. Like everybody's fucking saying don't take ivermectin, but then you find out that the head of the fucking Tokyo medical commission is saying take it. It's so confusing. Who do you believe? Who do you believe? Do you believe every reputable scientist in the world or the head of the fucking Tokyo whatever medical commission who is saying take it? So confusing. Everyone is saying don't take ivermectin, but the head of the fucking Tokyo whatever medical commission is saying take it. How do you make a decision? It's so difficult. This is why it's important to do your own research and not trust anybody. Sure, the FDA, the CDC, every doctor except a few, they're all saying don't take ivermectin. But then Joe tells us, and I heard someplace else, I think it was InfoWars, the head of the fucking Tokyo whatever medical commission, is that the name of it? The fucking Tokyo whatever medical commission. So we have the American Medical Association here in America, and in Japan they have the FTWMC, the fucking Tokyo whatever medical commission. This is why it's so important to listen to comedians like Tom Segura asking the real questions that CNN won't. It's so hard to find out what the truth is, but we need to find out. And that's why Joe Rogan and Tom Segura it's so important to turn to them on this important issue of the day.
In Tokyo, in Japan, which is apparently they're very conservative about the medication that they use and the medications that they endorse.
Okay, so now, Joe is reading something, and this is important. He's reading something. So there's something authoritative there. And he's reading something that says Japan is very conservative about the medications they endorse, which doesn't imply, he's saying that it must mean that if Japan is endorsing ivermectin, we should all be using ivermectin. It has to be perfect for COVID because Japan is very conservative about the medications they endorse, right? You want to go with a conservative country when it comes to medicine. They don't take any risks. So this is good. Joe Rogan, we need to listen to Joe Rogan. And apparently the head of the FTWMC, the fucking Tokyo whatever medical commission, he is saying to take it. That is what Tom Segura is saying, and that's what Joe Rogan is saying. And this is huge. This is huge because they're very conservative. Japan is very conservative when it comes to recommending drugs. I don't think the head of the FTWMC, the fucking Tokyo whatever medical commission, would say take it if he didn't know what he was talking about. Especially, he is in charge of the medical community in Japan. You don't get to be the head of the fucking Tokyo whatever medical commission by just prescribing anything. And again, Japan is very conservative when it comes to prescribing drugs. I know that. I know that Japan is very conservative when it comes to prescribing drugs. I know that because I listen to Joe Rogan. But again, I trust Joe Rogan with my life. However, he says, do your own research. It's all about freedom. So, not that I don't trust Joe, but I went to one of those fact-checking websites, and I thought, I'm not going to go to an American fact-checking website. I'm going to go to the Agency French Press, the AFP. Let me tell you about the AFP. I decided to find a fact-checking organization that could not be challenged. And, the French are they gave us the Enlightenment and the scientific method. So they have anti-vaxxers in France, and the Agency French Press. Let me tell you about it. It's one of the oldest news gathering organizations in the world. Let me read to you who, again, not necessarily as reliable as Joe Rogan, but AFP is a leading global news agency providing fast, comprehensive, and verified, I don't know what that means, verified coverage of the events shaping our world and of the issues affecting our daily lives. Drawing from an unparalleled news gathering network across 151 countries, they have a staff of 2,400 people from 100 different countries. They cover the world in 6 languages with a unique quality, blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to trust the French on this one because we're talking about the Enlightenment, the scientific method, and they looked into what Joe was reading because he was reading, and this is where Joe got his information from. This was fact-checked. They didn't fact-check Joe, but they wanted to find a source of misinformation. And this is, I'm going to put up the tweet. This is what Joe was reading from. He was reading from a tweet from a Mr. Bren on the Road. So this is what Joe was reading. He was reading Bren on the Road's tweet. Tokyo Medical Association chairman holds live press conference recommending hashtag ivermectin to all doctors for all COVID patients. He goes on to write, Japan's government is one of the most conservative and cautious in the world. Data is clear, huge news, and the AFP fact checkers cross it out. Fake news, it's a lie. And that was the tweet. Joe was reading from that tweet. That's where he got his information from. That's where all this information is coming from. Bren on the Road, and he read it word for word. He said, Japan's government is one of the most conservative and cautious in the world when it comes to dispensing medicine. That's what Joe was reading to his millions and millions of listeners. He was telling them that ivermectin has been approved in Japan. And he was reading a tweet from Bren on the Road. So let's dig in more. The Tokyo Medical Association, this guy, the head of the fucking Tokyo whatever Medical Association, held a press conference. Let's look into that.
But the Tokyo Medical Association chairman held a live press conference recommending ivermectin to all doctors for all COVID patients.
Okay, so this is interesting. I saw this on InfoWars. That's Alex Jones, your friend, Alex Jones, who you have on your show all the time. You have him on the show all the time. He has been talking about the head of the fucking Tokyo whatever medical commission, who held a press conference saying to take ivermectin. And, you know, we can't trust CNN, but this is from InfoWars. Alex Jones speaks fluent Japanese. And, I trust Alex Jones. I don't trust CNN. They're biased. They say you're taking a horse dewormer. Luckily, we have your friend, Alex Jones, who lives down there in Austin near you. He's always on your show. He's a reliable source of news. So, you know what? I don't mean to be rude, because I think, both of you are way more successful than I could ever imagine. I decided, though, to check in with Agency French Press to find out what the story was with the head of the Tokyo fucking whatever medical commission, and what this important press conference is. We should find out about this. So this is what AFP writes. They're doing some fact checking, neither the Tokyo Medical Association nor Ozaki, Dr. Ozaki, who's the head of the Tokyo Medical Association, neither the Tokyo Medical Association nor Ozaki are affiliated with the Japanese government, and members of that organization can only provide recommendations. It sounded so authoritative on InfoWars. Let's go back. Now is the time to use ivermectin. Tokyo's Medical Association chairman recommends ivermectin to all doctors to treat COVID. Well, it sounds like that's the official policy of Japan. But according to AFP, Agency French Press, quote, the official guidelines for doctors from the Japanese Ministry of Health states that compared to standard treatment and placebo, ivermectin did not reduce deaths, shorten the hospitalization period, or improve time of virus disappearance. So Japan is not recommending ivermectin. And either are the Philippines. And this is interesting because we're hearing that Philippine regulators have approved the anti-parasitic drug ivermectin as COVID-19 vaccine substitute. This is also from the agency French Press. They write that multiple Facebook posts shared hundreds of times in the Philippines, and of course in the United States, claim that ivermectin, an anti-parasitic drug, can be used as a substitute for COVID-19 vaccination. The posts shared, and this is really important, an advisory for a drugstore stating the drug had been approved by the Food and Drug Administration here in the United States. That's not true. The posts are misleading. The posts shared an advisory that states government regulators approved ivermectin to treat parasitic roundworms. There is currently no clear evidence that ivermectin is an effective treatment for COVID-19, according to the FDA. And here's where it gets really interesting. The claims in the Philippines were made by Mercury Drug, a leading drugstore chain in the Philippines. So it was in Mercury Drug's best interests to convince people in the Philippines, well, there's no vaccine yet, try ivermectin. See, there's cui bono. Cui bono. Who benefits from these lies? And a non-reputable drugstore chain that is spreading rumors that ivermectin will cure COVID because there's money involved. So it sounds, I don't know, it sounds like maybe Joe Rogan and Alex Jones need to do some more research. Their research is incomplete. Then again, that's what Agency French Press is saying. They only have 2,600 people working for them. Who's fact-checking the fact-checkers, right? We should get to the bottom of this, because ivermectin is in fact, and by fact, I mean something verified by the entire medical community. Ivermectin is in fact a miracle drug. It is a gift, if you believe in a higher power. It is a gift from God. Not only that, it might not be dangerous for humans to take. Taking ivermectin, however, instead of getting vaccinated, might get you killed. If you're taking ivermectin and not getting vaccinated, that could get you killed. But from what I've been reading, and I am doing my own research, ivermectin may not be so dangerous. We hear reports that it causes blindness and that the ICUs are overflowing with people overdosing from ivermectin. a lot of those reports are not true, and they need to be corrected. We have discovered that a lot of these reports of ICUs being flooded with people who've been poisoned by ivermectin, that's been blown out of proportion. That's the truth. So I will grant Joe Rogan and Alex Jones and Tom Segura, I will grant you that ivermectin is probably, and again, do not take it, but I will grant you that the odds are that if you take ivermectin, I don't know, I'm not a podcaster. Well, I'm not a successful podcaster, so I don't know. But I will grant you that sometimes ivermectin is safe to take if you have nothing wrong with you. Just like, penicillin is probably safe to take, Joe, even if you don't have syphilis rotting your brain, which I'm pretty sure you don't. I would need to do more research, but I don't think syphilis is rotting Joe Rogan's brain. So even though syphilis is not rotting Joe Rogan's brain, I think he can still take penicillin, and penicillin won't hurt him, even though he doesn't have syphilis, I don't think, rotting his brain, which you would take penicillin, Joe, if syphilis were rotting your brain, which I don't think it is. But the point is you can take it anyway. And again, I'm not Alex Jones, but I have a feeling taking penicillin is not going to kill you. What do I know? Look, the point I'm making is people take drugs off label all the time. Most of the time, nothing tragic happens. But again, I'm not a comedian or a successful podcaster who also does mixed martial arts commentating like Joe Rogan. So I may not know what I'm talking about. But here's the thing I do know about ivermectin. It is a miracle drug. It's a gift from God, and the world needs ivermectin. But now there's a shortage of ivermectin worldwide because people are promoting ivermectin as a miracle cure for COVID. People in the first world are gobbling up all the ivermectin. I don't know where they got this idea that it treats COVID. I don't know who they got it from. But people in the first world are gobbling up these horse dewormers. And you know what that means? It means little girls and boys. I know Joe has kids, and little girls and boys in the third world can't get ivermectin to treat their parasites, and they die, Joe. They die. People die. When Americans gobble up ivermectin, it creates a shortage. And little kids, and you have kids, little kids are dying because there's not enough ivermectin to treat their worms. This is from CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. The headline is, ivermectin is a wonder drug, but not for COVID, and misinformation is causing a shortage. Again, that's from the CBC, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. I know they're not as reliable as InfoWars, Alex Jones' news gathering operation. Your friend Alex Jones. Let me show you a picture because you have kids, Joe. This is a picture of a young girl taking ivermectin, a deworming pill, in Hyderabad, India. And according to the CBC, there's a shortage of this anti-parasite drug due to misinformation that the medication can treat COVID-19. That's from the CBC. I don't know. Let's check our sources. I don't know if we can trust the CBC. This is what the CBC writes, Joe, and we should check with Alex Jones on this. The CBC, if you're going to trust the CBC, hello?
from Auto Service Protection. Your file just came across my desk, and it looks like your vehicle is at risk of losing coverage.
Well, I fucked your mother. Did you know I fucked your mother? Anyway, sorry, I shouldn't have. I fucked his mother. Anyway, this is what the CBC said. Ivermectin is a Nobel Prize-winning anti-parasitic drug that has improved the health of millions and has helped to eradicate diseases like river blindness in multiple countries. That's interesting, Joe. But there's a shortage of the drug in Canada as global demand surges due to unproven claims that the medicine can be used to treat COVID-19. So words have consequences, Joe. So when you encourage first world impressionable youth to get ivermectin, kids like the age of your kids are going to die because in third world countries can't get their hands on this miracle drug, ivermectin. But that's just the Canadian Broadcasting Company, Joe. And this is from The Guardian. And this is this week. Ohio judge reverses court order forcing hospital to treat COVID patient with ivermectin. The judge cites lack of convincing evidence that the drug is effective, siding with the hospital that refused to administer the medication. So apparently, there is a patient, an unvaccinated patient named Jeffrey Smith. He was brought into intensive care on July 15th, and he's been on a ventilator since August 1st. He and his wife did not get vaccinated, and they don't believe in the vaccination. And as he needed to be intubated, put on a ventilator, his wife reached out to Fred Wagschel, a physician who prescribes ivermectin as a preventative treatment. Well, it's a little too late for a preventative treatment. Anyway, the hospital, wouldn't give them the ivermectin. He's dying, and they want to throw the kitchen sink, Joe, at his unvaccinated lungs. And the judge said, no, he's not going to approve ivermectin. So that's a judge, the CBC, I don't know. Look, you're Joe Rogan, and you know what? This might be professional jealousy. Maybe I'm coming down a little hard on you, and I apologize. You are way more talented, way more successful than I will ever be. So you know what? Let's do our own research about ivermectin. Tell me more about ivermectin.
It's an American company. Mm-hmm. They won the Nobel Prize in 2015 for use in human beings.
Overhead shot, please. You know what this is? This is ivermectin for humans. It won a Nobel Prize as an antiviral.
Okay, this is good. This is good. So I know that Alex Jones and Joe Rogan talk all the time. So this is good. So Alex Jones is telling us about ivermectin. Tell me more about ivermectin, Alex Jones. See, this is good.
Nobel Prize winning for humans. 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 What, 2005? Nobel Prize winning for humans.
Okay. Wait a second. Nobel Prize winning for humans. What, 2005? This is good. What did you say, Joe?
It's an American company. Mm-hmm. They won the Nobel Prize in 2015 for use in human beings.
This is good. This is what the scientific method is all about. Joe Rogan, from what I can ascertain, says the people who created ivermectin won the Nobel Prize in 2015, but Alex Jones says it was 2005. Let's discuss this. I mean, there's no other way that I can imagine to arrive at an absolute truth unless we hear both sides of the argument. No cancel culture here, Joe Rogan. No censorship. Let's discuss. Is it 2005 or 2015?
What, 2005? Nobel Prize winning for humans.
They won the Nobel Prize in 2015 for use in human beings.
What, 2005?
In 2015.
What, 2005?
In 2015.
I guess we'll never really know. There's no other way to find out whether or not it was 2005 or 2015 when the people who gave us ivermectin won the Nobel Prize for humans. And you know what? I guess we're just free to decide for ourselves and do our own research. And this is what's great about the scientific method here in the United States. If you think it's 2005, that's your choice. If you think it's 2015, that's your choice. This is the scientific method as practiced by reliable sources of information like Joe Rogan and Alex Jones. And I've made my own decision. I wish there was some way, maybe one day we'll find out if ivermectin got the Nobel in 2005 or 2015. I mean, it requires a lot more. If only there were some, like, something on the internet where you could go to that you could trust that would tell you whether or not what the right answer is. I don't know.
What, 2005? Nobel Prize winning for humans.
They won the Nobel Prize in 2015 for use in human beings.
What, 2005?
In 2015.
What, 2005?
In 2015.
We'll never know. One of the great mysteries. Well, I've made my own decision temporarily. I have an open mind. I'm not going to take ivermectin. And I'm going to tell the handful of losers who listen to my loser show to get vaccinated, wear a mask, and don't take ivermectin. What do I know? I'd rather there be enough ivermectin to kill the parasites that kill children. Let's kill the parasites that kill children. I'm a loser. What do I know? I'd rather have there be enough ivermectin in third world countries that can be given to kids your age, Joe, who won't die from night blindness. That's just me. But tell you what, for the time being, I'm also going to trust CNN over Joe Rogan. And that's up to me. Seems to me CNN has cornered the market on reliable sources. And I kind of think I know what Joe Rogan is. I think I know. Again, I think I know. He moved to Texas and he's best friends with Alex Jones. And I think I know what Joe figured out. So mainstream media, Washington Post, New York Times, CNN, they cornered the market on reliable sources. And you can get reliable sources from any big news outlet like Agency French Press or the CBC or the BBC or Al Jazeera or the New York Times, the Washington Post, Forbes, the Wall Street Journal. They pour millions of dollars into their news gathering operations. And anybody can get the news from reliable sources like that, from The Economist, Time Magazine, Scientific American, The Atlantic. Anybody can go to those websites. But see, Joe, Spotify is pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into Joe Rogan, right? While the BBC and the New York Times pours millions into gathering the news, Spotify has decided instead to pour hundreds of millions of dollars into Joe Rogan. And now what could he do with that money? He could hire reporters and researchers, but then he's got to share the money. So instead, he's offering alternative facts, alternative medicine because that doesn't cost you anything. And you can make money selling alternative medicine. And you can, if you're a one-man band, you can make a fortune trafficking in alternative facts and alternative cures for fatal diseases because there's a huge market for what you can't get from places like the New York Times, the BBC, the Guardian, the Washington Post, the LA Times. See, you have to offer something different in order to be different. And anyone can repeat what they read in the Washington Post or what they read in Lancet or the New England Journal of Medicine. Anybody can do that. But if you're promoting alternative facts, well, there's a lot of traffic to be had, a lot. Take Gateway Pundit, which just got demonetized by Google. Gateway Pundit is a conservative website that was doing very well trafficking in lies about Joe Biden, and they were lies. And they weren't demonetized by Google. But then in November of 2020, traffic to the Gateway Pundit started to dip, and they needed to boost their traffic to their website because they have Google ads. And if you don't have a lot of people coming to your website, then you don't have enough traffic to make the kind of money you need from Google ads. So to boost their traffic, they decided to tell new lies. This is from Forbes again. Forbes, they're the Boswell of Wall Street. Forbes writes, how Gateway Pundit used vaccine and election misinformation to earn $1.1 million in Google ad revenue. So I think Joe's onto something. Joe's a lot smarter than we give him credit for. He plays dumb. In reality, Gateway Pundit, a far-right news website, they wouldn't comment for this interview. They pushed a daily deluge of false, misleading, or fake stories to a conservative audience eager to believe them, with much of the misinformation focused on the election. This is according to a new analysis by the Center for Countering Digital Hate in Great Britain. And the Center for Countering Digital Hate reports it's been lucrative for Gateway Pundit to promote things like ivermectin. From November of 2020 to June, the site brought in $1.1 million through Google AdSense. That's the search engine's shared advertising revenue program. So what's going on is Joe knows that if you peddle lies about the vaccine, you really can't hear that anyplace else. It's hard to hear that from legitimate news organizations. So it's different. It's refreshing. And there's a lot of money to be had lying about the vaccine, spreading doubt about the vaccine. So you said you threw the entire kitchen sink at COVID. You haven't, according to the New York Times, told us whether or not you're vaccinated. You got COVID, and you told people that you're treating it with, among other things, ivermectin. And people trust you, Joe Rogan. Millions of young people trust you. Spotify is trusting you with hundreds of millions of dollars. People think you and Tom Segura, the comedian, are philosopher kings. They think you're intellectuals. They think you know what you're talking about. And millions of people around the world are dying from COVID, not getting vaccinated. Kids need ivermectin, and they don't need anti-vaxxers.
But what's crazy is look how better I got.
Yeah.
I got better pretty quick, bitch.
Yeah, bitch. Yeah, it is crazy. Like I said, ivermectin probably won't kill you, but it will kill the kid who needs it, but can't get his hands on it because you're telling everyone to take ivermectin. It won't kill you, Joe, because you can throw the kitchen sink at your COVID because you're in pretty great physical shape. And but a lot of your listeners aren't, and they're not getting vaccinated because of you. And instead, when they get sick, they're going to take ivermectin, and some of them will die, probably not from the ivermectin, just from not getting the preventative treatment they needed, like a vaccine. So again, you're much better looking than I am. You're more successful than I will ever be. You're way smarter. I know you're way smarter. You figured something out that I wouldn't have ever thought of, spreading alternative medicine. And if I thought of it, I wouldn't do it. So you know what you're doing, and you deserve that $60 million mansion in Texas, promoting free speech, taking on the cancel culture, because without free speech, you couldn't say things that get people killed. My personal opinion is that you're a comic, a very funny comic. You should tell jokes. You're a mixed martial arts commentator. You're great at that. Do that. Cover grown men and women trying to kill each other in the octagon. But don't dispense medical advice. I don't think that's your forte.
They're haters.
Yeah.
But that's their life. You got to live like that. Imagine spending any time whatsoever wishing that a person felt bad.
Yeah. That's
It's
true.
the dumbest fucking thing you could ever spend your energy on.
Yeah.
Yep. Busted. I'm a hater. It's the dumbest possible thing you could spend your energy on, wanting people to feel bad. And I apologize. I wish I could be the Bodhisvista like you, Joe Rogan, fully enlightened, only wishing good for people, only wishing that people feel no pain. That's what you're all about, Joe Rogan. You just want people to be happy and live a quiet life. You don't enjoy the suffering of others. You're not a hater.
It was the demeanor. Hurt him bad there. He's still moving after he's hurt. Look at this. Boom!
Just found his distance show. Backed up, just bringing down hammer fist. Look at that. 1, 2 hammer.
In the choke, pounds on him again, and just locks it in deep. Look at this left hand. Look at this left hand. Bam! The legs go. I mean, that is clean. Apple, look at this. Boom! The lights go out in Georgia.
Joe, they said that to learn Trevor Whitman's striking system, it takes time and
rolls Let's take a look at it again. Boom! The head snaps back. His eyes were all over the place when he got up. Could not focus.
Down goes the Reem!
Francis Ngannou. I mean, that's... But now let's take a look at the end. Oh my goodness. That is a picture perfect left hand to the chin on the break. They're haters.
Yeah.
But that's their life. You got to live like that. Imagine spending any time whatsoever wishing that a person felt bad.
Yeah.
It's just the dumbest fucking thing you could ever spend your energy on.
Yeah.
Yeah. You are so much better than I am, Joe Rogan. You are. You're a better actor. You're a better comedian. You're a better businessman. You know exactly. You figured it all out. You really did. You figured it all out. I couldn't. I salute you. I really do. My conversation with Slavoj Žižek took place yesterday. Please enjoy Slavoj Žižek.
Okay, do you hear me now?
Yes, I do, sir. Thank you, Professor Žižek.
Yeah, don't tell me, to be vulgar. If we were, I hope to be friends, no? When somebody calls me professor, my answer is, Russell must know what? What did I do to you to insult me like that? Did I rape your mother in public or what? Now I have a name, Professor is...
We have to turn your video on. Let's get your video on.
Yeah, we need the video.
Sir. Am I not on video? Am I? Start video. Fuck it. Why? In and out. Do you see my...
There we go.
Another vulgarity. Do you see my cunt face now?
Yeah. Yes, if you could just... Can we see more of it? Do you mind lowering your...
Wait a minute. I will show like this, and now you should see my face. And now I followed Russell. I also have books behind me to pretend to be an intellectual. No, I mean...
Exactly.
No, but you, Russell, you look better, more intellectual,
I'm just...
Everything is covered with books behind you.
This is fake. It's just a backdrop. It's not real. So
I know. I like that. But as I already told you, I had friends who have books, and they hired a student to just go through a book and in a totally contingent way underline somewhere, write a remark so that it appears that these books are really read, Although, what is my dream? This is where we are intellectuals today. When we were young, we were pretend that you study, you have Hegel's logic, just a cover. Inside, it's pornography. Now, in today's world, you almost have to do the opposite, If you want to read Hegel's logic in peace, you have to put some cover of erotic adventures of a lady or whatever. Sorry, how do we begin? I heard before, all those, can you ask me? Screw you, you can ask whatever you want, not a problem for me.
Okay.
Like, maybe, but I don't want to monopolize the debate, my God. That's my only problem.
Well, I'm here to debate you on the issues. I think I'm not as bright as Jordan Peterson.
Nobody can measure up to Jordan Peterson.
I haven't read 1/10 of the Communist Manifesto, so I'm not equipped.
Do you think I have? I only wrote about it. I mean, you have to make a basic choice. Like recently, a New Statesman or Spectator published my polemics against 3 ongoing Black Widow, Nomadland, and so on. And I'm very critical towards these movies. And I haven't seen them, of course. I mean, I believe that a true Stalinist intellectual has the right and duty to write about films he didn't see. You know who is my mentor here? You know what Oscar Wilde said? When you are asked to write a review of a book, don't read that book. If you do, it may make your review partial, Don't read it. But now, stop joking. Maybe to tell something for our viewers that they may like. The French guy that I often quote, Pierre Bayard, B-A-Y-A-R-D, wrote, among other things, a wonderful book called How to Write About Books That You Haven't Read. And in a wonderful way, wait a minute, it's not a joke. Listen, I know relatively well the domain of Hegel studies, And guys who obviously know all of Hegel, they are afraid to miss something like, but I know Hegel says something slightly different there, it's another accent. They are usually the worst totally scholar without any idea interpretations. The best readings of Hegel are those partial, one-sided. You take one aspect and you say, that's the crucial thing. I believe in productive force of partial, one-sided approach. Okay, but please, David, first, screw democracy. Democracy only works if there is a leader. David, are you the leader?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Screw democracy. Here in the United States, looks like whatever democracy we had is in danger.
There's another problem. I'm also critical towards Biden, but some of the measures, economic especially, that he tried to impose were, seriously, I had to admit it through my clenched teeth, not so bad. It's serious money for ecology and so on and so on. So, yes, I agree with you. Democracy is in danger, but not only in the United States, and it's an ambiguous situation, because I claim precisely through this opposition to Trump and so on, we got, if nothing else, in the last 2 years, one of the results of the pandemic is that the word socialism is legitimized. Like, if you add democratic, blah, blah, and so on, you can use it. When you mention, can I just briefly develop this? Now I'm getting old-fashioned Hegelian Stalinist almost, but I don't know how it is in the States. In my country also, we Europeans are often arrogant towards the United States, For a long time, I thought, you are bad, but Canada is like all the best from United States combined with the best from Europe. Wait a minute, when I read now what they were doing in Canada, and I knew it already for years, I have some friends there, with what they were doing with those indigenous children in their community. I mean, it's absolute nightmare. It's absolute nightmare. So, and we Europeans also, like vaccination. Some journalists in Slovenia looked at the government office, the duty of which is to promote vaccination and to organize it and so on, and to around 50 people who work there. And he discovered that much less than half of them are vaccinated. Even those supposed to organize it are not doing. No, what I want to say is that it's a beautiful example. I like examples of where you link a very concrete problem, like do we have the right to oppose vaccination and so on, with a very abstract problem, like, some radical liberals on the left and on the right claim that to enforce vaccination is like non-democratic, against your human rights and so on and so on. But I think that here we should introduce Hegel's distinction, I will immediately explain it, between abstract and concrete freedom. For example, I think that concrete freedom, not in any mystical Hegelian sense, like freedom which means that actually you can act as a free being, is only possible against the background of accepting certain rules. For example, I want to be free to publicly say what I mean, to debate with friends. For this, we all need to accept the rules of language. Okay, we can try to change these rules, but not in the way political correctness did it, but because there is an ideology in language. But rules are literally the base of freedom. Every freedom is freedom to move freely within a certain regulated space. Like, I want to have the freedom to walk around the city. Yes, but I must suppose that people whom I will meet will be mostly decent people. They will be punished if they attack me and so on and so on. And in the same way, I think in my last published somewhere on the web, I forgot where, text, I took the example of this resistance to vaccination. I think this is an abstract freedom, because if you are not a paranoiac and claims that all the scientists are part of a plot who are lying, then of course, if you have to get vaccinated, in some abstract sense, of course, if you are not free to choose, this is limitation of your freedom. You have to do it. But isn't it that today, as far as we know from science and so on, you can actually be free? I can go out, talk with friends and so on, only if I am vaccinated. So this is a nice example of a formal unfreedom. You have to be vaccinated, which enables my actual freedom to communicate with others and so on and so on. That's why I quoted that wonderful saying about freedom and enlightenment by Immanuel Kant, who says the message of enlightened freedom is not don't obey, do whatever you want. No, it is do publicly whatever you want, but when there is a social agreement about basic rules, you have to obey. So think freely, but obey. And I think this is the lesson that we need to take today. It sounds a harsh lesson, but just think if this global warming will go on, will we not need even harsher limitations and so on? So I think, again, that what really matters is concrete freedom. Freedom which means under what conditions, rules, regulations, can I exercise my freedom of speech and so on and so on. You must have media, you must have a public space and so on and so on. So I think that that's the problem with, let's call it abstract liberalism. You know which example I like to use here? Here I'm a little bit, I'm not anti-American, it's still my favorite country, just not all of the United States. You know, wouldn't it be nice to imagine United States in Latin America? Now this will be ugly towards all those in Trump land, like the combination of two Chile. You know, Chile is like a worm on the west side of Latin America. So let's say we have the west coast and imagine another Chile on the east coast and screw all that Trump land in the middle. That would have been my ideal United States. You know what I mean? No? So again, you know what we have to be aware? The same goes for our social space. Democracy, including free dialogue and so on, only works if all sides accept certain basic rules. These rules can be limiting. I'm the first one to say that till 10 years ago, maybe even a little bit less, the basic rules were determined by this bipolarity, no Republicans, Democrats. But that's why it worked. But what's happening today, when we get Trump and the liberal establishment, I don't think there is any reconciliation possible here. Somebody will have to win. You are, and we are also quickly catching up. We in Europe, we are already in some kind of ideological civil war. That if you speak with our opponents, there is simply no shared space where we can even reasonably argue. You know, we are, that's why I think we are in a dangerous situation. Okay, but I talked too much. I'm sorry.
It does feel like we're in a dangerous situation. I'm going to ask you one question, then I'm going to ask Professor Anli to ask you a question, and then Professor Hussein, and then Professor Burgess. But
I like the man, sorry, Hussein. Is he an Arab terrorist who escaped here and was Ahmed, but then he quickly changed from Ahmed into Adrian to cover up his... Sorry. I cannot. You see, now I will not...
Is that what happened?
Now you've outed us, you know, as a cell, and my cover is gone. This is really a disaster.
You got to fold up the operation now.
Exactly.
How are you doing? Is your uncle now some minister in Kabul of the new Talib government or whatever? No, we should talk also about Afghanistan, because I am so shocked by the attitude, I don't know if it's with you in the States, but in Europe, of leftist liberals. You know, some of them, even more or less openly, like my good friend Varoufakis, were nonetheless tempted to celebrate the fall of Kabul as big defeat of global imperialism, neocolonialism, and so on and so on. But it may shock you, but as a leftist, I'm saying it's not as simple as that. It's not only empirically that the scandalous way the United States withdrew. But I think that even in principle, United States intervened there. Yes, they screwed it up. After 20 years and spending $1 trillion, Taliban is stronger than ever there. But precisely for this reason, you ruined half of the country on the other side. We should be frank as leftists here, true leftists. Things that are happening there, women's liberation, it's a whole movement there. Even some type of civil society and so on and so on. Let's face it, this was an collateral effect, but nonetheless an effect of the American intervention there. And we should not be ashamed to say this, to simply withdraw. There were other options, like my Brazilian friend, Safatle Vladimir, with whom I had a debate. He said, what if there were other options? Like, what if United States were try to get some moderate Muslim countries, maybe Egyptians, Morocco, and so on, to send their soldiers there, so that you don't have this clear opposition, United States versus Taliban and so on. But I think the other thing that bothered me is that typical reaction of the West was now, where does of the liberal left in the West, where do they feel good? When you have victims and you have to save victims, But okay, victims are fighting. Why didn't they tell to those who are now victims, fight? No leftist would have said that. It was an imperialist war, whatever. And I find horrible this liberal left stance of whenever there are victims, we should help them. What about a positive project? Now you will say these projects are not possible. They are possible. Later we can go into it, to offer people not simply the expansion of Western values, but nonetheless a different form of Western values. I talk too much, you should kill me, now you go.
I'll ask you one question, and then we'll go to Professor Ann Lee. The creeping fascism here in the United States, I wonder if it's creeping. I wonder if it's already here. From your observation, is America equipped to combat fascism? The people, are we equipped?
Yeah. I will say something that nobody will like, probably. Often, I think, the liberal left uses the term fascism in an all too easy way. You have something you don't like, then it must be fascism. We neglect, nonetheless, I'm not saying that Trump was much better, but his logic was different. First, I don't think, in spite of all rumors, that Trump really wanted to make a coup d'etat. As typical populist, he, at the same time, dismisses representative democracy, party politics as corrupted, partial, controlled by elites, but he's very careful not to step out of its frame into a direct dictatorship. And that's what maybe makes Trump even more dangerous. Trump doesn't want to step out of liberalism. And once when I spoke about Julian Assange, and somebody asked me, can you condense Assange's achievement into one sentence? I said it's simply that the most dangerous unfreedom is the unfreedom that you experience as freedom. You are not even fully aware how controlled, manipulated you are. That was also my defense when Assange was attacked for accepting the help of Putin and so on and so on. My argument is, yes, Putin is to be criticized, China and so on. But their people don't have any illusion. You are controlled, regulated. The horrible thing about United States, the most dangerous, is that not only in spite of Trump, you feel free, ordinary people, all those who, but you even in some sense accept that against some abstract state regulation, big corporation, and so on, that Trump effectively stands for freedom of ordinary people, and so on and so on. So if it is fascism, whatever, it's not the old type of fascism with this disciplinary military rule. And no, Trump thrives in this media corruption, manipulations, and so on and so on. Second thing, as I always repeat, we should never forget that, sorry to use this blah blah term, misused, that Trump is a symptom of what went on with liberal democratic consensus in the United States. So to really get rid of Trump, one must ask what was not radical, strong enough, and so on in this liberal democratic consensus. Why this consensus didn't succeed in mobilizing people more? Because you know what made me sad in Afghanistan? This how their armed forces simply disintegrated and so on and so on. That's the strength overall in the world of this new right-wing populism. And it's not enough just to attack them as proto-fascists. We must ask ourselves what was wrong with the hegemonic liberal democratic model. That's the problem of Europe today, even more than United States. In Europe, we all hate Orban, Polish government, and so on and so on. We are not asking the question what we, the enlightened Brussels bureaucracy and so on, what we were doing wrong. And I think that, quite naively, that I don't have any illusions about Bernie Sanders and so on. But this leftist mass movement is a sign of hope. Let's see what will happen. But I think still that that the only thing that we should learn the lesson of Trump. You remember when Trump was during his first electoral campaign, when he was attacking opponents, many moderate Republicans told him, no, you are too exclusive, you should open toward the middle. He did exactly the opposite and he won. And the so-called democratic left shouldn't be afraid to do the same. This is maybe the Obama mistake, this fear, which was already Bill Clinton's fear, you know. My God, are we losing this middle class, moderate, and so on? No, the paradox, Trump taught us this, is that the large unity which mobilizes people require first a strong act of division, not we cover all, but sorry, we are not that. Clear
division defines who we are. It's leadership. We're all looking for somebody to march in one direction. And even if it's the wrong direction, most of us will follow because we crave leadership. So that's why Trump.
You know what I will tell you here? Now, another horrible thing for liberals. I have nothing against strong leaders. There are two types of leaders. I will define them exactly. Authoritarian leaders whose motto is, I know better than you what is good for yourself. You know, they know it. But if you take more authentic leaders, okay, let's take one who was, for my notions, even too soft, who should have been a little bit more radical, but everybody, at least officially, loves him. Nelson Mandela. Authentic leader is just his message is, and Obama later, when he was elected, abused this message. His message is, yes, not we can, yes, you can. An authentic leader awakens you. He doesn't tell you what to do, but he gives you the courage, you can do it. Fight for your freedom. Because, you know, in our everyday life, in this liberal, everyday hedonism, we are not really free. We have to be somehow cult to freedom, and we need an authentic leader. I think also because, you know, leader which doesn't tell you in detail what you have to do, but a leader who solicits you. Here, although I'm very critical of Mao Zedong, at the beginning of Cultural Revolution, when he said to young people, you have the right to rebel, something like this is needed today. We need leaders who will mobilize people not only for the pandemic, but for ecology. That's why I, to provoke people, like to use the term communism to provoke them. But my message is very simple. Listen, back to Chile. What I learned now is that there is a terrifying drought in the south of Chile. Agriculture almost ruined and so on. But it's not the result of what they did. It's way out in the Pacific Ocean. There is a kind of a condensed bubble of hot air being there already for 2-3 years. And this bubble is, of course, the result of global perturbation of nature and so on. It's the same when you had this terrifying, it was a horror for me. You remember in Vancouver, Seattle, in that area, almost 50 degrees Celsius, when a month ago, something like that. I was horrified because I love Vancouver and so on. But what I want to say is that it's stupid to say you have to take care of that. No, it's a global perturbance of natural circulation, which by total contingency produced an effect there. And it wasn't even only there. The true horror is that, you know, a city in northern Siberia, which has the official title of being the coldest city on earth. Well, this summer it was 33, 34 degrees Celsius. Right. So isn't it clear that we can, I'm not saying abolish the market, privatize everything. No, I'm not crazy. This brings new corruption and so on. I'm saying some kind of global, not just in a state, social coordination is needed. Look, because of perturbances in weather, it's quite a realist prospect that in a couple of years, we will have to move millions of people. There are regions of Earth, like the wealthiest, like Emirates and so on, where now you have regular temperatures in summer over about 55 degrees. Even the Arabs, allegedly used to live there, cannot do it. People will have to be moved. This happened in the past. It was resolved through war. Now we cannot afford it and so on. By communism to provoke people, I just mean more global coordination. Yes, use the market where it's productive and so on. But some forms of global coordination will be needed.
David, is it okay if I ask jump in and ask a quick question about that? Because I've heard you say that before, Slavoj. I've always been curious, you know, because you talk about, you know, communism and, you know, talk about global coordination for sort of society-wide planning to deal with these problems, but you also say, well, of course, you know, can't abolish the market. And I guess what I'm curious about that is whether, you know, you think that to actually have communism in your sense, we would still need some sort of structural economic changes, maybe something like what people sometimes think of as market socialism, or whether you just think that's a separate issue.
No, it's not. But here I am now. I will say something for which, if you don't have other reasons, you will now abolish me. You know.
Okay, well, I'm not going to abolish you for the fact.
I forgot the guy's name, but some Slovene, very leftist politician told me that he's now reading. Didn't some follower of Hayek? Yes, Hayek, that one. One of his followers wrote a book called Left Hayekianism, something like that. The idea being that the centralization, the way Marx imagined it, through some transparent, through some head of public authority, which in a totally transparent way regulates social production, that this not only that it's in a simple sense non-efficient, but it opens a space for incredible additional corruption and so on. So for me, market simply means, but it never means simply that, of course, that there is a certain unpredictability, non-transparency of social life. But I think that market will have to be, nonetheless, what the Chinese are trying to do, although I'm extremely critical of them. There has to be a public authority which not controls the market in this violent sense of this commodity should cost that and so on, but to think very well, we can need this, we can leave this domain to market, we should control it, prevent monopolies and so on and so on. Because the paradox of the market, of the free market, is that today, without strong state intervention, market would already have been self-abolished by big companies and so on and so on. Not all the market, but some parts. So I think that because of my living in socialist past, what I don't want to engage in is to oppose market with traditional state centralization and so on.
But China, in some ways, China, in a really weird way, is what a lot of Western socialists have always advocated, which is that you have like a bunch of state planning at the high levels of the economy, kind of the commanding heights, and then you have a lot of market interactions, a lot of other places. It's just a very economically unequal and very politically undemocratic version of that.
Just quickly to amend.
Right now, as we speak, Xi is addressing the same problems we're facing here in the United States. The concentration.
Sorry, who is Xi? Who is the lady?
No, Xi, I think he said.
Xi.
Sorry, not Xi, but yeah. Sorry.
The leader of China is addressing right now the same problems that America is trying to address: the concentration of wealth, income inequality, and I think by taking over the commanding heights of capitalism or whatever China is, I think they'll succeed.
You think you know why I am skeptical for at micro level, personal experiences? No. You remember that the hero who was for me a kind of the closest you can get to Chinese Assange, that guy who was one of the first who identified COVID and then he was dying, no? He died almost in front of the camera. And among his last words were something like, I don't remember the exact words, but something like, those in power should get a feedback, should listen to the people. So for me, it's not just multi-party and so on. It's a kind of authentic feedback. And I don't think you get this in China. I have another proof. You know that around 2 years ago, I was for a couple of months prohibited there. My books disappeared, translations from books. Why? Because the most tragic thing in China now is the fate of some young students who were forced to read Mao in this new Xi orientation, and then they took it too seriously. They said, okay, Mao workers' interests, and then they discovered that in the suburbs of Beijing, there are a couple of chemical factories, totally non-protective, workers dropping from pollution and so on, dropping dead, and they tried to organize them. They just disappeared. And the beautiful irony is that one who disappeared had a mother who inquired into why did my son disappear. It's like a bad joke. You know what happened? She disappeared the next day. You know, and this is the problem with China. Yes, they try to regulate ecology and all that stuff, but it is, look, let's take the pandemic. Yes, they are doing it now the harsh way, but with a little bit more openness and backward information, maybe many specialists, they would have been able to prevent pandemic at the beginning. They lost crucial month or 2 months at the beginning. If they were to act then, if they were to listen to those scientists, probably it would have remain a local event there. So no, I don't. Yes, I find sympathetic what you mentioned, but the problem is this interaction with people. Yes, we need strong power and so on, but there has to be strong interaction with people. You have to have public space. And if anything in China now, the public space is narrowing, disappearing.
Professor Ann Lee, you have a question?
I'm glad to hear you, so that at least it will not be only men talking. Sure. At least, yeah, please.
Well, no, following up on that, in China, one of the issues is people aren't quite so concerned about achieving status and stuff. And I recall that you referred to liberals as communists with diplomas. And in some ways,
no, Orban said this. Sorry, Orban said this.
All right. I'm sorry, I don't mean to misquote you.
Yeah.
But that seems to be the big problem. Is status? Is that a lot of what normally would be important institutions have now become more corrupted or more rigid.
Yeah. Now I am. Let me be clear. I am for a certain degree of rigidity, which can simply means that you have a certain firm authority, which is not simply at the disposal of contingent market or whatever forces, but not that kind of rigidity. Look, isn't this, maybe you, if you know the situation from the first, can correct me here. Isn't it so sad that now students are obliged there to read Mao, but with a silent understanding, don't take it seriously. Just read it as a symbolic gesture. Mao is now, and I have no illusions about Mao. Many things genuinely horrified me in what Mao did. But nonetheless, I am afraid of this functioning of ideology where the supreme authority is really not important. And this reminds me of my youth. I'll put it like this. The general problem with communist countries, I lived in one, it's not that the authorities want to impose some brutal communist ideology. No, it's that, like in my country, ex-Yugoslavia, I had a couple of friends who were sincerely orthodox Marxists. Sincerely. They lost their job because the authorities were well aware that if you take Marxism too seriously, you will sooner or later discover that, my God, what it has here is not, in any meaningful sense, a democratic socialist Marxist regime. So that's so horrible for me about all these countries. Communist countries, that the ruling ideology always combined a strong measure of cynicism, distance, and so on and so on. It's a beautiful paradox of a ruling ideology which only was able to function if it was not taken seriously by its subject. Yeah. And I knew examples like this, So for me, again, the problem with China is not this multi-party necessarily and so on, but the problem is the feedback, a genuine feedback from the people. And this is what do you think? Is my perception wrong? I'm not sure. You obviously know more.
No, I hardly. But I think it's just a question in China of scale, that it is so large that it allows these kinds of regional, resistance or fractions, and it's just the fact that it's very large and unwieldy. It's just a matter of size.
I totally agree with you. Do you know Wang Hui, the Chinese, one of the leftist philosophers? I hope I will not compromise him by saying that, he told me that he met a guy who was friendly with Deng Xiaoping's daughter. When Deng Xiaoping was dying, he was just whispering and only his daughter was only able to understand. And he said that when Deng Xiaoping was dying, all those his DS guys came to him, celebrating him, and they often asked him the question, what do you think was your greatest political act? Everybody thought he will say it's opening China to market economy. And he said no, to resist at that point the temptation to go all the way to multi-party democracy. Now people usually say this was authoritarian cynicism, but as you said, I take this seriously, you know. What if, because of all these regional differences and so on, China would maybe even fall apart, would not have functioned the way it is? I don't trust liberals when they say, oh, they did an economic miracle, but with full democracy, they would make even a greater miracle. I'm not so sure, maybe not. So I'm not talking necessarily about no central authority and so on. I'm just talking about a greater degree of feedback.
Great. Professor Adnan Hussein.
Our Taliban friend, perfect.
Yes.
Sorry,
I want to reaffirm any stereotypes.
Yeah. I like stereotypes.
Yeah, I know, that's the problem. Yes, that's right. I know you love them, so, you know.
Yeah.
But actually, you know, it does relate to this question of aspects of character and presumptions about them. There's so many interesting points to bring up. I kind of wanted to come back to that question of fascism, and you were suggesting that we can't just, stereotypically condemn everything that the left wants to oppose by labeling it fascism. And you raised the issue of right-wing populism. So it seems like maybe you would suggest that this era where we're seeing the resurgence of different movements of right-wing populism globally around the world can't necessarily be captured by just talking about it as fascism. And I read an interesting article by Paul Mason, the English.
I know him, my British friend. Yes.
And so because you're, interested in the psychoanalytic dimensions as well, he had a kind of interesting talk about Erich Fromm's ideas, and he was trying to revive them to interpret the contemporary moment a little bit better. And one formulation he came up with was a rejoinder to Arendt's response to the suggestion that fascism was something endemic to the German character. And she said, no, it was the disintegration of German character. And so what Paul Mason was suggesting is that at this moment, what we're witnessing is the disintegration of neoliberal character.
Yeah,
and it's.
I signed it with, as they did it when they wanted to congratulate Saddam. A person who always won was that he drew a portrait of Saddam with his blood instead of pencil. So with my blood, I'm ready to write that what you said just now is absolutely so important. Yes, a certain hegemonic model is disintegrating. And that's what I didn't like, you remember, in the inauguration of Biden, which was as if, okay, this nightmare will be over, let's return to the situation before Trump ruined it. I don't think it's possible, but I'm sorry I interrupt you, please.
Oh, no, that's exactly right. I was interested in your response to whether that's an accurate analysis, and it led Paul Mason in this essay to suggest a few things that we need to do in trying to confront the contemporary right-wing populism, because it's really the failure of neoliberalism to provide any answers.
Yes.
So
but
some
let
of the
me
things.
Tell you something, which may interest you here. I was always harsh against Hannah Arendt, but now I begin to appreciate her. Speaking about authority and so on, I recently read something that she wrote. I find it very important apropos authority. She wrote already way back in the early 60s, I think, that today, because of the social processes, influence of peers and so on, family no longer has an authority. Parents are really rather impotent and so on. But then she says something ingenious. She says, but this doesn't give the right to your father, mother, to tell you when you are perplexed what's going on. Listen, we are also victims of social processes. We cannot help you. It's all shit. We don't control anything. No, heroically, even if this is true, you must act with authority. Even if your authority is not justified. This is not fascism. This is the only way to be. This is the only way to be a good parent. Another thing which may interest you even more, the guy whom I already mentioned, Pierre Bayard, wrote now a book about the importance of tales, narrative stories which never happened, how they can play a very positive role. And you know what's his main example? I love it. Hannah Arendt's Eichmann in Jerusalem. Because Pierre Bayard says something very interesting. He says, on the one hand, this idea of banality of evil, bureaucrats who do evil, it's a very pertinent, important idea. It tells something. But he used the wrong example. And he demonstrates by documents and so on that, sorry, whatever you think about Eichmann, he was a fanatical, well-conscious, brutal anti-Semite. He was not the banality of evil. And the irony is that although she used a wrong example, she nonetheless proposed a very important, correct notion. And then Bayard uses two other examples. You remember, it's one of American urban, not even urban, only legends. Orson Welles' staging of War of the Worlds as the radio show. The myth is at least 10,000 of people got into a panic, roads were packed, and so on and so on. A guy then went to check hospital, police records, and so on. No, mostly 10, 15 people did it. He went through police records and so on. There were no mass movement, no higher number, nothing in police records. So again, I think that the result was a right one, as we see today, even more than that point. This conspiracy theory shows, but there is this painful paradox that at the beginning to propose a correct notion, which will become correct only in the long term, you have to use a wrong example. And sorry, I will immediately end up with the third example. You know who was Kitty something, I forgot? A lady who was stabbed to death in front of her. Sorry?
Genovese. Kitty Genovese.
Now I checked.
And that's a myth too.
You know, it's a myth. Yes, there were no 38 people who saw it. Only 3 people saw it, and all of them did try to reach police, but none did try to call police. But nonetheless, it's a correct example, which was later triumphantly confirmed by empirical tests. How? If you witness a guy beating somebody else, if you are alone, you will probably call police. If there are others with you, you will oscillate much more, like why aren't others calling and so on. But you see this wonderful paradox, you know. And also, as an old Stalinist, I'm saying this, you know, people forget this, that Hannah Arendt is much more precise. She never simply equates fascism and Nazism and Stalinism. She's very specific. Yes, that in the strict sense, she says Stalinism was totalitarian, just I think she puts it from 34, 35 to late 40s. I don't know. She's much more precise here because this is what always fascinated me. But to go back to what you said, yes, it's what I would have said this in Lacanian terms, very brutally, disintegration of the big other, of the public authority. And I think that we should openly say public authority, not in some mystical sense of, I don't know, higher authority, but in the sense of we need some common space of shared values and so on. We can debate this, but within this space and so on, what we are getting now is simply in conspiracy theories and others, that it's really some kind of retribalization and so on. No, and we shouldn't be afraid here to call for, I'm using a horrible term, public discipline as a condition of our actual freedom. I think that there is no contradiction in Trump being this ruthless, liberal, conspiracy theories, you think whatever you want, and the authoritarian side of Trump, which was there, of course.
Yeah, that's interesting. It suggests, just as a follow-up to that, I'm wondering then, since this gets back to the beginning of the conversation in some ways about the rule-based requirements for actual freedom versus sort of theoretical freedom. And so I'm wondering if in terms of vaccination policy, for example, how you would imagine applying exactly that insight that you just had about, how you create a sense of public discipline that is not going to be so frail as to be undermined by that sense of it being imposed and contravening people's theoretical freedom, Yeah,
but now I don't have a concrete answer, but my answer is precisely the one provided by you in how we react to pandemic. Here we see the actual consequences of what you just called this disintegration of the public space and so on and so on. So that's how I think we should talk with people. Sorry if this sounds patronizing, but to ordinary people. When we talk about public space, big other, blah, blah, we are not talking about abstract things, my God. We are talking about things which concern their daily lives. With us in Slovenia, as I already said, I'm absolutely not anti-American here, because in Slovenia, we are now getting even much worse. Also, if you have it also in the States, it's a kind of almost globalized indifference, like now Slovenia, and it's, as your beloved President ex-Trump would have put it, we are a shithole of a country with just 2 million people. But now we are again at over 1,000 new infections per day. But people are somehow tired. They are not ready to take it seriously. On the street, you see almost nobody with a mask. Sometimes, in some strange way, people are tired of it all. And I understand people, because as I always repeat, what is threatened? What is under threat today, but I don't think it's a big corporate threat, is the limitation, gradual disappearance of our common sense daily way of life. You go out, talk with others, and so on, communicate, and so on. And I don't think this is just a big capitalist corporate threat. I think that the tragedy is this one, if I may just finish. On the one hand, we have, the Pegasus software program and so on. So people are becoming aware of how, to an incredible level, our lives are controlled. Everything is written and so on, and programs which control us are getting more and more precise and individualized. It's no longer that just some generalities and so on. But I think people who feel this, in some sense, broadly applied this to the pandemic. This general fear against big corporations and so on, all that stuff. So when people tell me, do you agree about all those programs that, for example, follow where you move? I said, I have no problem with that. This is a very limited control. I worry much more about how I already am controlled with other programs, which, like simple thing. Are you aware? I know from my wife who buys Kindle books. Are you aware that when you read a Kindle book, not only Amazon gets to know what you are reading, but also in what written are you reading, on which pages you are, and so on. I mean, we are with incredible capacity of today's mega computers. It is possible to get two things. First, a police state which is really effective, which in pre-digital times it wasn't possible, but at the same time, which the police state, it doesn't openly encroach or limit your freedom superficially. So obviously, we have to limit our freedom. We have to rethink our freedom. I think we lived for too long a time under this impression that, freedom means freedom of choice. No, I think too much of a choice can paradoxically even limit the true choice. The true freedom is, for me, the freedom to change the terms of the choice, like I don't want just Coke and Pepsi. There are subdivisions like some shitty organic Coke or whatever, and so on and so on. We have to redefine our freedom. What do we mean in everyday life, not at an abstract theoretical level?
Right. The reason
Russell, you didn't yet attack me. Russell, all the others, our Taliban friend, the Ben Burgess, and Russell, you didn't yet attack me.
The reason Apple is so successful is it offers fewer choices. This is what you're going to get. Take it or leave it. Professor Ben Burgess.
I was actually curious about maybe going back to the beginning of the conversation about fascism, although I did want to say while you were talking about China earlier, I was thinking about a few years ago, I taught a summer class at Jilin University in China, and when people said, they had to take Marxism classes, it's like a gen ed requirement essentially there. I was super curious about this, and I remember one student telling me this may be an exaggeration, or one particular teacher or something, but they said that they were told that you didn't actually need to read primary sources in Marxism class because the Chinese Communist Party had synthesized it all so well. It was now redundant to have to read the.
But sorry to interrupt you. Then you can go on. You know what would be my point here? The subtle message of you don't have to read is even maybe it's better for you not to read it.
Yeah, well, I also actually talked to a Marxism professor at Jilin, and it was a really strange conversation. Like they said, like the things they were trying to, or I guess this was one of the students, but it was part of the same conversation, that the big things they got out of the Marxism class were about individual responsibility and everybody's efforts to build up the Chinese nation. I thought, man, so those two things that Karl Marx constantly wrote about, individual responsibility and Chinese nationalism, that's what you're learning in your Marxism class.
No, but this is, sorry to interrupt again, but this is, yes, I agree with you. This is horrible what you were told, because you see today, with regard to ecology, Etienne Balibar, I think, made a remark how this, and this line of thought of mine, I think, how this focus on individual responsibility is one of the ways of the hegemonic ideology and capitalism to reproduce themselves as function smoothly. Like, I often was witness to this debate. I criticize some big companies, and then they tell me, yeah, it's easy to criticize, but did you do your individual duty? Did you put all cans of Coke in one bag, all newspapers in another, and so on and so on? So then all of a sudden, instead of radical, critical thinking, you are, and all left liberals love this, you are at this infinite, left liberals enjoy feeling guilty and probing deep into their guilt. Like, oh my God, I used that expression. Was I maybe sexist or racist, And it's the same with this. Did you do enough? No, we have to become aware of proper proportions here. How one big corporation pollutes the environment more than 1 million people in order lives, and so on and so on. We should precisely not put things here at the level of individual responsibility. And it's strange when you said, Ben, that they got this as a lesson, because if there is a point in Marx, it is that maybe in an even too simple way, that in some sense, even capitalists for their exploitation are not individually responsible.
Yeah, it's not.
And also, when you said that common good, do you work for common good? Marx would have exploded at this idea of opposing individual responsibility working for common good. Well, the elementary Marxist move here is, and it's still very useful today, it's, okay, but define common good. Are there any ideological biases in the common good? You know, like how exactly do you define common good? Their ideology is there. That's why which thing I most like from when I was young. I spoke with a guy, he visited Ljubljana, who was an American congressman, left Democrat. And then this was about Watergate era, whatever. I, as a total idiot, raised the question of corruption and so on. And he said, you know that there are very honest Republicans who are not personally corrupted, but do much less good than some corrupted Democrats. You know? So I'm not saying we should ignore corruption, absolutely not. But what I'm saying is that we shouldn't moralize in this false way politics.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that Michael Brooks always used to point out, talking about things like the prosecution of Lula in Brazil, that the thing about anti-corruption politics is that it's kind of apolitical. It's, you could use it to advance anything because there's no real ideology there. And this goes back to the point about the Chinese, pseudo-Marxism classes, because it's just about individual moral virtue. So I did want to go back real quickly just to where we started, because I'd be curious about your take on this. I think that there is like an interesting tension in a lot of American progressive views about Trump and Trumpism, because on the one hand, there's a correct critique I think we all agree with, that like Trump's response to the pandemic was criminally negligent, and and there should have been lots of like a much more thorough lockdown. There should have been test and trace, all of this stuff. And then on the other hand, there's all this analysis of Trump as as a fascist, and it seems like an actually authoritarian leader. Like if that was the big problem with Trump, if the big problem with Trump wasn't just that he was doing what Romney would have done if he was president, deregulating, appointing conservative judges who would overturn abortion, but if the big problem with Trump is that he was this radical new authoritarian break, that's very confusing how he responded to the pandemic, because you'd think this would be the golden opportunity for an authoritarian consolidation of power. I mean, this.
Yeah, but it's clear why he didn't do it. Because in Slovenia, the present right-wing government is trying to do this. Although at the beginning they were following Trump and proclaiming that the threat of pandemic is a leftist exaggeration to impose socialist dictatorship. Now they turned around the disc, the music, and now they claim that leftists are against vaccination to prevent the operative ability of the government and so on. But don't you think the problem with Trump is this one, that his real, he had many bases which he represented. There were many big corporations and so on, but maybe the key component of his support was these middle class, even some lower class individuals who perceive the state as infringing on all that. And it's very difficult to get that American type of populism into a proper authoritarian fascist frame. What Trump was doing would have been unacceptable for a true fascist, I think. Maybe I'm wrong, I'm not sure.
Sounds right to me.
So, Professor Sbriglia, do you have a question? And how are we doing on time, sir?
Yes, you can call him Professor, because I hate him. He's my best friend. But yes, call him Professor, not me. Yes.
Okay.
Professor Sbriglia, up yours.
Oh, Jesus. No, well, I was just thinking about the discussion we were having earlier about the question of leadership, and I was also thinking about that along the same lines of the Chinese students who were who were disappeared for reading Marx or reading Mao and taking it too seriously. There's a connection there, I think, but I don't buy any of the. And it's also a sort of callback, Slavoj, to your earlier point about having to like admit this, like, you know, gritting your teeth that some of the things that Biden has done aren't so bad. I think Biden himself, as far as leadership goes, is I wouldn't give him a very high grade, but the degree to which and it's actually kind of tied into what Adnan was asking you about, the degree to which this sort of the erosion of the neoliberal consensus has pushed Biden to, we've spent, not nearly enough, but to have spent, over, what was it? What was the coronavirus package? 1.8 trillion. And now, who knows what's going to happen with the reconciliation bill that now that, Manchin is threatening to hold it up.
Here I become a Stalinist. Sorry to interrupt you. Don't you think that one should liquidate aren't there 4 or 5 members of the Democratic Party in the Senate? And they are the danger.
Well, I mean, and it's apparently more than just Manchin and Sinema. They're just happy to take the, to take the press and to take the hit for other people, like maybe Chris Coons. But to what degree is it? I'm not saying that it doesn't matter that it's Biden, but to what degree is it the fact that has the political imagination and regardless of what centrist Democrats want to do, their hand is being forced. And I'm saying the forces of reaction will always be there, but it's almost like the problem for somebody like Biden is similar to the problem with the old authority. Like, oh, these people are taking it too seriously. It's like we can't just use Black Lives Matter as a slogan. We actually have to, we're going to be pushed to actually implement this. Or we can't just take Medicare for all as this sort of popular slogan. Where things are moving in that direction, however slowly. So I guess this isn't so much a question as a reflection on to what degree has the political terrain itself or world, this sort of broad again, world historical events, the politicians, we still haven't caught up with it yet.
I agree, but here again, maybe I'm too much of a cynical realist, although I don't consider myself cynical in any serious sense. Namely, I still prefer this hypocritical strategy. We must be for healthcare for all, although we always find an excuse. But hypocrisy at least opens up the way for criticism. Then you can say, no, we have to take it seriously, and so on and so on. So I am for hypocrisy insofar as it sustains a certain critical space. This was always Marx's position. Stupid leftists only quote that Marx, bourgeois freedoms are just formal freedoms, Yeah, but out of this form, many very positive things happened. Yes, first they were just formal freedoms. But then Mary Wollstonecraft, women said, we also wanted. Then a world historical event, black slaves in Haiti said, we also wanted. Workers said, actual freedom, why not also social freedom, and so on and so on. For me, the most beautiful example of this, it was told to me, maybe you know it, by a Mexican friend. That Virgin of Guadalupe, of course, the Black Virgin, which appeared already around 1,600, not many in Mexico, no? At the beginning, Christianity was just imposed by the colonizers. What happened with that appearance of a Black Virgin is that the very religion of colonizers was creatively reappropriated to express the deep discontent, horror of the lives of those enslaved, and so on. So again, I am all for hypocrisy insofar as it is the first step towards more awareness. Like, this is how we should criticize bourgeois modernity. As some critical race guys did it, put it in a wonderful way, You know, the big thing of modernity from 16th, 17th century was against slavery. Nobody should be slave. We should, but how strangely, exactly at that period, because capitalism necessitated this, actual slavery exploded in the 16th, 17th century. So isn't the paradox that precisely when of the early Enlightenment thinkers, the obsession was against slavery, the sense was, in a strict legal sense, metaphoric slavery. A worker is a slave, women are slaves, and so on. But they tolerated literal slavery. And here, maybe I should, I'm getting tired, tell you a story of how, that's my historical pessimism, how even the most progressive ideas can be used for bad purposes. You remember, for me, one of the original bad guys of American politics, Andrew Jackson, kind of proto-Trump, populist for ordinary people, but kill the natives, you know, move west. But you know which idea, there was something like left-wing genocide of Native Americans. And you know who was their reference? A very leftist thought of, I think it was not David Hume, it was John Locke, who said, meaning, of course, the European capitalist constellation, but Locke already applied it to the United States. His reasoning was this one, very leftist one. There should be a limited amount of private property, but only if you can effectively work on it, productively use it, you know. But then Locke went on and he said, but look at the natives in America. They have this immense territory which they don't use productively. They just vegetate on it. So we need actual workers to use that, which is why, screw them, the natives go and colonize it. It's a very dangerous, this is for me ideology at its best, which means most horrible. No? How? This progressive idea, no, property should be limited and linked to your productivity, can be used in a directly brutal, racist way to justify genocide.
Well, you've been very generous with your time, and I would love to have you come back with this esteemed panel. Professor Adnan Hussein went on Twitter, asked his followers and my followers, our followers, what questions you would like to ask Zizek. And there was
okay, give me the last one, yeah.
There was one question from a M.W. von Walter, who asked you, how do we go about making new cliches? And the reason that is interesting to me is because Professor Hussein intimated that you like stereotypes. So
Absolutely.
What is the difference between, what is the difference between a cliche and a stereotype? And can comedy exist? Can jokes exist without cliches and stereotypes?
They cannot, but my own country, ex-Yugoslavia, is for me a model of how. Don't ask me, this is too theoretical now to give you an exact definition of the difference between stereotype and cliché. But I remember before nationalism, it's my old story, sorry if some of you know it, before nationalism exploded in mid-80s and then the war in early 90s, when we met with friends from other republics, we joyfully, mockingly repeated all the cliches and so on. And the point was to mobilize the racist cliches, but in such a beautiful, ironic way, you know, that it was the most efficient way, again, to undermine racism. Like, I don't know, Montenegro people were supposed to be lazy. Bosniaks were supposed to be too sexually obsessed. We Slovenes were supposed to be, how do you call it, miser, stingy, don't want to pay the bill. But
well, that one's true, though. That one's just true.
No, absolutely. I think when I visit the country, the only cognitive mapping that you get is cliches. And I think all good things happened when I noticed when I was with Scotland, in Scotland. Scottish people are supposed to be misers. And they were always so generous to me paying the bill, but it was clear that it was a reaction to cliché. They knew this is their cliché, Even in Germany today, Germany is today much less racist than, although you have also worrisome tendencies there, much less racist than France or England, precisely because there is all the time in the background that, of course, Nazi horror. And just to tell another thing, who was it there? Who was it? Who said that about Hannah Arendt, that the Nazism was against the true German tradition? Yes, and there is a wonderful detail which people forget, which sort of confirms it. It was this popular association, Prussian officers' discipline. No, Prussia, that region, they were too elitist officers. They didn't like Nazism. The roots of Nazism were mostly in this southern, decadent, enjoy the life Bavaria, Right. No, I think we should rehabilitate almost against Nazism, the Prussian military spirit and so on. So, but back to the cliches. We need cliches as some kind of basic orientation. A language without cliches is simply a lifeless language. I'm not saying, of course, that we should accept cliches, but it's a wonderful anti-racist experience to mockingly undermine cliches, but the cliches have to be there to do it. That's my problem with political correctness. I think that in some sense, the way they fight racist and other cliches, in some sense, by prohibiting them in the right way, in the long term, it only reconfirms racist prejudices and so on and so on.
Do you see, my last question is, Michael Brooks, who it's a sacred name on this show and among our group, he was a big fan of a show called Come Town, which was severely profane. They didn't traffic their speech, and it was a relief to him and me and my friends to be able to hear jokes, unbridled, whatever, politically incorrect.
Absolutely agree. Sorry, I don't know that one, but you know whom I, up to a certain level, but nonetheless admire? Larry David. He just barely escaped being prohibited for his post-Seinfeld show, where there was, I think this brought him so much trouble, where there was, it was so intelligent, but people took it as mocking the Holocaust. Did you see one episode where
it was on Saturday Night Live? You're talking about when he was hosting Saturday Night Live, or
was it this one where he had two people, one actual Holocaust survivor and one winner of the Survivor show TV, right. And they struggle who suffered more, and of course the survivor of the of the reality show wins. I don't think this in any sense really downplays the horror of the Holocaust. The whole joke works precisely because we know that the situation is totally absurd. That, of course, Holocaust cannot be. And I was so delighted from my Israeli friends to learn. That Jews had a whole series of Holocaust jokes, which were, as they told me, the only way for them to survive when things were really horrible immediately after World War II, or even, for example, in Poland itself. You couldn't afford this historical awareness. Oh my God, you can only tolerate it through jokes. It's the same in Bosnia with the Srebrenica massacre. There is a whole subspecies of jokes. Although I admit it, there are jokes and jokes. I don't believe generally in abstract redeeming power of laughter. We should never forget that there is also a specific arrogant humor, or, for example, in socialist countries, upper-level bureaucrats making fun of the lower-class, stupid, naive people. Even in China, from my friends, I learned that there is a whole series of jokes making fun of stupid provincial lower-level party secretaries in a small town or a factory. But these are strictly upper-level, higher state bureaucracy jokes about that. So I don't believe that in general jokes are necessarily subversive. No, there are jokes and jokes. There are also extremely brutal, arrogant, racist jokes, and so on and so on. I admit it.
Well, I agree with you. I won't say it's an honor to have you on the show.
Don't say this. Don't say this.
I won't say it. Actually, it's been an inconvenience and a...
Yes. And you know what you should say? I would love you to say this, that next time, if we meet on the street,
yes,
you will look, and if you see me on one side of the street, you will pray to God that you will see me early enough to quickly cross the street and go to the other side. You know? To me, it often happens this, and then of course I'm a pure hypocrite, and I say, "How nice to meet you," and all that bullshit. Right.
Well, some people say Zizek is the Elvis of cultural theory. That's what
no, you know what's my paradox? And Russell, although I hate him again, but he got that, and I'm glad that we moved in the same direction. That people claim I'm a no, I'm not a crazy postmodernist. I want to return to classical big philosophy. I'm very orthodox here. I'm tired of these endless postmodern games and so on. You know, I like more and more clear, great philosophical thesis, political thesis, and so on and so on. So now I will say something for which you can kill me. For a long time, I haven't had such a nice conversation than the one with you and David. I like you especially because when I first saw you, I hoped here we are not normal people like Ben and Russell. You look to me as a serious guy. My God, you will discipline us or whatever. Now I suspect you are the dirtiest of all of us. And that's why I get you.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. It was nice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me plug your book. That's the least I can do. So you can... because you've written 50 books. The most recent is Pandemic, COVID-19.
That's the second one. Now, these days, it will be out, but only for print on demand. I'm very mad at that. The third volume, the title is Heaven in Disorder, part 3 of my political writings. But life goes on. Okay.
I have one question.
Pleasure for me. Yes.
This is a question I ask of everyone. What is your reading hygiene? What is your reading discipline each day, please?
I need 2 texts. One easier one, a detective one, and one difficult one, so that when I get tired with the one, I jump to the other. I jump here and there.
How many hours do you spend reading?
Not enough, because I had some eye inflammation problems and so on, but still I have this Boy Scout logic, you know. Every day I have to read something, I have to write a little bit. If I don't do it, I feel guilty.
And how many hours are we talking about?
Because of small obligations here and there, I have to make breaks all the time. But like, if I'm active less than 5 hours, if in Stalinist Russia, I would have volunteered for Gulag. You know?
So you don't read for 5 hours a day?
No, read and write.
Read and write for 5 days.
But not in one, not at once, like 1 hour here, 1 hour there. I'm very flexible here. I can work on airplanes, in trains, and so on and so on. As a matter of fact, I remember years ago, Now it's horrible because on many planes, if you fly business class, and because of my age, I have to, you get free internet. But really, I hate it because what I like about these really long flights, not United, but from Europe here to Latin America to Australia, isn't that something wonderful? You are like 15, 20 hours out of contact with reality.
Right.
And
What is your baseline? What do you have to read each day? Is there a newspaper? Is there a website that you go to that you have to go to every day?
Just quickly follow news on CNN, Guardian, and some other sites. No. It must be a little bit of serious theory, philosophy, political theory, and so on. I'm absolutely
trust a specific. You don't trust the New York Times to tell you.
I don't even follow New York Times. I'm somewhere between, but not because I like them, but because they are most practical for quick news, just to get what is going on. And here we are more used to CNN and Guardian in Europe. But I'm not saying absolutely not. They are the best. But
is there any value to an organization that is gathering news and then telling you each day, this is important? We have the brightest people in our newsroom, and we believe.
I'm not aware of it.
You don't think that there's any value to like a BBC?
Probably no. Probably it is. I'm not saying there is not. I'm just saying that I am not aware. If you have a suggestion that there is a domain or whatever website where you click that and you learn all that is really important, I would like to know it. No?
The comment section on Pornhub for me always gets me through the
Pornhub, but how can you skip the other part of? I mean,
he only goes there to read the comments.
Now you are a dirty old man. What I mean is that if they catch you looking at naked women or whatever is there, you say, no, this was by mistake. I'm really just for the news there. They have the best comment section.
Comment section, you can't beat it.
I must say, many people, but sincerely, they were not lying, were telling me that in Playboy 30 years ago and more, they had quite good long interviews and so on.
Yes.
It wasn't all bullshit.
There's an interview with Thomas Pynchon from like a Playboy from the early 70s that I read for the articles.
Yeah. And the review section in Hustler was magnificent. I'm kidding. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I really enjoyed it, and keep in touch. Even with you, Russell, and Ben, my two greatest enemies, we still keep in touch.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. Because I am your enemy, and you want to spite me by intruding by yourself into my life, you should respond to the email from the other day.
I will. I wanted to tell you this. You will get a reply. I will suggest a date.
Sounds good.
Okay. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. It must have been an honor for you to talk to me. Thank you.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. Now tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Thank you, Slavoj Žižek, for coming on this show. And I want to thank Russell Spriglia, who made it possible. And the best way to thank everybody is by going to Orbo Books, ORBOOKS, or books, and buying Slavoj Žižek's latest book, Heaven in Disorder. You can pre-order it right now by going to orbooks.com. And he has 2 books on the pandemic, which everybody should pick up by going to orbooks.com, ORBOOKS, orbooks.com. Pick up Pandemic, COVID-19 Shakes the World by Slavoj Žižek. The Guardian calls the book an impressive feat. And one of the ways to keep this show going is by supporting all the authors who come on this show and buy their books and give them out as gifts. Please, I don't ask you for much. Go to Orbooks, ORBOOKS, orbooks.com, and buy some of Slavoj Žižek's books. Well, it's time for everybody's favorite father and son, not since Abraham, Isaac, to Mount Sinai Hospital. Is that where did Isaac take Abraham?
No, Abraham took Isaac to sacrifice him.
Right.
Yeah, but it's not Mount Sinai, it's Mount Moriah.
Mount Moriah, right.
Where the temple ended up. But listen, David, I have a new found respect for you. You had Žižek on your show? Give me a break. I mean, how did that ever happen?
He's a fan of comedy, and he's seen Ethan on the show last week playing the part of God. So I think that
yeah. I have to disagree with my father. That Žižek guy, he does not know how to do the accent. I mean, he's got it all. It is like this. It is to talk like this and like this. I do not believe he needs to work. He is overdoing it. It is not convincing. It sounds fake. Žižek, call me. I will fix that accent. It sounds ridiculous.
Well, Dr. Hirschenfeld,
he's overdoing it. It's too much.
My son is a Marxist, and he's read Capital. I think he may have even read it in German. I'm pretty sure. I know. I almost got him to listen to my show. I almost got my son to listen to this show. He just cannot bring himself to listen. What is that about?
It's about.
Can I ask you a technical?
It's about what?
Oh,
parricide. Killing of the father. That's what it's about.
Can you hear the rain behind me? If so, I'll go inside. It's raining loud.
I hear static, and I thought there was something wrong.
No, it's the rain. I'm going to go inside.
No. I love it. I love the rain. We don't get enough rain here in New York City. Where is it raining?
No, seriously, is it annoying? Is it?
No. It's fascinating. Please.
Okay.
Where are you right now?
Oh, just out on the porch here in Truro in Cape Cod, but it's raining like
Leonard?
crazy. Say again?
This Hurricane Leonard?
I don't know who this is. I think it's Hurricane Mew. It's the Mew. It bothers me that they can't synchronize the alphabets between the variants and the hurricanes. They need to get on the same page. Like Mew has to happen with Hurricane Maury. And then Lambda has to be Hurricane Larry. Otherwise, just line it up, people. It's not that big a deal. Get the virologists and the meteorologists on the phone and fix it. I'm getting sick of this. Too many lists to keep track of.
Now, do you find it suspicious that it's the Jewish New Year and we're having a Hurricane Ida? I had an Aunt Ida. There's a Hurricane Leonard. I call him Lenny. Hurricane Lenny. Do you think they're... Are they on?
It's a very Gentile group, the names of there's never been a Hurricane Shmuel. There has not been. I checked. I went back. There's no Hurricane Itzik. Yeah, it's a drizzle. It's more of a drizzle and a kind of
Right.
Yeah.
And I was going to make a joke about how.
David,
So
did
I
you
have
know,
some-
can I point something out? There were 6 people on the screen, all very impressive people. One was a woman, so she's out of this argument. 4 of them had beards, not you. Can you explain this?
I'm not. You have to. Don't you need a license to have a beard? Don't you need like to have a PhD? You have a beard.
Yeah.
You have to earn a beard.
I just wanted to point this out.
Happy New Year. I have some stuff I wanted to.
Happy New Year.
And my. Go ahead, Ethan.
No, I wanted to point out that the year is 5782 if you count from page 1 of the Bible. So 5782. Now, go with me on this, David. Take 5782. Take 8 and 2. Add them together. What do you get?
10.
Good. Now take 5 and 7. Add them together. What do you get?
12.
Okay. Now add those 2 together. What do you get?
22.
22. Okay. Now divide 8 by 2. What do you get?
Divide 8 by 2, and you get 4.
Now subtract that from the 22. What do you get?
Subtract 4 from 22, and you get 8.
18. Chai. 18.
Oh my God.
That stands for chai. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah. You see how that works? It's incredible.
Oh my-
Yeah. That's
You're saying we don't need to get vaccinated. That's
essentially. That's what we have just proven mathematically. Yeah. That's called numerology. And if anyone wants numerology, I can turn any number you give me into 18. Any number. I can turn it 18 in like 5 steps or fewer. It's a trick. Yeah.
Well, we have people in the Zoom room who might want to see. I don't know if you could do it to any number. You're saying you could turn any number into 18.
Any number. Pi. I've turned pi into 18. I've turned from pi to chi. That's
your autobiography.
I've even turned I, the square root of -1. I've turned I into chi. I've done it all. Yeah.
Before I test your ability, this is alchemy, and you're treading on dangerous territory here. But I'll try it in a second. What do you prefer, chi or pi? If it's presented to you and you have to choose one or the other, what do you prefer, chi or pi?
I think pi is just more interesting. It just goes on and on.
Mm-hmm.
But chi, life does not. Life always comes to an end.
Yeah. He was a fabulous math student in high school, David. So don't mess.
And he was as well. This guy was. You should have seen him at the blackboard. His penmanship, all of that.
So let's see how good you are at math. Now, you're claiming you can turn any number into 18.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Hirschenfeld, this is an amazing claim. We don't usually do stunts on this show, but let's see if we
I
can
thought
try.
this whole show was a stunt, David.
All right, let's try this because, okay, I'm going to come up with a number.
Okay.
And it's not going to be easy. You can turn any number into 18.
Yeah.
Okay, 18.
Okay, 18. What's 1 plus 8?
1 plus 8, I believe, is 9.
Okay, and now again, what's 1 plus 8?
9.
Add those 2 together. What do you get?
Oh my God, 18. How did you do that?
Oh boy.
That's a trick. There's some kind. Are you getting help from your father on that? Are you signaling? Is this like a card counting trick that goes on in Las Vegas?
It's the dog. The dog is a math
dog.
genius. Yeah.
Last time, let me just.
He took advanced calculus in high school. In high school, okay, you got that? Advanced calculus.
I don't even know what that means, let alone being able to take it.
Neither do I, but it was on the report card.
What is calculus? Isn't that what gets on your teeth?
It is. It's the buildup. It's once it's plaque. If you leave the plaque alone for too long, it's calculus. That's exactly
What
right.
is calculus?
You can also get it inside your arteries if you eat too much poly something. I don't even remember what got you. What's that?
I think that plaque on your teeth is somehow related to heart disease.
It is. It absolutely is.
Same plaque?
The bacteria from your teeth get into your arteries and go down into your coronary arteries and cause further trouble.
I feel like he's making this up, but he's a doctor, so you got to trust him.
No, it's true.
One reason you should hock all your listeners, if there are any, to have their teeth gone over by a periodontist a couple times a year. Science. Okay.
Now, why is a plaque on the wall good? It says you're a graduate of a fine school, but a plaque on your teeth is bad. Why is that, Ethan?
It really depends on the type of wall, because if you have like a sheetrock, that kind of crumbly sheetrock, that can be a problem. Even a plaque on that kind of wall can actually be a real problem, because those holes, you can fix it with a little joint compound, but once you put a hole,
about our teeth or the office wall?
I'm talking about the office wall. Once you put those walls, they're never really the same once you damage them. That's why a very strict landlord will not let you put anything in the wall. You have to use like gum to attach stuff. Yeah.
So stay away from plaques in general.
Just it's safer. Yeah.
Okay.
I also don't like these words that end with QUE. That there's no reason. I think plaque has it end, doesn't it? Is there a QUE on there?
Yeah, QUE.
It's very pretentious. We're not. It makes like we're not in Versailles here.
Plaque, and it should be pronounced plaque.
Yeah.
All right. So my sister, who loves you guys, has been reading Dear Amy and Dear Abby, and she found some questions that what she does. She's been reading Dear Abby since I was a kid. My sister tries to guess the right answer after being presented. She reads and then she tries to figure out what Amy or Abby said. So this is from Heartbroken. Dear Amy, I've been dating an old high school romance for 6 years. We connected after his wife left him for another man, and he had started dating other women, including me. I was his confidant, and our friendship turned to commitment. But he has insisted on keeping all of his exes as quote unquote friends, despite their aversion for me as the competition. Goes on. One of his ex-girlfriends cuts his hair. His ex-wife borrows money and watches his dog. And yet another is his insurance agent. Is it too much to ask for him to disconnect out of respect for my feelings and the future of our relationship? Is it? What? Let me ask Ethan Hirschenfeld, who is an expert in practically everything, including romance.
Absolutely, yeah.
You have to give an answer. You've been employed by the newspaper to provide an answer. Can a man stay in touch with old wives and old girlfriends, even if his current fiance feels jealous and threatened? What should the man do?
I think the man needs to. He must. Not only can he stay in touch with those people, he must stay in touch with those exes. And the current spouse has to let him do that for his own health and well-being and for the well-being of the relationship. This has a very long evolutionary basis. Humans, if you go way back, were polygamous. We traveled in packs. The couples shifted. The men wore leather. It was a very different time. And the women had to let the men wear leather. And back then in those prehistoric times, men could wear leather without having to explain it or talk about it. People didn't whisper, "Oh, look, he's wearing leather." You just wore it and that was it. And that's deep in our DNA as men. And we can't have people cramping our style when it comes to leather and X's. Sometimes what a current spouse or partner doesn't appreciate is how much she benefits from those X's. Those X's are like the library in the home of her partner. Those are the great books that he read and that were his education. You want him to just throw those books away? No, you have to be able to refer to them and open them up and revisit the wisdom. Even rekindle the romance if you have to. Whatever you have to do, even if he has to have children with some of those exes, you have to. If he has to go live with those exes, if he has to move those exes into your home and ask you to stay at a Motel 6 nearby for a while, for the sake of the relationship, you must let him do that. That's my answer.
Well, are you saying, Dr. Hirschenfeld, I think your colleague is saying, and that sometimes an adopted child will seek out his birth parent to get the medical history, and a wife should often seek out ex-wives and ex-girlfriends to get that history to help to know what she's up against.
Absolutely. And the other thing that she should always do is, once she has befriended the exes, she must acquire the breakup email or breakup letter from her partner to see exactly how the breakup letter is constructed and especially how it begins, because that will tip her off. If she's ever presented with that item, she doesn't have to read the whole thing. She sees sentence one, she knows where it's going, and she can deal.
It's a forensics. You go over and see what went wrong, and well, let me ask you a question, Dr. Hirschenfeld. I'm going to ask your colleague this.
Wait a second.
Yes, go ahead.
Could I answer some of the previous questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, please, please.
So, the smartest teacher I ever had in psychoanalysis, he's a true genius. And he had worked with a number of adoptees.
Dad, lean into the mic a little bit. You're a little quiet.
Yeah. Well, Sheryl Sandberg. Lean in.
He had worked with a number of adoptees who went to search out their parents, and he analyzed them. And he said their main motive for looking for their parents was in order to murder them. Not a joke. Not a joke. That was their main motivation. So that's one answer I would like to provide for everybody's perusal.
My kids are adopted?
They're just precocious.
Huh?
They're just precocious. But the other, I would like to partially agree with my younger colleague that the man's got to do what the man's got to do. That is true. If he's
I did not say that.
Hang on. This is like a split between Jung and Freud. This is exciting. We're hearing it for the first time. Go ahead.
Don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say that he's got to do what he's got to do. That makes me sound like some sort of, cowboy or something. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, but go on.
So I agree with that part. That's how I heard it. That this is the guy's just got to do it. However, the woman also has to do what she's got to do. And if she cannot tolerate this, she cannot tolerate this. And this is a really good example of what couples get into.
This is a really good example of you plagiarizing my work, because you did not add.
Yeah, I see the footnotes. There are footnotes.
You didn't. I didn't say the woman shouldn't do what she should do. I was responding. Go on.
Go on. Anyway, the other thing I would like to say, and this, I hope this does not break your sister's heart. But the original person who was writing Dear Abby in the old days is long gone. And new people are writing this. So everyone should keep that in mind. All of these opinions are quite ephemeral.
Well, now, by the way, Ann Landers and Dear Abby were sisters.
Correct. Yes.
So, Dear Abby, how come Dear Abby's last name is Abby and Ann Landers has the last name of Landers? Why? How can they be sisters if they don't have the same last name? Something to think about.
That's a mystery.
Someone is suggesting marriage or, I don't know, an alias, a stage name.
That's a nice first name, Dear. So a man staying in touch with his exes, one cuts his hair, one is his insurance agent. Can men and women be friendly without there being any sexual subtext? I think Billy Crystal posed that question in the Woody Allen movie that he wrote, directed, and starred in with Meg Ryan. That had nothing to do with Woody Allen, but
When Harry Met Sally, yeah, that was.
Yes, he and Rob Reiner decided to make a Woody Allen movie. They said, "What if we make a Woody Allen movie without Woody Allen?" And so they made When Harry Met Sally. So can a man and a woman be friends?
And Billy Crystal said, definitely not.
Right.
And I tend to agree with him.
I disagree.
Okay.
I think that some of the greatest friendships in history are between a man and a woman. Platonic. There's
platonic. Plato didn't believe that men and women needed. I mean, it was men and men. So it's easy to have a platonic relationship if you're not.
Yeah, that's the wrong name for it. I'm trying to think of some examples
of men and women being friends but not being lovers.
Yeah, I mean, joking aside, I do have some good friends who are women, and there's no romantic or anything like that in the relationship. So
great.
Yeah. On the other hand, with my male friends, there's a ton of sexual tension. So I'm not sure what to do with that, but anyway.
Okay. One of our listeners is a polygamist. Mm-hmm. And he has 8 wives. And one of the wives, his first wife, is upset about the other 7. And he's asking if you, as a mathematician capable of alchemy, could give him advice on how to convince his first wife that he doesn't have 8 wives, he only has 1. I don't think, Dr. Hirschenfeld, I don't think this is possible. I don't think there's any way for someone to be able to come up with a mathematical formula to prove incontrovertibly that you see 8 wives, but they're only 1.
Just watch my boy here and do.
I don't think it's possible.
I have a
Joe. Here he goes.
It's not numerology, but it's not mathematical, but it's sartorial. My solution to this problem, it's sartorial. So what this guy needs to do is he needs to buy 7. Write this down. He needs to buy 7 French maids outfits.
7 French maid outfits. Yes, go ahead.
Give them to those 7 wives, have them put them on, and then convince the first wife that those other ones are just the staff. So,
he's saying he thinks it could work.
Yeah, I think that'll do it. Yeah. They just work here.
It's turn down service. What are they doing in my bed? They're leaving a chocolate mint and they're
chocolate.
Yeah. You can't change the sheets until you dirty them first. That's all they're doing. Let me play you a clip that I cut out for you, and you tell me it's unfair for you to make an instant diagnosis. Have you heard of the growler?
No.
This guy?
Oh.
No.
He was flying to Utah, speaking of polygamy. He was flying from Los Angeles to Utah this week, and one of the passengers on the plane violated his privacy, which I think is unfair. This is actual footage of a man from Utah who had too much to drink, which is a big problem in Utah with the drinking. And this is the video.
Well, it started off kind of entertaining, but then I realized he's probably lost his mind a little bit, and I feel bad for the guy.
They made a movie about this guy. Remember Hannibal Lecter? That was him.
Yeah, someone said, it sounds like he's just impersonating the engine of the airplane.
So he apparently had too much to drink.
Yeah.
Why are we giving people alcohol on airplanes still? That's nuts. Enough with the high altitude vodka. It should not be allowed anymore. People cannot behave normally in that setting. We gotta stop with the alcohol on planes. Really.
This didn't happen before. We didn't have guys like that on planes.
No, we had it, but not as much. But the reason they give alcohol on planes, two reasons, I think. One is to make a few extra bucks because they overcharge for it. But secondly, the idea is that people are nervous when they fly, and therefore they take a couple of shots and they'll be less nervous, which, by the way, doesn't really happen, and they just get out of control.
Right. Yeah.
Alcohol is a terrible tranquilizer.
Why is that?
Because it's just not, the Valium makes you less nervous. Alcohol doesn't. Alcohol makes you uninhibited and you do nutsy things.
So what the doctor is saying is it should be a fresh towel, Valium, fresh towel, Valium, fresh towel, chicken or fish, Valium or benzodiazepine, Valium.
Yeah.
It would be great. They go nuts. No, I'm allergic to nuts. No, I mean, are you nuts? Would you like a Valium to calm down? This guy is so he.
Have you? By the way, have you been in first class when they give you warm nuts? That's happened once or twice. Warm nuts. No, my nuts are fine. In fact, it's a little warm in here already. If you wouldn't.
So he mixed alcohol with political rage. Yeah. He started shouting about Joe Biden. He kept going, I'll play it for you in a second, just so you can hear this. I'll just tell you, he's screaming, Joe Biden, really? Like Joe Biden's our president, really? And that he then talks about how much he loves America, that there are people in our country who do not see America as a benign nation. They see it as evil. So then he stood up. And let's watch what happens.
Now! Sit down now! You can't hold us! We're all on the ground, sir. Sit! Yes, we are! We're already grounded! Sit! Is anyone else getting up? Sit! God! Sit! You sit down on that seat, you stay there. Biden! Really?
His response was, Joe Biden, really?
The guy, we have a puppy here, and when you give the command to sit, you have to have a treat. That would have been the perfect moment for the warm nuts. You gotta have a treat with the sit, or else they don't learn.
So you're saying the mistake, because I'm going to play you the third act of this, that the flight attendant made was when he sat, he didn't say good boy.
You have to reward him for exactly. He gave the command very firmly. That was correct. He repeated it. That was correct.
You're like Caesar Milan for flight attendants.
Exactly. The stewardess whisperer.
This is unbelievable.
The other mistake was that he did not open the exit door and push this guy out.
So he says, Biden really, that's his response to being told to sit down. Biden really. And then he goes into a drunken reverie about people who hate America and that people who voted for Joe Biden think that America is not a benign country. And then something shocking happens at the end. Watch it all the way through, and then I'd like your reaction to all of it, but specifically his last words.
Sorry, folks, but that's what they think of America. They think that it is a disgrace. I think of America as not a disgrace. I think of America as not a disgrace. Really? Yeah. Really? Really? I
don't know if you were able to hear it, but he was saying, I do not think of America as a disgrace. And then he looks up, and he's white. We have a lot of people listening to this right now, and he sees the cops. And what does he say?
Really?
Really? It's just you're going to arrest me, moi, for loving. I mean, his incredulity that he could be arrested for his behavior. It just reeks of alcohol and white privilege, doesn't it?
It does, but on the other hand, my first thought was, look at these cops dressed like commandos, 3 of them, this show of force that's just brutal and unnecessary. The guy, what did he do? He was a pest. He didn't hurt anybody. He did nothing. I mean, this is a guy who, in my opinion, should just be sent on his way. And I don't know. I feel like this is another one of those examples where we're using cops in situations where cops are not needed. It's not a crime. It's bizarre.
I don't know. You know what?
No, it's not a criminal. If he was doing that to a baby in the next seat and
but he's doing it to everybody on that plane. So I think he probably is doing something criminal by acting in a threatening manner.
But he's not. I don't think he was threatening anyone. That's my opinion.
Nobody knows who's on that, and the people on the plane could feel threatened, and the cops didn't do anything. They just showed up and escorted them off the plane. They didn't even take their guns out.
Right, but you can imagine what happens to someone once that moment happens. They're then incarcerated. They then have tens of thousands of dollars in legal bills. I mean, all sorts of things devolve from that interaction that just do not have to. I think we got to eliminate alcohol from the airplanes. Go to my website. And, I'm running
I concur with Dr. Hirschenfeld. And before you go, I'm going to ask Ethan this, and thank you for waiting.
I'm not going anywhere unless you get cops to drag me out of here.
Okay, now you're flying, and this gentleman is growling, and there's an announcement made over the speaker. Is there a doctor here? Yeah. We have somebody who needs medical assistance. I'm going to ask Ethan. You're traveling with your esteemed colleague, Dr. Hirschenfeld. The two of you are traveling to a conference for Freudian psychoanalysts, and they ask, we have a passenger in crisis. Is there a doctor here? You and Dr. Hirsch.
The very first question is he in business or is he in economy plus? Because those guys in economy plus, they don't pay. You do all the work and then they never fork it over. No. What's the question?
So you're sitting with your esteemed colleague, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. The both of you have gotten permission from your wives to go to this psychoanalytic convention in Las Vegas. In Vegas. You know, you've been looking for, and now they ask, is there a doctor on the plane? You're going to have a conversation. Should we get involved? How would the conversation go? What would you recommend? Would you want to get involved with a passenger in crisis?
I would say, look, on the one hand, you have to think about the Hippocratic Oath. What is that again?
Don't do any harm.
Don't do any harm. Exactly. So you think about the Hippocratic Oath on the one hand. On the other hand, you got to think about your gold status with Delta. It doesn't come cheap, especially in these years when we're not flying all that much.
Right.
I would say.
Would you recommend going over there? They're saying we have a passenger growling, and he's upset about Joe Biden being president. We need to calm him down. Would you get involved?
I would send my father over there to do it because he's the actual doctor, and he was a wrestler in school. I played golf, so.
You know, I did at one time. They said, "Is there a doctor on the plane?" And I went up into.
And you were like, "Well, I'm a psychiatrist. I know it's not." Like, does he have a real problem, or does he just think he has a problem? No, go ahead. Sorry.
Be that as it may, they had a guy up in first class, laying in the aisle, and they had decided he had a heart attack. And they were going to go land somewhere, which would have cost the airline thousands and thousands of dollars. I examined the guy. I took his pulse. I put my ear to his chest. I didn't have an electrocardiogram, but to the best I could tell, he was not having a heart attack. He had no real signs of it. He seemed fine. He seemed alert. And I said, no heart attack. And we flew on to his destination. And I expected something from the fucking airline. Nothing. Absolutely
an upgrade, something.
Yeah, a free ticket somewhere.
A voucher.
But
some warm nuts.
The growling guy, if somebody said there's somebody growling in the back of the airplane, I would have the same attitude that I once had to a patient of mine, was a psychiatry resident, a wonderful person, a good person. And she came in and told me that an ex-patient came onto the ward with a gun. And she went and talked to him. And I think that's the only time in all my practice when I yelled at somebody. And I said, are you fucking out of your mind? Guns are not our specialty. Guns are the province of the cops. You do not confront people with guns because that's totally grandiose and you're going to get yourself killed. So if I had been told there's somebody growling, I would have said, not my job.
I would have said, the first question is he growling like a chihuahua or like a bear? Those are both considered growls, but they're very, very different.
Great. Happy New Year. When is Yom Kippur? When do we fast?
We fast.
The fact that you have to ask makes me wonder if you're planning to even do it.
I'm going to fast. I'm going to do intermittent fasting. I'm spreading it out over the high holidays. I don't do it all in one day. No, I fast on Yom Kippur. I do.
Good.
Actually, Yom Kippur is. Well, anyway, go ahead, Ethan. When do we fast?
We fast. It's 8 days. It's in December, and it's to commemorate something about avocado oil, I believe, if I have all that right. Oh, that's Hanukkah. Right.
Fast for Yom Kippur, and are you going to fast?
I'm not going to fast. I try this intermittent fasting every night. Sometimes I do 16 hours. Sometimes I do 12. Sometimes I just fail. But I don't need to do it again. I feel like I'm covered. I'm atoning all year. I'm fully atoned.
Okay. We're keeping Emil waiting. I have a very serious question. I have a theory about Jews and the high holidays.
Uh-oh.
You ready?
I want to hear it.
Now I
Yeah,
can
ready.
get this verified. My theory is that non-practicing Jews who went to Hebrew school but now consider themselves cultural Jews go crazy during the high holidays. Instead of going to temple, they go crazy because they've stirred up, they have a sense memory of the solemnity of this time of year, but they forgot what it's about. So they have this generalized anxiety from the high holidays, and they act out.
Because they're guilty, and you're absolutely correct.
I was traumatized by the high holidays because if people who take it really seriously, like I was dragged to the synagogue by the good doctor here, and his parents really wanted to enforce that. So it was more that, I think. But the people who take it really seriously, not only do they fast, and some of them don't even drink water, but some of them won't brush their teeth. So then you're in synagogue next to some dude
with heart disease. Somebody with heart who's going to have a heart attack from not.
Yeah, he's got calculus. He's it's the high holiday. It's high halitosis. He's praying right in my face.
That's why they go like this.
Yeah.
Right.
They
Like
love
God,
it, so they don't have to smell it.
God is that way. Anyway, I'm sorry to add to the universe of anti-Semitic fantasies. But
That was not. You know what? Thank you, Dr. Hirschenfeld. You confirmed something that I observed about the non-observant. They
You're
do
absolutely
get.
correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
We all have an unconscious.
Right.
All have an unconscious.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. Let's plug Ethan Thug Jew on YouTube and
and streaming on all of your streaming services. And November 4th at Stand Up New York. November 4th. Details forthcoming.
Excuse me, I haven't isolated it yet. I haven't had time. But when you were God last week, that was unbelievable. That was unbelievable.
Okay, I want to. I got to look. Okay, we're going to do something with that.
I have. Yes, sir.
He can turn 4 into 18 if you give him.
Let's see.
Enough warning.
Do we try it?
Yeah, that's easy. Okay.
It's like Uri Geller. You may not be feeling it right now.
Yeah. By the way, I have a spoon right here. Speaking of Uri Geller.
Can you turn 4 into 18 before you
that's
go?
an easy one. So you take 4.
Okay, taking 4.
Split it in half. You have a pair of 2s.
Yes, I do.
Now, ante up. Wait, okay. So 4, take the 4, raise it to the power of one of those 2 2s. So you've squared 4, you have
16.
Now take the other 2 that you didn't do anything with and add it, and you get
18. You know what? It's witchcraft. It's witchcraft. It's witchcraft.
Yeah, heat up the stakes.
Thank you.
All right.
So great. Thank you. So great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And when we come back, we will be joined by the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. He's a columnist for ALDEF. We are officially now a half hour behind schedule. We will be joined by Emil Guillermo.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. Go to davidfeldmanshow.com right now. Hit office hours. It'll take you right to the office hours, and you're in. No password required. And every Friday night at 8 p.m. Also to the people in the Zoom room, if you would like to host a half hour of office hours or an hour of office hours, please sign up. We go, I don't know, about 6 hours starting at 8 p.m. and our community runs it. They take a half hour. We have Tom Weber, we have professors, we have Sarah Bush cooking pie, and it's very eclectic, and you'll meet a better class of person by coming to office hours. You can lurk, you can just hang out, keep your video off and just listen and watch, or you can participate. But I really recommend, if you're feeling like you want to meet a better class of human being, come to office hours and meet these fine people. And to the people who have shown up to our virtual studio audience, sign up and teach a class, moderate. And Dave and PA, I like your a heartwarming story about COVID. I saw that in the chat room. I don't know if Dave and PA will give me that, but I think that's going to be the title of today's episode, a heartwarming story about COVID. Emil Guillermo is the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, and he's a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. It is good to see you, sir.
Yeah, always good to see you. Always good following up the Hirschenfelds, because you remember my first wife, right? I was part of the tribe, and when you mentioned the high holidays, it just I need to remind myself, I divorced the bitch. I'm not an anti-Semite. I just divorced. That's legal. Divorce is legal. I'm not an anti-Semitic.
Right. And can I mention what her father did for a living?
Well, go ahead. I mean, I was going to ask.
I think he was a psychiatrist.
Yeah, he was a psychiatrist. Yeah, and I think the best thing he ever said to me when we met was, The compliment he paid was, he said, well, at least you're not edible. That's what he said.
Yeah. So the Reverend Barry W. Lind is in the green room. I'll call it that. We are now officially a half hour behind schedule. Let me apologize and at the same time thank everybody. This is passive aggressive behavior. We had Slavoj Žižek on today's show. It's a miracle that we were able to slap today's show together. Anyway, so we're a half hour behind schedule, and it's my fault. I take full responsibility. I hope that's okay with everybody. So, Emil, first off, I want to play you a commercial that is airing in California. There is a recall effort. Larry Elder is running a commercial, and this to me just sums up the state of California. This is for our listeners, this is a nebbishy, bald guy. I think his last name is Gold. And this is the Larry Elder ad against matinee idol Gavin Newsom. Can we agree that Gavin Newsom, the manorexic, is like how we define male beauty in fashion magazines?
He's a political mannequin.
He's a political mannequin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is how they're running against him.
You remind me of the guy in high school who took my girlfriend, then went on to the next girl. You still think you're better than everyone else. You shut down public schools while your kids went to private school. Even now you live by different rules. You closed tiny coffee shops while you ate dinner at the fanciest restaurant. $12,000 for wine. You've lost touch with reality. This is not about political parties. It is about you, Gavin Newsom.
Recall Newsom. Bring us together.
That ad is paid for by Larry Elder Ballot Measure Committee Recall Newsom. So it's not about the issues.
No.
It's about, we just don't like Gavin Newsom because he reminds me of the guy who stole my girlfriend in high school. They elevated political discourse to a new depth. I didn't think it was possible to elevate political discourse any lower. But they have plumbed the depths of political discourse.
It's not even, it's beyond ad hominem, right? It's funny you discovered that commercial. There's another commercial aimed at Asian Americans featuring an elderly blue-haired Asian female Republican who says, I was the first Asian woman, female who represented the state in law or something. And anyway, and the issues in the 30 seconds she has is all about Gavin Newsom is bad. It's not about the Republicans. It's, so anyway, this is where it's at.
A clip. I'm not going to play it. I found a clip of Larry Elder talking to Candace Owens.
Oh yeah. I haven't seen that, but I know
this is so I used to do a bit that I didn't like doing because I found it offensive, and I would do it in front of African American audiences and then ask them if it was acceptable. And they said yes, it was so stupid it was funny. But I stopped doing it because I literally said as a joke about reparations that my great-great-great-great-grandfather, Jedediah Feldman, owned a plantation. This is why I'm for reparations. And he lost all his property and never got reimbursed for it, right? Mm-hmm. And I was told in the spirit of satire, it's okay. But I wasn't comfortable making that joke because it's just inappropriate, right? So I went, forget it, write better jokes. I'm watching Larry Elder with Candace Owens, two Republican African Americans, and Larry Elder did my joke, but he was serious. He's against reparations because legally, and he's a lawyer. He says, I'm a lawyer, so that if you are going to give African Americans reparations for slavery, it only follows that people who owned our great-great-great-grandparents are also entitled to reparations because their property was taken from them. And my jaw dropped. And when I first heard him say that, I'll play the clip on Tuesday's show. Yeah. I literally thought, he's doing my bit. And I realized, no, he's serious.
Larry Elder, I mean, the half the things he says, you have to scratch your head and say, does he really mean that? I mean, even there are things like he's against women's reproductive rights, of course. But I mean, you say, oh, well, that's a standard Republican. But he says some things that make you scratch your head and say, this guy wants to be governor. And from all the polls, it looks like if the recall works, and it's still kind of the Democrats have a slight edge, but we won't know until they're all counted. But if the second question of all the replacements, Larry Elder is ahead by at least 20% in some of the polls out there. So he's what we're stuck with. That this is the workaround democracy. That you cannot just win an election. You have to understand that people who hate you will keep coming at you. And this recall effort is an example of, if they win in California, every election throughout the land will have something like this to contend with. That if you win, forget it. It's not over. People will come after you. And all it takes is a couple $1 million to get another ballot. You don't have an impeachment. You have this workaround. It's the same way.
Well, not every state has a recall.
Well, not every state does, but you know that they will get one if they control the state houses. And if it's all it takes is an initiative process. And you look at how the initiative process here in California, where I am, how that has really circumvented the legislative process. So you don't even have to bother having legislators talk and debate and talk, really look at the issues. They just go around and go the direct democracy, right? That is, it sounds like it could be good, but it really is not good. And this is like a perversion of that.
Yeah. Larry Elder is an African American who was raised in a Democratic household. His mother was a Democrat, and yet he is against giving a leg up to African Americans. He is against government. He is against, he believes in charity. He says charity is in our DNA. The government should not be helping anybody. That is his belief. And he went to law school. Would you, as an Asian American, if there were a Jewish politician who was telling Jews to get their act together, stop bitching about anti-Semitism, I would come after him with everything. I would come after a Jewish politician who there's something sick. They talk about self-hating Jews.
Yeah. See, I think what Larry Elder did, he made a deal with the devil way back in his broadcast career, because he's a lawyer, but he really is a broadcaster, talk show host. And I think he made the deal with the devil a long time ago that he was going to be the anti-black. I'm going to be the black anti-black. I'm going to be the one that the right will embrace. And really, that was the way of talk show hostdom. When I was a talk show host in San Francisco, and when Newt Gingrich won the House, suddenly everyone realized at the programming department, oh, well, we've got to shift to all right-wing conservative talk. And they fired everyone unless you were, like I was on the same staff as Michael Savage. So Michael Savage kept his job, but all the others who were mostly, just talkers who would not have a strong political view, but can talk about the news or talk about lifestyle. We were out. And they were all, you could not get a job in talk radio unless you were extreme right wing. And I think that's the opening when Larry Elder said, yeah, this is for me. I'm going to be the anti-black. I'm going to be white America's anti-black. And he has ridden that to, his success in broadcasting. And now I think he's just sort of stumbled into this thing where they were looking for someone who might take advantage of this recall. And he's an opportunist. And, we talked today on 9/9, and when I said this was 9/9, it made me think of another African-American.
Herman Cain,
9/9, right? Mr. Godfather's Pizza. I mean,
who was killed by a Trump rally.
Right, exactly. I think it was just sort of coincidental because, as we record this, Biden gave his big talk about I'm coming after COVID, get vaccinated. And he had that hush tone, get vaccinated. So he's getting sexy and he's getting kind of real. Hopefully people will listen. But I thought about Herman Cain today. And I said, now Herman Cain has an ounce of authenticity that Larry Elder does not have. To me.
You're frozen.
And Larry Elder. I mean, you'd have to look at the spectrum. Candace Owens is on one side. Whoop.
You're unstable, but you're back now.
No. All right. So Candace Owens would be on one side. And then you got to put Clarence Thomas in there. And then Larry Elder would, I think, he would be to the left of to the right of Clarence Thomas. And then Herman Cain would be more moderate. I think Herman Cain would be a moderate type. I mean, if you were rating, conservative African American, and then Armstrong Williams, he'd be, who knew there were that many? I mean,
right. Now, Armstrong Williams was doing political payola, right? Didn't he get exposed for writing columns in mainstream media and at the same time taking money from lobbyists to spout his opinion?
Yeah, he was
there was sexual. Wasn't there also a sexual thing going on?
I think there might have been, but he was more just an entrepreneur, right? One of those PR entrepreneurs, but he was fairly popular for a while. I don't know where he is right now. You don't really see him mentioned much. Larry Elder kind of came out of nowhere too, since he got dropped by the main station he was on, and he was on some little stations. And so this has really been great for his career. In fact, what Larry Elder is doing to revive his career is what Donald Trump hoped for himself.
Exactly.
Except Trump won. Oh my God. And
Arnold
I don't think that.
Yeah. Wasn't he pissed off? What happened? Didn't he negotiate with NBC with The Apprentice, and didn't they give it to Arnold instead of him? Or somebody?
Yeah, I don't know the full story, but there was they were kind of in competition, right? So, and I guess right, Mark Burnett, right? He's the guy from Survivor.
Mark Burnett, who wanted us writers to work on the Emmys, but not get union wages. But Jane Lynch hosted it anyway, and has given some interviews defending the richest 1%. Jane Lynch, very funny. Not sure about her politics. So, the Republicans project and deflect. That's how they work. What they're doing, and it's so dangerous, is they are finding the millions of white men desperately in need of mental health treatment. And they get inside their heads. They really do get inside these white men's heads and convince them that they're good people. It's Biden, it's the liberals, the socialists who are making me miserable. It's not coming from within. It's these enemies from without who are driving me crazy. These are white men who are up to their ass in debt. They're approaching 50. They either think nobody wants to hire them or they're too proud to take the jobs that are being offered to them. They think it's unfair because they're approaching 50. They spent all their money. They bought into cheap money. So they racked up all this credit card debt, buying things they didn't need, thinking it would make them happy.
Yeah.
Now they have ex-wives, children who don't talk to them. Wait, I'm talking about myself here for a second. And they lack the introspection. They can't possibly admit that they should keep their own fiscal house in order, that they should be more disciplined. It's the government that has to keep its fiscal house in order. It's the government that needs to be disciplined, and it's the socialists. And then they get a couple of drinks and they end up on a plane. I'm going to show this again because this is who the Republican, and there are a lot of these guys listening to talk radio, watching Fox News, and they're being told, you're okay, you're fine. It's the socialists, it's the liberals, it's Joe Biden. And it goes on and on. He's just growling because they told him to sit down. And then when the police, I played it for the Hirschenfelds. Yeah. When the police came, he was murmuring, I believe in America. Joe Biden, really? Joe Biden hates America. I love America. And then the police come and he looks up, he goes, really? Real? Like the police are going to arrest me, a white middle-aged man, while black people are running wild in the streets? Are you kidding? He keeps going, really? When you can't up against, and you know what? I don't know if it's going to work, Emil, but I think
when you can't believe you're losing your white privilege, right? That's the thing.
Has decided you're all getting vax. I think this is what they've decided, and I don't know if this is going to work. Mm-hmm. You're all going to get vaccinated, or you're not going to play with us. You're going to be even more marginalized. And I think he's drawing a line. I don't know if this is a wise idea. It's not like they're waking a sleeping giant. The giant, the white male, has been awake for decades. And I think he's taking them head on and saying, this is what leadership is. There is an epidemic. And if you don't get vaccinated, if you don't believe in science, it's going to cost you. I don't know how this plays out, but I rather have Joe Biden leading this fight against the anti-science people than Donald Trump leading the fight against people who don't believe in science. This is going to be Biden has been handed. I have sympathy for Joe Biden. I don't know what I would do with these people because they are a threat, not just to democracy, but our children's health and our grandparents' health. These people are dangerous and they want to drag us all down. They want our lungs to be filled with fluid.
Yeah, look, David, I agree with you. Here in the Central Valley, in Stockton, there's a Filipino group, Little Manila Rising, that is going door to door and just giving people information. In Stockton, where the vaccination rate was like in the low 30s, in 2 months of going door to door, they've raised the vaccination rates to above 50%. And now with the FDA approving, the Pfizer, maybe it's going to be closer to where it needs to be, 60, 70%, but they're still going door to door. But I mention this because they are seeing these anti-vaxxers. They've had guns pulled on them. They've had people saying, oh, there's going to be, you're going to put a chip in our head, or all these strange things. And these are people of color, Filipinos, knocking on doors, and they're not going into their own neighborhoods because they're serving the entire community. And Stockton is a city of 300,000 people, and they're getting this kind of reaction. And because I always said the Central Valley, San Joaquin County, is like the red part of the blue state, and they're seeing it, and they're out there doing the real work to try to make sure that everyone gets vaccinated. So I agree with you. I don't know where this is going to go. I hope what Biden came down with, his 6-prong attack is going to be helpful. People get vaccinated, but already the forces that are trying to maintain whatever, right? White, a kind of a white supremacist or white male supremacist thing, have things in order to preserve that. And I'm talking about that law for SB 8 in Texas. And today, or the very day that Biden spoke, Merrick Garland came out with the fact that the Justice Department is going to sue Texas. I don't know if he can, but he outlined the real scary thing about these vigilantism or vigilante groups, people getting $10,000 bounties because the state isn't going to enforce the law. That is really, and then he said one thing that was really scary. He said, this can be a model for not just other states, but other areas of concern. So not just abortion, but for anything. So you fear maybe an autocratic government with, an autocrat on high, but we need to fear the little autocrats, the guy in that seat, the guy who feels that, his white privilege has been impinged on, looking to be entrepreneurial with these $10,000 bounty type laws where he can point out who's getting an abortion, or point out who's anti-gun, or point out who's whatever. That's what I think the Justice Department is trying to do by stopping SB 8, by suing Texas, because that's the stamp. Just like the recall effort in California is a stamp, a kind of model for a kind of right-wing action, not just in California, but throughout the country.
Yeah. We were having a meeting for office hours, and I said something, and it reminded me of America writ large. I said, we were throwing out what people wanted office hours, and I said, the squeaky wheel seems to be getting the oil, that at office hours, things that bubble up to the surface, what people want the most and ask for the loudest, we tend to, okay, let's do that. And I thought, well, that's what happens in America. The abortion people, the people who are against abortion, seems to me, at least in Texas, want to outlaw abortion more than the people who want to make abortion a human right. Seems to me the Democrats have had, how many years has it been since Roe v. Wade? 1973? Was that 50 years? 40? I can't do the math. 50 years, let's say. The Democrats had 50 years to canonize Roe v. Wade, put it on the books, and they didn't.
Yeah. And everyone just assumes it's settled law. Everyone, and for a while it did seem like that. And you're right. The Democrats kind of, maybe their attention turned to other things, but the Republicans, the conservatives, did not give up. And this whole idea of trying to find the right scheme, that was another word that Merrick Garland used today. This scheme to create this, this bounty hunter mentality. I think it's the model for other things. It succeeded in Texas. You can have one state in a country where abortion is legal. You can have one state where it's illegal. It just
Right.
for all, intents and purposes, illegal. And that's going to be the way it will be for any other thing if this isn't stopped.
We're a half hour. We have to wrap it up. We just did a half hour behind schedule. Professor Harvey J.K. will be coming on later tonight. And he said something that has resonated because my algorithm only gives me YouTube videos and podcasts and Twitter feeds of our side feasting on each other. And boy, if you want to get retweets and likes and views, attack your own. People love that. We have a very complacent Democratic Party. We have complacent left of center liberals who like to talk about the abstract, the hypothetical, and they think they're immune to what's going on in the Republican Party, and they're not paying attention. I was one of those people, right? I was one of those people that I'm not going to bother with Fox. And Professor Harvey J.K. just summed it up beautifully about 3 weeks ago about this infighting on the left, infighting among the left of center liberals. It ain't shit unless you're talking about labor, unless you're talking about unions, because that means solidarity. If you can't practice solidarity, you're worthless. And it is why we constantly lose our rights, because the right wing, they have solidarity. They have infighting, but they know exactly what they want. They are very clear on what they want. And if the left doesn't start practicing solidarity, which is the backbone of leftist thought, we are going to quickly fall in and fall prey to the fascists. If we don't start focusing on who the real enemy is and stop the backstabbing and calling people shit libs and focus on solidarity and labor rights, we are quickly going to devolve into a fascist state run by the sociopaths like Paul Gosar, Matt Gaetz. These people are jokes the same way Hermann Goering was a joke, the same way Joseph Goebbels was a joke. Ernst Röhm was a joke. They made fun of Ernst Röhm for the way he looked, his sexual peccadillos, and the Germans in 1933, before they gave Hitler the chancellorship, go, oh, they're going to self-destruct. They're jokes. Hitler's a joke. Let Hitler take over so people can see firsthand how foolish these people are. Things in motion stay in motion. You cannot stop this insanity unless you draw a line and say, get vaccinated or you're fired.
Well, Biden's taking some action.
Doing it.
Yeah, Biden's taking some action. I agree the idea of solidarity on the left, but at some point we need to come together as a country. And this is one of the things
to root out the morons.
Well, yeah, but I think
morons who think they're entitled to spout off, and I'm one of them. We have to wrap it up.
All right, one last thing. We're coming up to this big weekend, right? 9/11, and I think this is one
anniversary of Salvador Allende being killed by Henry Kissinger. Yes.
But this is one of those moments when I thought for a few days we had that kind of solidarity that would bring us together. I hate these moments where, in extreme, tragedy, it happens. It didn't last, but it was there. We need that. We need some of that.
Slavoj Žižek was talking about this earlier. What we need is solidarity on the left. The entire nation marching in lockstep, not so good. The left marching in lockstep, very good. Not everybody needs to come with us on this journey towards the light. Some people are Paul Gosar and Matt Gaetz and Tucker
Matt Gaetz,
Carlson.
definitely, yeah.
We can leave them behind. We don't need them. And I think Joe Biden is getting it with the vaccines. I think you just leave these delusional cretins behind as we march forward into the sunlight. Thank you, Emil Guillermo. Let's go to Washington, D.C. Follow Emil Amok on Twitter, PETA Podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. Thank you, sir. I'll see you next week, I hope.
Yep. AMOK.com.
AMOK.com. Let us now go to the woods. He's in the woods.
Sam.
The woods of Washington, D.C., where Gary Condit used to jog. I'm kidding. I was going to make a bad. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn joins us. He is a lawyer, and for nearly a quarter of a century, he ran Americans United for Separation of Church and State, and he is an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. Hello, sir.
Hello. I am in the
Let's talk about whatever you want to talk about. Whatever's on your mind.
Okay. Well, there are a lot of things on my mind. I would like to talk a little bit about what Joe Biden said and the terribly important thing he didn't say during his discussion of what he was going to do about COVID. And I'd like to talk about Merrick Garland and what he'd said earlier Thursday afternoon about how he was going to take on that horrendous Texas law that you and Emil were just talking about. So which one should I start with?
What is making you angriest?
The Texas law
Then
makes me angrier.
Let's talk about that, Reverend.
Yeah, well, Merrick Garland had some clever ideas today, and I think what you and Emil were talking about just a few minutes ago, very important. Democrats simply do not have they don't have the gumption. I was going to say something else. They don't have the gumption to take issues all the way to the end. They give up too soon. And that's certainly the case in the House and even more so in the Senate. What Merrick Garland said this afternoon was important, though. He said he's seeking a declaratory judgment first. That would be a statement from a court. They're going to bring it in the district down around Austin, Texas, as I understand it. You're going to get a declaratory judgment that the law is probably unconstitutional. And then he's going to move for an immediate injunction to stop the law from going into effect. And the argument is this: it's an impingement on the constitutional rights of federal employees who live in the state of Texas, because abortion is still permissible in the first 6 months under Roe versus Wade. And
First 6 months?
Yeah, and in the last trimester, what Roe versus Wade says is that you can pass reasonable regulations. I don't agree with that. I mean, codifying Roe versus Wade is not enough, but maybe in this atmosphere, it ought to be enough, but it's not. If a woman wants to make a decision in 8.5 months, she should make that decision. She wants to talk to doctors, she wants to talk to rabbis, ministers, fine, but nobody should be able to say, even right before that fetus is heading for the birth canal, you can't do this because fill in the blank. They shouldn't be able to say that. But let's assume we're just talking about codifying Roe versus Wade. So Garland says we got people who are federal employees. They work for the Labor Department. They work on the border. They work for the Defense Department. Their rights are being inhibited. So we, the federal government, in order to protect the integrity of the decisions of our own employees, do have a right to challenge this law. Now, remember, as I always say, this has become such a corrupted federal judiciary that although it's a clever argument, it may not be enough. And of course, once you go and appeal it in the federal circuit down there, the Fifth Circuit has absolutely become a horrible place. But he's tried. The thing that bothers me, this vigilante justice issue, and Emil is absolutely right. It's not just that this law in Texas might be cloned in other conservative leaning states. It's even worse than that. You know, I finally actually just yesterday finished the final first draft of that enormous book I've been writing. And in writing about my efforts against the draft, I came across an interesting thing. And I wrote to a guy who had actually been indicted for draft non-registration in 1980. And what he said, and I looked this up and he's absolutely right, there were only 20 people that were actually prosecuted out of the literally hundreds of thousands of people who didn't register for the draft in the 1980s. Hundreds of thousands, 700,000 they admitted to, and of course they uniformly lied. So I looked at, well, how did these people get located, these 20 people? And at least 18 of these people literally wrote a letter to Selective Service and said, you know, dear Mr. Rosker, who was Bernard Rosker, who was the head of the Selective Service at the time, I'm not going to register. I just wanted you to know about it. I've got reasons. If you'd like to know about it, you know, I'll tell you. 2 people, we don't quite know how they were found. But the suspicion was that the neighbors of at least one of them, who was a refugee, turned in this guy himself. Vigilante justice, you would think, is something that conservatives would get a little nervous about. Can you imagine what would happen? What would Laura Ingraham be saying tonight, or Tucker Carlson, if somebody said, you know, what we need to do is not just have mask mandates, we need to have them enforceable by anybody who sees that somebody is not wearing a mask where she or he ought to be wearing it. I'm going to turn them in, and I'm going to have the right to turn them in and get $10,000. I mean, all you have to do is go to an NFL game in virtually any stadium in the next 3 days, and you're going to see hundreds of 100,000 people. None of them will be wearing masks, and they'll be packed like sardines. And you could just, what's your name? I just take down some names, or take pictures of them and put them into your giant database, and then get $10,000 from each one of them. This is a horrible way. Remember when Tucker Carlson got so upset because people were picketing outside of his house because of some ridiculous thing? And he was so offended that ordinary people in the Washington, D.C. area would come to his house and have a picket line outside of his home. Now, I'll admit that that's going pretty far, but it only happened like 1 or 2 nights. But he was so upset that regular people, unlike, you know, his fellow rich as hell children, can you imagine what they'd be saying if it was enforceable by anybody in the world? And it is anybody in the world. You know, I don't know about you, but I mean, I give a lot of money to abortion providing groups. In other words, not just advocates, but people who literally pay for women's abortions in the District of Columbia. And if I did that in Texas, I could be prosecuted. And if I win, I don't get anything. If I lose, I would have to pay $10,000.
Well, why don't we do this, lawyer?
Yep.
Why don't you give $5 to an abortion clinic in Texas, and I'll turn you in and give you $10 off the bounty. I'll keep $9,990, and I'll double your investment.
I think it's a great idea. I would like to do that. I would like to talk to some of my friends in the pro-choice movement to make sure that this is not inconsistent with something that they want to do. I'm sure that people are giving. I would bet that a lot of people in the last week have given tens of thousands of dollars to clinics in Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Guam has cleared the way for tele-abortion. Isn't Guam part of America?
Yes, it is.
And but the governor of Noam, the governor of North Dakota, where is Mount Rushmore? North
South Dakota.
South Dakota.
Yeah. That the woman Christy Noam.
No, she's outlawed through executive order teleabortions. And in Mexico, they not only have telenovelas, but they've decriminalized abortion in one of the states. The Supreme Court decriminalized abortion in parts of Mexico.
Right.
And the governor of Texas, Bud Abbott, is that his name?
No, Lou Abbott. No, okay.
Well, Greg Abbott.
Greg Abbott. I thought this is an Abbott and Costello joke. I was just trying to extend it.
Yeah, is it Abbott?
Yeah.
It's not from Abbott and Costello. So he was asked, and you're a lawyer, and maybe I'd like you to respond to this. A lot of people have been talking about this. They are saying that this 8 is unfair because a woman only has a couple of days to abort a rape baby. And I'm not going to say a baby from incest because that's rape usually, right?
Of course.
So we're talking about rape babies.
Rape. Yep.
Yep. So you have 6 days in Texas to report the rape, decide you were raped. If you're under the age of 18, you have 6 days to decide if you want to turn your father in, your stepfather in, your teacher, your brother, your stepbrother, your rabbi, your minister, the police officer. You have 6 days to, right after being raped.
Yep.
And that's when you're thinking very clearly.
Of course.
How many days do you have?
It is, as I understand it, you have less than a week to report it if you live in Texas.
Right. So if you're raped by your father, stepfather, your brother, your mother's boyfriend, your boyfriend, you got an entire week to get your shit together and decide not only to report the rape, but to abort the baby. You get one whole week to make a lifetime's worth of decisions. Well, Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, was asked about this, and you respond to his answer, Reverend.
Governor, regarding the heartbeat bill, why force a rape or incest victim to carry a pregnancy to term?
It doesn't require that at all because obviously it provides at least 6 weeks for a person to be able to get an abortion. And so for one, it doesn't provide that. That said, however, let's make something very clear. Rape is a crime, and Texas will work tirelessly to make sure that we eliminate all rapists from the streets of Texas by aggressively going out and arresting them and prosecuting them and getting them off the streets.
Oh, so he said 6 weeks. Is it 6 weeks?
No, but I think there are 2 issues. If you have to report a rape, which I think you do in Texas, in order for it to go onto a potential prosecution, you don't have 6 weeks to do that. I think you have more like 1 week. But let's forget it. I'm not 100% sure about that. He means 6 weeks. After 6 weeks, you can't obtain the abortion at all under any circumstances, no matter what happened. The best response to that I've seen is somebody on television on Wednesday night, right after he said this, who said, how is he going to do that? Is this going to be like Minority Report, that movie with Tom Cruise, where they anticipate who the criminals will be and then arrest them immediately? Because that's the only way this works.
Yes, they report minorities.
Minorities report.
Yes, it will be a...
But this is even, I mean, what he said is even stupider, because we know, as most of your examples were, rape is generally not the result of what happens in the dark alley. It's what happens in your house. It's what happens in some guy's dorm room at college after a party. So this idea that it's so stupid that you could identify rapists on the street because of what they have an R on their head. That's stupid enough. But then to act like there's some way you could do this in advance of them becoming criminals, or even to find the number of rapists that are out there, is just so ludicrous. It's one of the many things that makes me wonder, as his ratings, poll ratings are starting to go down, not a huge amount, but enough to that he ought to think about it. Maybe he thinks of all the stupid things that have been said by male politicians about rape, starting with our friend Rick Santorum, who actually said once, if you're being raped, just lie back and enjoy it.
That's what Rick Santorum said.
Yeah, and Todd Aiken, when he was running for Congress, said that there are two kinds of rape. There's real rape, which he meant back at, dark of night stuff. And then there's other, it's not real. It's somebody you knew. I mean,
and then there was somebody who was asked about that, who was running, I could Google it, who said that you don't get pregnant from a real rape. This was a Republican. This was like, I think 2012. And he said women who are victims of a real rape will produce juices that will kill the semen. And I'll Google that later. I'm not making that up.
No, I remember that. I just don't remember who said it. But
yeah. It's what Republicans think rape is. It can only take place on the streets. What goes on in a house between one consenting adult, we shouldn't be involved in. They do not want fathers to get arrested for raping their daughters. That's it's their divine right to rape their daughter.
That is almost literally what they believe. I mean, when you talk about, I remember being on Crossfire when I was still on the air, and somebody said, I don't even remember what the ostensible purpose of the episode was, but I said, when everybody's talking about how you have to protect yourself, you have to be knowledgeable about human sexuality. I said to him, maybe it was to Buchanan himself, I said, yeah, but you guys are the first people out the door screaming when anybody tries to teach sex education in a school. You're the first people, not at my school. My children don't need to learn that. You can't have it both ways. If we had full funded sex education, and let's not call it, we used to call it for a while, family life education. And then when we'd ask people, well, what does this mean? The students would go, we don't know, because it was so lackluster and stupid and didn't even use the word sex. That's why they didn't learn anything. Now we're expected to believe that they should understand everything by watching porn or something.
Yeah. It's interesting. I don't want to come across as woke or Mr. Sensitivity, because I'm not. I hate everybody. But one of the things I do know, just as a human being, that if you're having sex with a woman and she asks you to stop, like this doesn't feel good, or I've changed my mind, you need to stop, even if you don't want to, right?
That's correct.
I think for some men, that comes naturally to think, okay, she's not having fun. She wants this to be over, so I'll stop. I think some men that they arrive at that conclusion naturally. Unfortunately, some men have to be taught that, but they do need to be taught that once you're in a woman, it doesn't mean that you keep going. And I had somebody on this show a couple of years ago who claims to be on the left saying, I could destroy this person's career. It's somewhere in the catalog where I had to explain to this person that no, once she can say stop anytime, and he refused to accept that. This is somebody who, it's somewhere in my archives. It actually wouldn't surprise too many of my listeners that this person said this, would not accept that once you're in her, she can still say stop. And it was like, are you on something? So this is supposedly a lefty. There are people like Abbott and Dan Patrick, the lieutenant governor.
Yep.
They believe that a lot of white Christians are falsely accused of marital rape because they were inside and she said stop, and they wouldn't let him finish. They believe that what are you talking about? Why did you agree to have sex with me if you didn't want? They can't get it through their head. So they're what they think rape is. It can only be the streets. It can only be a black man raping my white daughter. Otherwise, it's not rape. That's what these Republicans believe. It can only be a black man on the streets raping my white daughter. That's what they believe. I know. That's what they believe.
The only way you know that they believe that for sure is when there are a few states that don't actually have, they have a marital rape exception, and it's not under state law considered rape. But if you try to change that and make it clear, as most states already have, that yes, you can be a married couple, you can still be a rapist. The guy can still be a rapist. And but then you hear in these debates things like, well, she's just playing hard to get tonight. Now that kind of crap.
Right.
And
so
the underlying point that you make is exactly the point. These people are not interested in doing the right thing. They have no moral center. It's all about politics. And in America, sadly, it's all about patriarchy in America. That's what drives this country. That and white privilege itself and everything else.
Yeah. And until our side realizes who the other side is, we need a mainstream media, Reverend. See, they're not going to put you and me on a presidential debate. We don't get to ask the candidates to define rape.
Right.
I don't want Greg Abbott on my show, but the question should have been at that press conference, define rape.
Yes. Yep.
What is rape? What is your definition? And that would be considered a rude, impolitic question to ask. But people would be appalled to discover what the governor of Texas, how he defines rape. And many Americans would be appalled to discover what they consider to be rape. If you were to force a lot of people to articulate their definition of rape and be forced to say it out loud, which they're not, because it's not polite to ask a man what his definition of rape is. If you were to force somebody to articulate what they believe, they would be appalled. Who's saying that? I have this, I could destroy his career. If I found it, we've done thousands of episodes somewhere is this guy who purports to be on the left insisting that once you're inside a woman, you get to finish. And he, like, if
it doesn't surprise me, because I think all of us on the left know people on the left who make crude remarks about women, who don't really want the Equal Rights Amendment to pass, who just have nothing to do with anything that breaks up the patriarchy in America. Nothing.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, but we.
By the way, we have young kids listening.
Yeah.
We do, believe it or not. And by young, somebody looked over the numbers. We actually have like teenagers listening. I was shocked. There is, I do feel a sense of responsibility to tell the young men that if it doesn't come naturally to you, if a woman wants to have sex with you and then she changes her mind, it's up to her to decide, not you. I'd like to believe most men don't need to be taught that, but you should know that as a public service. That would be a nice public service. You know, the more you know on NBC, if a woman's, it would be nice if that's what they taught instead of the nonsense about whatever. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
we should start doing public service messages on this show.
Absolutely.
That,
I co-taught a woman who was a divorced woman in a Catholic girls' school in South Boston for 3 years. And
the group where you took them to see The Exorcist?
Yeah, it was most of the same students. I had them for 3 years. When we would on Fridays ask people, just put a question in this little box. Don't identify yourself. We'll read the question. We'll give you an answer. And there's a woman and a man, and we'll give you an answer. I could not believe, it made me so sad to realize the questions that these were seniors in high school were asking. I remember the one that just sticks in my mind for so long. Somebody wrote, if I sleep with a black man, because this was South Boston, no black people lived in Southie at the time. Very few do now. If I sleep with a black man, and then years later, I have a baby, is it possible the baby could be black? Yeah. So years later, most of them were juniors or seniors in high school. That was a question they were asking. Now, see, that's why it's so important that sex education be called that. It should be held, it's good to have some classes, but probably not all classes that are boys and girls. But you also have to make sure that boys and independently girls can ask questions that they might be embarrassed to ask before a mixed audience. I mean, I was in my 20s, I was married already. I was a pretty safe bet to talk to, but it's one of the greatest problems. I think somebody did a survey about 2 decades ago. How often do boys think of sex? And it averaged out to once every 5 minutes in a day, they're thinking about sex. And I don't think the guy asked girls that question, but
right.
I have a feeling it would be high, but not that high.
Right.
But the media, when you think about, this is the 20th anniversary of a couple of things, including a friend of mine who teaches biology at Brown University, reminded people that this was the 20th anniversary of that very famous PBS series called Evolution. It was I think a 8-part series, and it was really wonderfully done. And it holds up very, very well 20 years later. And I'm sure you can
Because we haven't evolved in 20
We haven't
years.
evolved in 20 years.
We're frozen.
But I mean, you know, you never talk, nobody talks about evolution unless it's asking that one question several presidential cycles ago, where every Republican, there were like 50 of them, not that many, 16 of them. And that one of the people asking the question asked people to raise their hand if they believe in evolution. And one person raised his hand, and then Mitt Romney kind of more or less slightly raised his hand.
Well, it's hard to raise your knuckles
When
off
you're
the
dragging, of
Or
course.
dragging.
Exactly. Now let's not insult Cro-Magnon, man. I'm sure we have certain Cro-Magnon genes in us. We even have Neanderthal genes.
We do.
Yeah, but people don't know that because we don't talk about science.
Right.
Think of the science, the scientists. One of the things about the COVID-19 discussions that we have is every network, some of them have the same expert as the other networks, but they're on every day. And every time you hear something like the new strain, the Mu strain, is that more dangerous? You're going to get knowledgeable people discussing the issue on the evening news and on most of the shows during the day, unless you only watch Fox News. You're going to get real scientists, people who do understand not just the technical issue they're talking about, but the very methodology of science itself. And
so I'm going to ask you, because we're running a half hour behind. I want to pick, I thought we could go another 10 minutes, if that's okay, and do 45 minutes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I'd like to get back to Joe Biden.
Yeah.
It's not even a year into his presidency. He's been cleaning house, the war colleges. He's asked H.R. McMaster to leave the war colleges, no longer be an advisor. I think General Jack Keane, a couple of other well-dressed generals who now lobby for the arms industry, asked to leave the war colleges. The liar Kellyanne Conway has been stripped of her status as a advisor to the war colleges. Sean Spicer has been asked to no longer be an advisor to the war colleges. And Sean Spicer was asking why? And I wanted to say to him, because there was an insurrection. And General Austin, the head of the Pentagon, asked all the soldiers to stand down once he became head of the Defense Department, so that they could see who in the Army is a potential insurrectionist, that they are lousy with neo-Nazis, they are lousy with people who want to overthrow the government. Is it fair to say that we should not be having police officers and members of the military who believe Joe Biden is an illegitimate president and support the insurrection? Is that asking too much of the men and women who wear our uniform?
No, I don't think it's not asking too much at all. And I don't even think I think that there are circumstances under which, when somebody wants to be in the military or wants to be in the police, you can ask, there are big questionnaires that everybody has to answer. And normally civil libertarians like myself are loath to ask questions like, well, what organizations are you a member of? But if you can tie an organization, the Proud Boys or any of the other splinter groups, are you a member of that? That gives you a pretty good clue that this is a potentially dangerous person. You don't have to go to Minority Report status. You just need to make sure that people understand that it is inappropriate to be members of those organizations and still count yourself in the military. I thought Sean Spicer today was, I literally wrote this down. This is what he said on his own. You know, he has a show on television.
Yeah.
don't you dare, he's talking to the camera, don't you dare ever minimize or question my service to this nation. Well, you know what his service to the nation is? In 1999, he joined the Naval Reserve. Now, the reserves are important. They're an important part of the military, but he was a public affairs officer for the Naval Reserve. He's still a member of the Naval Reserve, and he is still claiming that this is the kind of extraordinary service to America for which he should be rewarded. He should be kept in his honorary job as an advisor to the War College. During Vietnam, the only safer place to be than Canada, if you didn't want to fight, was to be in the reserves. There were two efforts, one by Nixon, one by Johnson, to call up the reserves. And there was hell to pay because people were saying, I joined the damn reserves so that I wouldn't have to go to Vietnam. What do you mean you're going to call up the unit? I think they did one in Ohio. I forget where the other one was. And so they had to just pull it back. That was just not a reasonable thing to do, because that's where the safest draft dodging was done, right in the reserves, when you couldn't get arrested. It wasn't like you were going to possibly be in exile forever. You just didn't want to fight, and you didn't have to. You went for 6 weeks in the summer, every other summer, and that's what you did.
So we're going to bring the professors and Marianne in here shortly. The question that I want to put on the table is, Joe Biden calls us into the Oval Office, and he says, we have a problem in the military. We have a problem in our police, and that is a lot of them either showed up to the insurrection or shared their belief in storming the Capitol. People, ex-General Michael Flynn is calling it the insurrection crucifixion.
Yes.
He's saying that we're trying to crucify by holding these political prisoners behind bars in Washington, D.C. This is a crucifixion of fine patriots. So if we lose what's left of our democracy, it will be because Joe Biden and Merrick Garland and Jack Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, and Mayorkas, the head of Homeland Security, did not tackle head on the problem of white nationalists within the ranks of our military. It's the first year of your presidency, Joe Biden. My advice would be, and I don't know if I'm right, is there is a cancer in this country. It manifests itself first under Donald Trump, and it was out in the open on January 6th. It's anti-democratic, it's racist, it's fascist, and for the most part, it's anti-vax. Not everybody who is anti-vax is anti-democratic or anti-science. But I am telling you, if you want to root out the insurrectionists, the anti-intellectual, anti-authoritarians, make vaccines mandatory. Let's get them now, Michael, while we still have the muscle. Let's, as Frankie Five Angels said in 2. Let's get them now. Why we get rid of them. Now, I don't know if that's the best way to do it, but it seems like that's what Joe Biden is doing. This mandate, this executive order that came down, took balls, especially after Afghanistan. I have many problems with Joe Biden, but this is what leadership looks like.
Yes, it is. And I of course, I've always been a little more sympathetic to Joe Biden than you have been. But The one thing he didn't say today, and I haven't had a chance to read the whole executive order, but the one thing he didn't say when he was delivering his 25-minute address earlier on Thursday, he didn't say that with this new business loan program, which of course during the last two business loan programs were completely corrupted, huge companies got vast amounts of money. People just didn't follow through on the rules and regulations. But now there's a new one coming, he says. I don't think you should be eligible to get a small business or any kind of business loan unless you can certify, guarantee, and if necessary, prove that you have a requirement that all of your employees, some of whom are now going to be paid with these new loans, are vaccinated. It's great that you have to be vaccinated if you're in the federal government. If you're a contractor to the federal government, he says, you have to demonstrate that you've also vaccinated all of your employees. But if you want money, if you want my money and your money, you damn well better make sure that the people that you hire in the kitchen, on the shop floor, are vaccinated.
Yeah, we have to wrap it up.
Okay.
You the last word. I can remember bosses who crushed rebellions in the office. They let things simmer, and people got ideas in their head. And I've had some strong bosses, and I thought, well, if he cracks down, people are going to rise up against this boss and go above him, and they're not going to put up with this. And I've seen this. I've seen what human nature is like when it's your job. When the boss puts the foot down, and you can tell that if you go above the boss, that boss is going to stand behind this boss. And I've watched the rebels, the big mouths, the people who say, you know, if he does in my career tended to be if he does that, he doesn't know who he's messing with. He's playing with everybody. Oh, and then the hammer comes down, and like a tuning fork, everybody shakes together, and it stops because the hammer came down. Now, I don't know if that is how it works with the military and the police and the insurrectionists and the anti-vaxxers, but I have a sneaking suspicion that a lot of these people will get in line because this is about your job. And you want to be a fool? Go ahead. You have the freedom to be a fool, but you're not going to work for the government, and you're not going to work for companies that do business with the government. Go be free someplace else. You got to wear a seatbelt. You can't drive on our roads. You got to remain seated when the plane is taking off. You put up a fight, you're going to get arrested. You don't get to fly. We have rules. I think a lot of people will fall in line, and I think a lot of them won't. And I don't know how this plays out. I suspect if Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema block the infrastructure bill, we're looking at some serious problems in this country. There have to be some goodies that come with this mandate.
Yep.
So you get the last word, sir.
Yeah, I think we just need to do, when I talk about childcare a few weeks ago, we have to have bold ideas. We have to have systemic changes. If we just nitpick at the edges of how things can be a little bit better, you know, we are not making the kind of policy initiatives that we want and that we need. Republicans and conservatives have been fighting. They always stay later at meetings. They always try the hardest to take a principle and say, if they're already criticizing Biden's fairly modest, tougher than I expected it to be, but fairly modest statements of Thursday, they're already attacking him in all of the right-wing media that I follow. That we, Democrats or people who often vote Democratic, we just don't see these systemic changes. We're driven more by bumper stickers than we are by thoughtful and truly institutional changes. If I come back, as I hope I will next week,
Yes.
I would like to talk about what I think Chuck Schumer should do to make an effort, a bold effort, to pass legislation, even if Joe Manchin doesn't want it passed.
Well, stay with us and bring it into the professors and Marianne. You're listening to the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. When we come back, the professors and Marianne. But first, somebody's been learning After Effects. See, look at that.
Oh, look.
What happened? Oh, you talked. Look at that. Huh? The professors and Marianne, and it's a wall of words, and somebody has just wasted his entire life, and that's why I look like a raccoon. The circles around my eyes. Well, there's Ian Faluna looking healthy. There's Professor Jonathan Bick looking healthy. Pretty soon we're going to see Professor Marianne Cummings, hopefully Professor Adnan Hussein. They get out, and I just stay up all night learning nonsense. There's Professor Adnan Hussein. I've asked the Reverend Barry W. Lynn to stick around. He's got detention. This is the professors and Marianne. Why don't you pose the question to the professors, and we'll get their reaction. Then we'll go around, but I'll stop talking and we'll ask the professors what they want to talk about.
Yeah. This is a question I have for all of you. This is a proposal. I have not seen anybody write this up, but here's what I would suggest. I think the House has the votes to pass a codification of Roe versus Wade. And most of you weren't here. I don't think Roe versus Wade is perfect, but it's probably the most we can get. The House passes it. Immediately it goes to the Senate, and Senator Schumer, after having a conversation with one very important Republican, that is Lisa Murkowski, he says, let's turn to consideration of the bill that was just passed by the House to guarantee at least no regulations of significance against a woman's right to choose in the first 6 months of the pregnancy. And then he says, let's move to proceed on this bill. And he takes a vote. And I figure that on that vote, 49 Democrats would probably vote for it. I think Manchin would not. I'm worried about Casey in Pennsylvania, who's always been a little less pro-choice than he should be. And so he gets 49, and then Lisa Murkowski gets 50. Now it's tied. And Schumer says, let's bring in Kamala Harris to break the tie. She breaks the tie. And instead of saying, well, that's only 51 votes, so we really can't proceed, he just says, notwithstanding filibuster rules, we're going to vote on the merits right now. And we're going to see if we can't get 51 votes. And now that Mitch McConnell, everybody will go batshit crazy. They'll say, you can't do this. He says, well, I'm doing it. We're passing it. We're sending it to the president. He's going to sign it. How do you get into federal court and argue that it was illegitimately passed? I can find no court. I've talked to lawyers this afternoon. Not a single case where the basis for declaring an action of Congress unconstitutional was based on their unwillingness or inability to follow a congressionally created rule. It's not in the Constitution. What's the basis for challenging it? Anybody know? I don't know.
I mean, it seems like the counterpoint to McConnell's denial of Obama's Supreme Court justice. I mean, it's just Senate rules. They can make them up as they go.
Yeah, but well, let me ask you this, Ian. But you're right. They just make them up. The Senate, for technical reasons, probably has to do it at the beginning of its session. But let's forget that. But the rule is a rule. It's still 60. Schumer, if he had the spine to do this, he would just say, I just don't care. In the same way that Lindsey Graham didn't care about the rule in the Senate Judiciary Committee when Amy Coney Barrett was the nominee. There's a rule that says you can't do any business in the Senate Judiciary Committee unless you have at least one person from the minority party there. And Lindsey Graham looked around. He said, there are no Democrats here. I don't care. We're passing this nomination onto the floor. So if he can just ignore the rule at committee level, why doesn't Schumer just ignore it at the level of passing the statute?
Because he's a Democrat. There's a deep asymmetry in the way those two think about procedures, and it's just, unfortunately, I think Joe Biden might even have a hard time signing that. Such a bold move, I mean, it's just, they have this adherence to bipartisanship that's just, it's unseemly. And
yeah,
I have a question for you, Reverend Barry. When Lindsey Graham made that determination, what was the Democrats' reaction besides, complaining about it? Did anybody sue? Did anybody? Well, so there it is. I mean,
well, they agreed to huff, but they wouldn't puff.
No, but I mean, they did nothing. I mean, it was actually discussed by some of the staff in the Senate. I mean, I'm not there on a day-to-day basis, but I mean, I know that it did come up, and they decided not to do anything about it. But the stakes, Ian, are so much bigger now. Biden has put himself out as a champion of Roe versus Wade. He wasn't always that, but in the last decade or so, he's certainly been clear that he wants it preserved. So you're right, he may have hesitancy to sign it, but I can't believe that he wouldn't sign it if it came to him in this posture. I'm curious, Marianne, do you have a thought about this?
Oh, one or two. Look, I think you guys are being way too generous to, Democratic leadership. The Democrats had it's going on 48 years, most of which they controlled the Congress to get this Roe v. Wade codified. I think one of the arguments was saying that this is going to, that when the Congress codifies this into law, they'll have very sound constitutional grounding to do so. They didn't. And I don't think they want to. I mean, this plays like a trained steel come election time. If they did the right things here, if they did do a bold move and finally, after 48 years, codify this into law and done with this, now they have to deal with the hard problems, economic, the vast economic inequality and the fallout from COVID and a whole myriad of things that they don't even want to touch. They want to play lip service to. So when they have something dangling over the voters like, oh no, you've got to vote for Democrats because, the next Supreme Court justice or something, they don't want to take abortion off the table. And I think on the other side, Mitch McConnell really doesn't want to see Roe v. Wade overturned either, because he riles up his base on the abortion issue. And it's too bad that, and I think I've told it to David here and the rest, that when I was in college, I was discussing this with a feminist lawyer who thought Roe v. Wade was the worst thing to happen to the women's movement. And of course, this is like the early 80s. I'm thinking, yeah, okay,
Sure.
this is an interesting academic exercise, but we won, that's the important thing. No, she's absolutely right. I mean, because she said this is going to be a battle for generations now, because it came too soon. Now, from her point of view, it was just that the women's movement was building real political power by going through the state legislatures. And at that
Right.
point, there were 5, Roe v. Wade, there were 5 states where it was legal, abortion was legal, and 2 states where it was about to become legal. And women were getting involved at the state level. And of course, once you get involved in politics and have a win, it's like, ooh, it's a little addiction. You kind of want that rush again. You tend to stay in politics because you see that things can get done. Well, that got all short-circuited. And now, because of the money, I mean, years later, because of the money, it's just fundraising and your next election cycle. And I'm sorry to be cynical. No, I'm not really sorry to be cynical. That's just the way it is, And so I think a Congress, a Democratic leader like Chuck Schumer, who defers to the Senate parliamentarian, for rules of order. Another thing, it's not even law, let alone in the Constitution. It's just, it's just their standard protocol, which they could change on a dime, but they don't want to, not at all.
And the other thing is, there's nothing to stop the Supreme Court from just disbanding it, just not accepting the law. I mean, this is the big bulwark that we're all about.
Actually, and I was just reading earlier this year that in many ways, we're appalled by the liberals and progressives might be appalled by the Supreme Court, but just in general, with a couple of exceptions, the Supreme Court, even John Roberts, really does not want to do anything politically radical outside them. I mean, they don't want to be sticking their necks out there for something that is wildly unpopular.
In a 6-3 court, they don't have to. Not all of them.
I know, I understand that, but they won't. The thing is that Democrats make it really easy if they never bother codifying any of this, because the Supreme Court always goes off of precedents, right? Well, you don't do the easy thing. It would have been like really established law, not just established ruling from the Supreme Court, from the judicial branch. But they won't do it. And, there is a backlash now for conservatives. I was just riding home on the way home, listening to Mark Levine, because my radio doesn't get in FM stations. Listening to Mark Levine, and it's a little disturbing. I haven't listened to this knucklehead for about 15 years. But it's weird how sometimes he'll sound reasonable, the other times he'll go into his shtick. But the reality is, I'm realizing no one's getting convinced over argument or presentation. It's got to be people's lives improve. But that's, the Democrats, the Democrats' strategy, since they're really not behind making fundamental changes. Biden promised his donors he would not. Therefore, their strategy is to make people know how much worse the Republicans are. And so, this is a scary thing. My prediction, they're not going to even touch. I mean, they may pay lip service, they may do performative type stuff, but they're not going to have any serious push to legalize abortion in the federal level.
Would the American people support legalizing abortion? I read something like the polling is 38% nationwide in favor of 8 in Texas, that the American people don't want that. Is that what you're reading? Is it popular?
I don't think it's relevant to most people. All right. I mean, it's just right now, it's just if people hear an argument that riles them up one way or the other, they might agree. Yeah, well, maybe, abortion on demand, that's too strident and radical and too much like personal identity politics or whatnot. They get impatient with the oh, I don't know, the pretensions of the liberal elite that don't appear to do anything for them and to improve their lives. So I think it's just, people will, if they feel that one party is screwing them over, then they'll just grasp at a reason to be against that party. But I think that abortion, I don't think that's high on most people's priority. I haven't seen polling recently, but if people were to give people a choice of 5 or 6 major issues, I don't think abortion would be at the top of the issue. Maybe for some women, maybe for women it would be, who feel threatened, but
But it is for Republicans. It always
Yes,
shows up as
well,
a
the
major,
Republican
major
base.
issue. Of course. Well,
And-
but that's almost the entire party now is the Republican base. I was appalled, Marianne, this just earlier today when Trump decides he's got a candidate to run against Lynn Cheney, and good people who describe themselves and that I know from something about them. They are pretty liberal people. They all went crazy. Let's send Liz Cheney money so she can defeat this guy. I wouldn't send Liz Cheney 10 cents because Liz Cheney is everything that she claims to be, a total conservative. The fact that she couldn't stand what Trump was doing, it gets her like a little.
That was her daddy's
star.
Porsche that Trump was interfering with now.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, I don't even know who's on the Democratic side going to run against both of them, but that's the person I'm sending money to.
Well, I want to take care, before the Reverend Barry W. Lynn leaves us, I want to take care of some housekeeping with the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, because he is the official pastor for the David Feldman Show, and it is the Jewish New Year. And when you've done something wrong, it's not good enough to ask for forgiveness. You have to apologize to the person, Reverend. That's what you've taught me about the high holidays.
Yes.
You just can't ask for general forgiveness. You have to apologize to the person. So I'm not going to apologize to the person on the show, but I just want to tell the listeners that I have done something that I'm ashamed of. I have done this before. A powerful person misbehaved, and I was starstruck, and I didn't speak up. And I've done that before. Working in the business I'm in, being terrified of charismatic leaders who abuse their power, I remained silent while they said or did something wrong. And that is a sin not to speak up. And so I've apologized to the person, but I feel, my daughter and I were talking about this, and you got to speak up when somebody misbehaves, even if they're more powerful and charismatic than you. And I've failed to speak up in the past. That's how I survived in Los Angeles, and it sickens me. So will you accept my sins, Rabbi Lynn? How does it work?
Yeah, I will accept them. But what does my Christian ministry have to do with your Jewish tradition?
This is a syncretic religion that we're creating.
It is.
Reverend Rabbi.
It is.
Lindstein.
It is.
When do I get my religion, God damn it? I'm sick of paying taxes.
I've told you repeatedly how to do that, and I will next week. Next week.
You have promised me my own religion. You should see my tax bill.
Yeah.
God damn it, Reverend. I want my own effing religion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we'll get you that. I'll work on it. I'll have a draft of all you need to do next week. At the beginning of my appearance next week, I will read you a letter that you just need to send to the Internal Revenue Service, and you will be your own religion. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Reverend Barry W. Lynn, stay out of trouble.
Only good trouble.
All right. I keep playing the Harvey J.K. I see a hand raised. Professor, did you raise your hand on purpose?
Yes, I did, but it was for the previous discussion with the Reverend. So he's gone though.
But that's okay. What was your question?
Well, I just wanted to actually ask him a little bit about the previous conversation about Christian fundamentalism in the U.S. military. I mean, you were talking about it more broadly as these insurrectionists and people with all kinds of extreme right-wing attitudes and approaches, white supremacists and so on. But I think the real core, or maybe the bigger problem in terms of numbers, is the deep entrenchment of fundamentalists in the officer corps. And if you recall, this came to my attention mostly early in the 2000s when General William Jerry Boykin, made these remarks about, confronting Muslim.
My God is stronger than your.
Exactly. That my God was bigger, and and who seemed to be characterizing the war on terrorism as a crusade in the sense that it responded to or drew inspiration from the historic, medieval holy wars. And so I started looking into it a little bit because that was, of course, a very concerning sort of situation to imagine, that the largest, most powerful military force was being completely suborned by people who didn't necessarily recognize constitutional authorities as the supreme and sovereign authorities, but believed that, they had a higher mission to serve God's law and God's justice. That was a little disturbing. So I came to know a little bit about Mikey Weinstein. So I was going to ask the Reverend if
he's been on the show.
Oh, has he? The Military Religious Freedom Foundation. Yes. Yeah, fantastic guy who established this organization in the mid 2000s to, have a secular military and to have religious freedom because one thing that's clear, I mean, I have a brother-in-law who's in the military or recently retired, but served in Iraq, and he's an officer, and he said that there was a really very narrow culture of, he happens to be very secular, like atheistic and so on, and he suggested that if you weren't part of the church or a real avowed kind of open Christian, that there were a lot of subtle kind of cues that you might not be in a position for promotions and things like that to the upper levels. You might become a major, but you weren't going to get in the true command positions of colonel and above. So that I was interested in that topic, and I had read pretty recently a piece by James Parko for God and Country about Christian fundamentalism in the U.S. military from 2013. So I mean, this has been something that's been observable since the 2000s, and in this last decade. And at the very top, there is a quotation from Reverend Barry Lynn about separation church and state. And so I thought that would have been interesting to get his thoughts about whether the real problem is not just the kind of right-wing orientation, because the military tends to be a fairly conservative institution in general across the world. These are statist groups that don't, that are in power, and they don't want things to change that much. But I think what's unique or different about the U.S. military is how much a certain kind of religious orientation that views the nation and the state through these kind of religious fundamentalist terms how much it is captured by that.
So, I can invite Mikey Weinstein back on the show. He's been on a couple of times. Conservative Republicans, served as like an assistant attorney general in the George Herbert Walker Bush administration. This is not a lefty.
Yeah.
Who is warning about Christian fundamentalists in the military, and his last name is Weinstein. It's always uncomfortable when you take on the Christian right when your last name is Weinstein. He's kind of interesting. I should have him on the show with you. I've been collecting clips through Right Wing Watch of the Greg Locks of the world, these pastors who not only say the vaccines can kill you and don't wear a mask and Donald Trump won and Joe Biden is illegitimate, they are talking about a war, a Christian war against the Democrats that they are willing to die for. I don't want to I would love to do a segment with you where I play these clips of these pastors who are out in the open telling their flock, this is the hill we should die on. This is the moment. The time is here. It's not dog whistles. And I guess what I'd like to ask you right now is the Christian warrior. We have a history in all religions of justifying war, even though we're told all religions preach peace. What is the truth about that? I mean, I can find stuff in the Jewish Old Testament that will justify nearly anything. Are religions, are we misrepresenting religions when we talk about how we say, all religions want the same thing. They just want people to be good to one another and be peaceful. But it seems to me that you can look through any of the religious books, at least the Judeo-Christian religious books, and find plenty of recipes for blood, right?
Oh, absolutely. I think, there are two typical approaches. One is the apologetic, all the religions, are really about peace. And the other side of it is, the religion is responsible for more, death and killing in the history of the world than anything else. And both of them, I think, are somewhat distorted perceptions of
the reason. Is religion the reason we've had death and killing, or the excuse for death and killing? The justification?
Well, in some cases, obviously, religious identities imagine themselves as hostile and competing with others. And sometimes some religions have had a kind of universalizing approach that is attempting to eliminate evil in the world. And when you go to eliminating evil, and it becomes this kind of theological impetus, you can, of course, be motivated to do terrible things. But I think much more common is that there are all kinds of reasons for conflict in human social life: class conflict, ethnic conflict, political conflicts, and nations. Nationalism is really the ideology that has caused more violent warfare, I think, than any other ideology. And religion will sometimes be an element in a national identity or a justification for violence, but I think the causes aren't purely theological most of the time, but they will be talked about in that sort of language. So yeah, I mean, I think like any major cultural system of a complex society, there are different elements. I mean, so there are some that some that do tend towards trying to resolve conflict. I mean, in fact, religion has played a huge role. If you think of somebody like St. Francis of Assisi, he was well known as being a peacemaker in the internecine conflicts of medieval Italian cities in the 13th century, where there's such factional warfare and gangs that, fought one another in the streets of Florence, for example. He was a peacemaker, and he was following in that gospel tradition of blessed are the peacemakers, because this is an ethic or a value that we find in all of these religions as well, is that ending conflict is considered a great social and moral good. And yet at the same time, also, there is a sense that you have to defend, self-defense, of course, is understood in all of these traditions, but there is also beyond that some sense of trying to think through when is warfare or violence justified and justifiable, and how do you restrain it and shape it. So I would say religion has shaped violence and non-violence equally in human history. But a lot of people who think that these medieval wars and we're really responding to the wars of religion within Europe, the conflict between Catholics and Protestants when it was bound up in the emerging nation state system with the Treaty of Westphalia and the establishment of the modern nation state system was a kind of solution to the wars of religion that were absolutely destroying and tearing Europe apart. But if you really want to talk about violence, you have to talk about modernity. You have to talk about what's happened under, capitalism, imperialism, the Cold War, even though it wasn't a hot war between the US and Soviet Union, or it was fought out through the Third World, through proxies to great devastation of many societies in Africa, Southeast Asia. If you just look at, should have probably Vincent Givens on and talk about his recent book, The Jakarta Method, about the devastation that took place in one of Asia's most populous countries, where military dictatorship just absolutely slaughtered people at the behest of kind of serving kind of U.S. interest to oppose communism.
Kissinger? Is this Kissinger?
Yeah, this is like even before Kissinger, but Kissinger. He was sort of the apotheosis of this kind of longstanding U.S. imperial policy during the Cold War, where it was okay. You didn't want to fight in Europe, and you didn't want to confront a nuclear power directly, but you sought your global interests in areas where the stakes for U.S. and Soviet Union were lower. And maybe you could say that Afghanistan was sort of the end of that period and brought an end. It was just the last of a number of brutal conflicts in the Third World fought out during the Cold War.
Right. Well, we have Professor Ian Faluna, who is a professor of atmospheric science. We have political scientist, Professor Jonathan Bick, and we have physicist Mary Ann Cummings, who's also Parks Commissioner for Aurora, Illinois. I'm going to turn to Professor Faluna and ask you about climate change, since that's your specialty. Any good news? Because you've been a bit of a downer. You took some time off from the show, and since you've come back, your subject, your field of study has been kind of a downer, and the other professors were wondering if maybe you could talk about something other than climate change.
Hey, it's a growth industry, man. I'm just capitalizing on the moment.
But you got to make it fun. I mean, it's just like turn on the news, and it's.
Well, yeah, I'm heading back to class. I've been off on sabbatical for a year, so I usually find my most optimistic moments coming when I'm interacting with students. So I'm teaching a big general ed class on atmosphere, global climate change, and it's the students that really give me the most hope. I mean, it's kind of like the best spot to be in the university.
Are they growing gills?
They're just very earnest and smart, and they deal with a lot of information quite well. I think the next generations is what gives me the most hope. I mean, I really do. So,
But is there going to be a next generation?
oh yeah, it's going to take a very long time to exterminate the human race. I mean, we think about things as happening in a flash, but in the history of the Earth, these things take a very long time.
I mean, the good news is I'm being serious, there is a population implosion, and I'm not making light of famine, drought. People are having fewer babies worldwide, which kind of helps, right? The more, I'm not defending capitalism, but the more countries that get a taste of whatever we have to offer, the fewer babies they have. So does that help at all? This population implosion?
No, it doesn't, because there's going to be massive forced migrations coming up. It's completely predictable. And just rearranging the people that are already on the earth is a massive undertaking, and it's gonna strain our abilities to deal with one another, I think. So the growth rate going down a bit that's not really, I don't think that's I mean, you could call that a positive. Sure, I'll call it a positive. Yes, we're flattening the birth curve.
The other thing that occurred to me, and I'm being serious, is if we keep getting storms like this, oil refineries are going to get knocked out. I mean, the earth won't the earth start destroying the causes of climate change? And
well, yeah,
if we don't move on it, the climate will end up destroying all these refineries, and we won't be able to drill anymore. Isn't that a possibility?
No. I mean, I appreciate your dedication to optimism, David. I haven't really seen you in this kind of mood before, so I think that's obviously a growth spurt on your part. So I will take it to heart, and I will look for something optimistic next week.
Okay.
I didn't come with that.
Let me ask you a serious question about mice, and I'm being serious. Did you see the flooding in New York City?
I did. Yes, I saw the subway.
Okay. Mice, I've been told that they can swim, but can there be enough rain that, because I've noticed since the rains, the mice have not, I'm thinking maybe they drowned. Not that I want that, because I'm a Buddhist, but is it conceivable that the rain just flooded, like the rats could have drowned from all that rain?
Yeah, but there's no reason to believe that that's going to permanently solve your rat issue. It could be a temporary, decrease or something, but it's not a permanent solution. Again,
I'm just trying to see the streets as half full.
I love it. They're well washed. Good for you. I support that. But
well, let me play you a clip. Let me play you what our president said touring New Jersey. Now, I'm from New Jersey, and people say crazy things when they come to New Jersey, like, let's move here. Like my parents. My parents actually, this is Lester Holt reporting about Joe Biden's trip to Jersey.
The president linking the extreme weather to climate change, calling it a code red.
Okay, that's good, right?
Climate change poses an existential threat to our lives, to our economy, and the threat is here.
That's a lot of existential threat that he's this man knows existentialism. And so he says climate change is here. It's an existential threat. And then Professor Marianne, here's what he added.
And the threat is here. It's not going to get any better.
It's not going to get any better.
That's a promise.
I think at Joe Biden's age, a stiff wind represents an existential threat. I don't think he's seeing the whole picture.
Wasn't he talking about solar power? And I mean, isn't he? He sees that it's climate. He's calling the thing what it is. Isn't that a start? That we're calling these floods what it is?
I wonder if he could take that passion into a meeting with Joe Manchin. That's the thing, right? Where he needs to get extremely hard and ham-fisted about it. I mean, he doesn't need to tell a camera that. We all know that, but he needs to see this infrastructure bill go through. I mean, he needs to make it happen. It's a start.
Hey, Joe Manchin's daughter is in potential hot water here over the behavior of her company as CEO. I mean, any skilled president, with a mission would be able to bludgeon Senator Manchin with that stuff.
Yeah, and he got handed that. Biden got handed that by the media, right?
The Intercept. We talked about it on the show like 3 months ago. We went after the daughter and exposed her.
Yeah, but there was some recent emails came up, which was astounding. I mean, I even as a kid, if you thought something was shady or wrong, you would never write it down. You would be careful to be speaking aloud. People are just sending each other emails as if, Al Gore's internet isn't forever as far as we're.
Well, she's a bit of a, I don't want to say an idiot, but as I remember, she was fresh out of high school or college, and her daddy got her job at, what was it, Mylan, a drug company. And it's all she knows is that one company, and she just worked her way up to be a predatory capitalist. Got a job through daddy, not too bright, rose, all she knows is that one company. I guess the article's in the Intercept yesterday, right?
Yeah, I think the yesterday or the day before. But it's quite remarkable, and they're just these marketing schemes where we'll force them to buy 2 EpiPens rather than 1, and then her mother, who happens to be was nominated by Biden to head up the Appalachian Regional some educational board, and she is now recommending all these schools have this product, at the ready. Small world, and completely corrupt, and completely normalized, completely normal to these people. I mean, I don't think these people even gave a thought to any of this.
Why isn't Fox like the Hunter Biden thing? Why aren't they going after the Manchin daughter thing? Really?
Well, maybe too many of their friends would, you start pulling on those strings, and God knows what comes out. Just kind of like why the Deutsche Bank investigation of Bob Mueller's just got shut down. He had like 20 serious lawyers on that case, and suddenly they just shut it down. Maybe because every criminal, which would be every politician or former head of a major country, has, accounts there.
Yeah. Well, Professor Faluna, what did you come here armed to talk about?
Well, I was actually I've been interested in Canada a little bit, the Maple Leaf State, because there was an interesting article that came out in Reuters last week about how the snowpack and the river flow out of the eastern slope of the Canadian Rockies has been faltering, and this heat wave, that we talked about in Western Canada and British Columbia, and it devastated the wheat crop in the prairie, in the plains to the east of that. They rely on that water. So I just wanted to bring this up because it's similar to California as well. We have this similar issue. And so I like to just interject a little bit of climate physics. And that is that as the planet warms, just as a starter, about half of the world's population relies on water that accumulates in mountainous regions, right? So this is an important, very important source of life for us. And as the climate warms, you might get more precipitation, but what happens is you get less snowfall in these higher elevations. And for centuries, we've just relied on the fact that you have these, what are called alpine water towers, where there's a bunch of precipitation that accumulates over the wet season. It's stored naturally for us in the form of snow and ice, and then gradually melts through the dry season. And so in the Western US in particular, this is really, really important for, in fact, irrigating the breadbasket of California in the Central Valley is the snowpack in the Sierras, which is dramatically decreasing. So even though we might get more precipitation total, it's coming as water, it's running off quickly in the winter time when you can't really capture it. So this storage of water is really important even for Western Canada as well in the Rockies, and it's been diminishing for some time. And even Canada, which is, I think I read it was like it's ranked third in terms of water availability in the world. So it's what you might call a water-rich country. Parts of it are having a really hard time. So I thought that was an interesting similarity with what we've been talking about in California for quite some time, which is the rapid disappearance of our snowpack is freaking out water managers across the state. And we have this similar recall thing happening. It's not exactly the same, but the snap election. I mean, I think of Trudeau and I think of Newsom as almost like, it's like the same scum that comes up on the top of the liberal boiling pot. And so it just occurs to me that, Canadians often, it seems like that's a top priority in their polling in terms of who they're voting for, and their choices suck as bad as it does in California. No one's really doing anything dramatic about climate change. In Canada, in the past 5 years before the pandemic, their greenhouse gas emissions have increased by 1% or so. So they haven't even begun to bend the curve. So I just thought it was an interesting similarity. And it's this point that a lot of people maybe don't think about, which is our source of fresh water is, rapidly dwindling, and it could cause a lot of problems. Oh, that wasn't positive, was it?
No, but it was a really interesting comparison, I thought, there between Canada and California. I mean, I agree with you that I think Newsom and Trudeau are pretty similar figures in this liberal, unserious, but they get away with so much. What's interesting, though, is that we didn't have, Newsom wasn't responsible for the recall. Right. Whereas Trudeau,
but that's true. Yeah. But the reason Trudeau did it, from what I understand, is that he didn't want to negotiate. He didn't want to share power with the more left-wing elements in the party. So he wants to consolidate power in his centrist fantasy. And Newsom, even he got recalled, there are ways in which he could have ensured that there was a Democratic successor to him. But he didn't do that. In fact, he told people, the Democratic Party tells people in California, I have this ballot on my table, to vote no on the recall and then leave it blank, to put no one in the second place. And I talk to friends, people who are smart, and they say, yeah, I'm leaving it blank because I think that's how you're supposed to do it, because otherwise.
It does sound, and Rob Reiner, who I trust for all my political beliefs.
Really? Didn't he write Big Bottoms?
From Spinal Tap.
He's just a meathead. Come on.
Rob Reiner is the reason Democrats don't get elected. But what is the reasoning behind not offering up an alternative to Newsom? Division?
Because he wants it to be like Marianne's been saying, he wants it to be an existential problem where you have to vote no on the recall, or else some right-wing nut gets in, Larry Elder, in the form of Larry Elder, who's a Trumpista. And instead of trying to offer something up that would be, to solidly take a progressive stance or have a successor in line, he could have pointed to. He said no, he was just willing to risk it all and say no on the recall, and that's it. There's no alternative. And so what you get is
does that dilute? Doesn't that dilute? If the Democrats offer up and there are better choices than Newsom, how would you vote? Wouldn't you vote for? So because there are people like Professor Marianne Cummings, who isn't a Democrat, a full bore Democrat, and would see on the ballot a better choice than Gavin Newsom, they would vote. Wouldn't Professor Marianne? Wouldn't you vote for a better candidate? Wouldn't you vote for the recall and vote for the better?
Well, yeah, I think there's a
candidate?
movement among certain progressives to vote for. There's two Green Party candidates, and one of them is particularly good. I don't really know too much about them, but they've got 45. You've got 45 people on the ballot.
Yeah, exactly.
Larry Elders could be like governor next week with about 5% of the vote.
Well, yeah, he looks like he's got more than that, but yeah.
No,
so doesn't it make? I mean, just
15%, 15 or 17%.
Is 15 the minimum they have to have?
I don't think so. No.
I thought if you've got 45 candidates, then it's whoever gets the most votes. And Gavin Newsom is not one of those options.
Exactly, and he's polling at about 17, I think, or something like that. So yes, it's ridiculous. I mean, but that's just it. I mean, if he took the criticisms seriously and tried to, and he could have, first of all, he could have just backed out. He could have resigned and set the lieutenant governor in charge or something like that. Or he could have just named a successor and said, this is the important person to vote for. It's just like there are ways he could have done this, but it's just, he's an egomaniac. And he just wants to be in charge.
Narcissists. I mean, it's just about, their next reelection.
He's a politician. I mean, it doesn't seem to me reasonable to expect a politician, a career politician, who was mayor of San Francisco, who became governor, and who has aspired to becoming president, to step down for the good of the, for the good of the party or for the good of the state. I mean, these are kind of fantastical, I think, expectations at this point. He's a career politician. He wants to be in power. And he represents, just as you've been saying, Ian, basically everything that is so sclerotic and pathetic about the Democratic, the Democratic Party's approach to politics. Is the only thing you can do is scare people that it's either me, whom you don't really like and who will do nothing for you, or it's some insane fascist, and so you have no choice. They don't want you to actually think about what might be possible, who's a better candidate, weigh the issues, because this inevitably leads to people departing from the kind of corporate controlled establishment. And I think the same thing, it's very interesting, the same thing, it's really unfortunate that Trudeau, in some sense, is looking so vulnerable now, because the one opportunity to have the third party, the NDP, and its leader, who's quite a charismatic figure, who seems well liked by the electorate, but is representing a party that people just don't typically feel could be a governing party, and that they are. Singh? Yeah, Jagmeet Singh. Yes, exactly. He would have been poised, I think, to do quite well. And the whole logic of the NDP's case in this election was, don't worry about the Conservatives because this Aaron O'Toole leader is really hapless. The Conservatives are in disarray, but deny Trudeau a majority because all of the good things you got in terms of assistance and support during COVID, the $2,000 a month that everybody, who, applied and qualified for it has been getting, unlike the pathetic checks, that have been mailed to US citizens, the Canadian citizens have been getting, something like a basic income, right? So the argument was, don't worry about the conservatives, but you want to keep Trudeau from having a majority because the liberals do nothing when they are fully in control. But when they depended upon us, the NDP, we got you all kinds of things that the electorate actually wants, but they don't vote for the party typically
And
that
they
actually will
voted as
stand
a
for it.
block. They voted as a minority block and got stuff.
Well, it's a different system. It's a parliamentary system. And, you know, in order for the government not to fall, they actually have to depend. But you're right. Obviously, people could wield a little more leverage even in our, you know, in the US congressional system. But unfortunately, because Trudeau is doing so poorly now, a lot of like people who would be sympathetic to voting for the real policies that they want and give their vote to the NDP are going to be panicked and scared into keeping the conservatives out. And it's just like the sort of party duopoly situation that you see in the US emerging, I think, in this election.
Well, Professor Jonathan Bick, there's been a lot of bad mouthing of Larry Elder on this show, but Larry Elder has elevated the conversation in California. I know that Professor Hussein grew up in California. I know that Professor Faluna lives in California. I lived most of my life in California. I know what these people are like. They don't want to discuss the issues the way Larry Elder does. I want to run a commercial that is airing throughout California. I think it appeals to our better angels and makes me less dismissive of Larry Elder. This is an ad that Larry Elder is running, and open eyes, open mind, open eyes. Let's just listen. Well, I guess we can't. You can't hear that, can you? No. Okay. That was a good setup, wasn't it? That was a good setup. What is on
You
here?
need a producer. You need a producer, man.
I need I need a lot
a
of
sabbatical. You know, you need a producer and a sabbatical. That's what I recommend.
yeah.
Take two and call me in the morning.
Everybody needs a sabbatical. Sabbaticals for all. Forget about this Medicare for all. Sabbaticals for all. You know,
What would I
everybody needs
do?
one.
What would I do with a sabbatical? I can't. This is, what else am I going to do? My eyes aren't looking like a raccoon enough. What is on your mind there, Professor Jonathan Bick?
Well, I just wanted
to great setup though for a clip, wasn't it?
That was, David, and
Thank you.
yeah, I'm sorry that didn't work out, but just the bottom line, the California vote no for the recall and return your ballot as soon as possible if you haven't, right? It could, because if Newsom is recalled, the chances seem pretty overwhelming that he'll be replaced by a Republican, which would be disastrous not only for Californians, but for the country, particularly if Dianne Feinstein needed to be replaced. And
She does need to be replaced, but not this way.
Yeah, if she left voluntarily, let's say, involuntarily.
I don't see why we just couldn't recall Elder. It's that simple. All you need is a 1.6 million signatures. Just yank his ass out.
It took a lot of money to get this recall going, even though it didn't take that many signatures. You're right. I think there is a problem with the recall infrastructure in California. It shouldn't be that easy to get a recall going. That's too few signatures. But yeah, I think the deadline is what, the middle of this month?
14th.
The 14th. Yeah. So if you haven't returned it, send it in today or tomorrow, and vote no.
But vote for someone else too. I mean, the direction of the Democratic Party is just obscene to say vote no and leave the rest blank. Like,
yeah,
that's absurd.
Vote for a progressive, absolutely. But make sure you vote no. That's the most important thing.
What is on your mind tonight, sir?
Well, I just wanted to talk a little bit about Joe Biden's talk today or speech today on the vaccine mandates that he's going to promote. And just to give a little background, we're getting about 150,000 new cases every day in the United States, which is the most since late January. We are overwhelming our hospitals and ICUs in many parts of the country. And we're losing about 1,500 Americans a day. And to put that into perspective, 9/11 is in 2 days. We lost about 3,000 people on 9/11. So every 2 days, we're losing more than we lost on 9/11. And look what happened. Look how this country reacted because of 9/11. All the money that was spent, all the laws that were passed, most of them for the detriment of the country, I would say. But, this kind of loss of life, and we're just kind of sitting around saying, oh, well, should we wear masks or should we require people to be vaccinated? Hello? The answer is yes. You have to get
vaccinated. Invade Iraq. You just did the math.
Yeah.
If we're losing 9/11 every 2 days, then we invade Iraq. It must have come from Iraq.
Yeah, I mean, we could, Andorra is also, that's been bothering me. We should just take that place over. I mean,
yeah.
Who knows?
Well, remember the anthrax, the chemical, biological weapons after 9/11, the anthrax. So this COVID is clearly just the latest phase in Iraq's attempt, to destroy America.
Well, I'm glad we still have.
I understand we do have weapons that need to be used. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
Yes, we got to keep the military contractors happy.
Yes.
Yes, the president announced today plans to get at least 2/3 of the American workforce vaccinated, including a vast majority of the federal workers in this country. Now, as president, he does have the power to issue executive orders, which apply to the executive branch of the government, of the federal government. And that seems to be what he is doing. He looks like he's going to give them 75 days to comply with getting vaccinated, or else they're going to be subject to disciplinary action. I would say, this far into the pandemic, I would not give them 75 days, right? I think 30 would be more than enough. At this point, it just isn't that hard to get vaccinated. He's also requiring that healthcare workers employed by institutions that accept Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement, including hospitals and nursing homes, that those workers also be vaccinated.
Wow.
Which is a good thing. In addition, he's instructing the Department of Labor, specifically the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, to draft a rule that will require businesses that have 100 or more employees to get their employees either vaccinated or tested weekly. I think the tested weekly part is weak sauce at this point. They should be vaccinated, required to be vaccinated. I think that we should not leave this in the hands of states. It's a global pandemic. You can't expect states to deal with this in a comprehensive fashion. And unfortunately, the way that our government is structured, because we give so much responsibility, so many responsibilities to states, they are ill-equipped to handle emergencies such as this, which is not only national, but it's international. So, because of that, that's one of the reasons why we have this hodgepodge approach to dealing with COVID, is because we're leaving it in the hands of states. I don't think we should leave unemployment benefits in the hands of states. I don't think we should leave Medicaid in the hands of states. I don't think we should leave vaccinations and global pandemics in the hands of US states. The federal government should have the power to intervene in these situations and to create a standard for the whole country. I also don't think we should leave elections in the hands of states, certainly not national elections. There should be a uniform requirement and criteria that states meet, that all elections meet across the country, because it should be a federal right to vote. So that's what I got to say.
I agree with you. I don't think we should leave the states to the states.
It does seem a bit.
The 10th Amendment.
Just one more thing I wanted to add, David, regarding abortion and political polling on that. Americans, 55 to 60% of Americans, depending on the poll you look at, believe that abortion should be legal in most, if not all, circumstances. So there is a majority for that. However, if you ask Americans, are you pro-choice or are you pro-life? The margins are much slimmer. So people have different definitions, I guess, of what pro-life and pro-choice mean when it comes to abortion. But currently, there are more pro-choice, reproductive freedom for women than there are so-called pro-life people, that are people that want abortion to be illegal.
Would it be better? We're out of time. I want to ask Professor Marianne Cummings. We've never canonized Roe v. Wade. Is it because we've never had the courage to be pro-abortion? We dipped our toe into the conversation. Why can't we say, if you're pro-life, I'm pro-abortion? It's one of the Democrats have not given a full-throated endorsement of abortion, pro-choice, that you soften what you stand for by calling it pro-choice and not pro-abortion.
Could be, but had codified this into law earlier on, within a few years, within a couple of years of Roe v. Wade, then they wouldn't have to be dealing with it as an issue. As I said before, when you really can't offer, when you've abandoned the working class and you're really not offering anybody a very positive vision of the future, then your campaign and reelection strategies fall back on, how horrible the Republicans would be if we left. We may be like crap, but these guys are just terrifying. So, there might have been that, David, but I think that, the money over the years, it's just both sides abortion raises a lot of money for both sides as an issue. So both sides don't want it to really be resolved. It really is a hot button. And yes, the majority of people, would not want to see Roe v. Wade overturned. But, on the other hand, the people that want it to be overturned are, even though they're small, they're very enthusiastic, focused. They tend to be one issue voters. So that's the danger, kind of like the prohibitionists. But I wanted to say just a couple quick things. I've been listening to our friend Harry Hakamaki's Patreon podcasts, and they're very interesting. And, one of them today struck me. Now, people are saying the buzzwords around from the Democrats and the left is that we have a pandemic among the unvaccinated. and that is largely true. But the unvaccinated includes most of the kids. And Henry made an astounding point this morning. He said that since the summer, like 750,000 cases of COVID have been found in children. And that is spiking. There are hospital admissions. I think in Florida was like almost 200 kids in hospital. They didn't see this kind of thing before. So yes, it's among the unvaccinated, but to the discussion with Professor John, I mean, we don't have a public health policy. The best thing we could have done as a country was have had a policy in place where we shut down hard for several weeks, like Michael Osterholm has been arguing literally for decades, and make sure people are given checks and all the support they need to live. Second, like just a simple thing like making our buildings healthier, circulation, which would hit a whole bunch of things, including flu. When he was Michael Osterholm in his podcast was talking study where buildings that had modernized their ventilation systems had a dramatic decrease in the number of flu cases being reported. So, if we could just do things like that. Unfortunately, this rush to reopen the schools is leaving leaving the most vulnerable right now, the kids who are largely unvaccinated, subject. Now, even if all the teachers were vaccinated, those of us who are fully vaccinated also spread the disease. And unfortunately, unless you're wearing an N95 mask when you're in a confined setting for several hours a day, that a little cloth mask or paper mask is not going to protect you in an aerosolized environment of, of the virus. So, buckle up. I mean, I'm hoping that there are many school districts that are already closing, but I am hoping that we don't see another surge, starting toward the end of September, because we, as usual, we do the easiest, most politically expedient thing. The other thing I noticed, which is why, I kind of have a little distaste for some of the more retributive type of attitude against the people who are unvaccinated. Vox had a graph that was from the U.S. Census Bureau household survey, and that was people who have not been vaccinated by household income. And it turns out the unvaccinated are largely the middle and lower income people. It's a pretty dramatic correlation.
Well, most people in this country are low income, or it only.
But the lowest, like the less than $25,000 a year household income, not individual income, household income, had the largest group of people unvaccinated. And I can get it. Look, when I told you about my zip code, the state of Illinois has the case rate by zip code. I was looking at my zip code and saw that it was 65% Hispanic. I kind of assumed that it was mostly Hispanic. I didn't know it was that mostly Hispanic, 65% Hispanic. We've got one of the lowest vaccination rates in the state of Illinois. I mean, this is including the southern part of Illinois. And of course, we've got more COVID cases than any. And as I mentioned, the East Aurora school system is open. So, I don't like beating up on vulnerable people. We put too much, as usual. We put too much on individuals. Like, did you recycle? Did you source? We don't have a national policy at all for dealing with climate change. We do not, but we're expected individually to behave ourselves. We don't have a national public health system. We didn't have any way of supporting people. I mean, the rich got incredibly rich. The big box stores stayed open. All the small businesses had to close. And so part of the reason why people are angry is that, we were never all in this together.
Right.
Can I make two quick points, David?
You know what? We've been keeping Professor Harvey McKay waiting, and we're running behind schedule. I apologize. I hate to be rude, but we're 40. We lost the clock. I'm sorry.
What you mean we?
It was the royal we.
Just get vaccinated and wear an N95 or KN95 mask.
Okay. Which we're selling at my store, the merch. I'm kidding. Just thank you, Professor Jonathan Bick. Thank you, Professor Marianne Cummings. Thank you, Professor Ian Faluna. Thank you, Professor Adnan Hussein. We're the royal we. We're running behind. Thank you.
Pleasure to see you guys. Ciao.
It's great to see you. Let's now bring in Professor Harvey J. Kaye. Can you hear that?
Harvey J. Kaye.
And Alan Minsky. Okay. Hi, Professor Harvey J. Kaye is the author of Take Hold of Our History, FDR and Democracy. Alan Minsky is Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. Joe Biden is flying out to California now to help Gavin Newsom. He's touring New Jersey, New York, seeing the damages of climate change. I'm going to offer up something to Professor Harvey J. Kaye. I suspect that you and I talked a year and a half ago. We were not happy with Joe Biden. We wanted Bernie.
Absolutely.
But we're rooting for Joe Biden. Is that fair to say?
Right now, you bet your ass.
The past 2 weeks, still a lot to be done. Is it fair to say, from looking at the grand sweep of history, assuming you're not about to be evicted, that's a big assumption.
Yeah.
Assuming your house isn't on fire, assuming you're not bankrupt from health expenses, just from a historical perspective, the past 2 weeks, what would you say about his presidency?
I'd say that this has been very slow moving. I'd say that the Democratic Party is as much a problem as the Republican Party. I can tell you, I think maybe you've talked about it already, that his speech this afternoon was very good for Joe Biden. Very good. In certain ways, maybe the best of his presidency so far. Which led me to ask the question, why would his advisors schedule him to give such a significant address at 5 o'clock Eastern time, which made it 4 o'clock here and 3 o'clock in Denver and 2 o'clock where Alan's living. And I'm sure Alan, like most people in California, were so preoccupied by jobs and responsibilities that there's no way anyone who's not retired and too lazy to go out or fearing going out would have seen the remarks. I watched because somebody contacted me and said, can we do 20 minutes on my radio show after you hear his remarks? And I watched it. I thought, wow, this is really a shame. And I actually started asking myself, stupidly perhaps, but I asked myself, do they make him go to bed at 7 o'clock in the Eastern time that he couldn't stay up later to give an address?
Mm-hmm.
But then I also wondered if the networks would refuse to give the president of the United States the time, which would have been 30 minutes for such a significant moment, which tells us that the days that we grew up, when a president had something of that significance, they could get 30 minutes on prime time.
But
so I kept asking myself,
they do negotiate with the networks, don't they? He can't just keep interrupting primetime television.
When's the last time he interrupted primetime television?
Well, he hasn't.
Exactly. To my knowledge, I don't recall him doing so.
Right.
So, I don't understand. Let me put it this way. I think he's got terrible advisors. I know Ron Klain is supposedly a savvy guy, but I think his PR people, the people who have to make his presidency project, have not done him any favors, unless he really is not, and I can hear Marianne even now laughing as I say this, unless he's really incapable of being president and really Mrs. Woodrow Wilson, whoever Woodrow Wilson, it was Woodrow Wilson's wife was doing it, and maybe she should be, running this one. Maybe Jill Biden's running this one. I don't know.
Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. Both of you are in leadership roles, have been in leadership roles. You've had to manage people. Do you have any sympathy for Joe Biden? But this is Bernie country, but I love my country. And so I'm rooting for Joe Biden. I was rooting for Donald Trump. I'm sorry, but I want this country to do well. So there's a lot that isn't being done. There's a lot that's not Medicare for all. I mean, but pulling out of Afghanistan and the speech on the mandate, on the vaccines, does he deserve? I think he deserves credit.
Did you watch the speech live, David?
No, I read about it. We were in the middle of my show.
I watched it after I spoke to Harvey this afternoon. Harvey said how much he liked it. So my expectations were not that high, but they were maybe a little higher than normal.
Wait, they weren't that high because I'm a liar?
No, because
we don't need to bring that up now.
No, not that. It's not a matter of content. It's I was actually, as I said when we were talking, I think part of the thing with Biden, one of the reasons he's not appearing on prime time is, he's not a great orator and never has been. Even with an assist from what was the name of the guy, the head of the Labor Party at the time, the bridge between the left wing of the Labor Party and Tony Blair, who he cribbed a speech.
Kinnock.
Neil Kinnock, yeah, right.
Even when he's copying Neil Kinnock, he's never been a great orator. But now, his presence is so he's so deliberate. He looks very, very, very old. And I think that they're probably worried about, you might get a bad performance, you might get a good performance. So they probably are reluctant to put him on prime time. And also, even with the content being more agreeable, and I only saw about an 8-minute excerpt, there was something in there I didn't 100% agree with. Because it's not going as far as I would like it to go still. But he, I still think, the presence that in his projection is, not a strong performance. And I worry that unfortunately that's the way a large portion of the public throughout all of history, this is not just a matter of bashing contemporary Americans, have. I mean, I think there are certain people and political figures in history who've grown very old and they're very weak. Well, they really have the support of the people because they've been established. The very, very few handful of people throughout human history who've been, leaders and state leaders who have the sympathy of the public going through to the end of their life. I would say Roosevelt comes to mind in that regard.
Yeah, and Reagan.
Yeah,
but Eisenhower was a bumbler when he spoke. And George W. Bush bumbled, and people loved him for that. Is that?
Well, Reagan sort of drifted out of the last few years of his office, and we know that now that he was sick then. But in Eisenhower, I don't think it was as commanding as Roosevelt as a politician. We replayed the military-industrial complex speech, his farewell, and he stumbled through that. He was not telegenic. He didn't have the decency.
I do recall Eisenhower had suffered a heart attack in the last.
Two heart attacks.
Two heart attacks, right? I did say to Alan. By the way, Alan, I didn't say that he gave a great speech. I said the speech was, I thought, really good. So it wasn't the performance that I thought was. I said he was you could tell he's reading the teleprompter.
I'm
What-
very
what-
worried about the way that these kind of things play on the minds of the public. And yes, okay, this is something that's been true throughout human history, especially since the television era. You want to have presence, commanding presence, and so on. And the dramatics of these kind of speeches. And is it going to be more difficult for someone like Joe Biden to climb out of the hole that he's in right now in terms of polling, because he's older, because he's not that dynamic, he's not that commanding when he appears? How much does that impact how people respond to him? And I do think it's a troubling component. He's not going to get any younger. And right now the poll numbers are looking dramatically terrible, which is really horrible, because can we root for Joe Biden? Yeah, we of course can. And we know that in the federal government, the majorities in Congress are razor thin, and there's a right wing of the Democratic Party. I think all that's true. And he hasn't pushed certain things that we had hoped he would push. But having said that, I mean, in many respects, Schumer and Pelosi have been performing more progressive, have been behaving more as something approximating progressive politicians over these past few months, to a greater degree than they were a few months ago, than even Biden. But Biden has stepped up, and the idea that they're championing things that have add up to $4 trillion of largely progressive public spending, that's really good, and it exceeds what we would have expected. And in Afghanistan, likewise, a great thing. A lot of other foreign policy stuff is total crap. And of course, the military expansion of the military budget when we're pulling out of Afghanistan, yeah, and we know what that's about. And that's consistent with the Biden we've had throughout his entire career. But to root for him on these other fronts, absolutely. And especially when things are as potentially as socially positive as elements of this reconciliation bill. But so it's worrying. Is he the most progressive president that we've had in my adulthood? It's close. He's there. He's right there for sure. And it sure would be a crying shame for him to exceed what were very, very low and feeble expectations that I would have had for him, say 2 years ago, to exceed it dramatically and then just get crushed politically. That'll be
Professor Harvey J. Kaye, Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America, said that if we get this reconciliation bill, Bernie's bill, passed, 3.5 trillion, we still don't know if that is going to happen. I was told that Barack Obama was the most successful president since Lyndon Johnson. I was told that he passed more pieces of legislation since Lyndon Johnson. I wanted to believe that. So Joe Biden, if we get Bernie's bill passed, what would you say to what Alan just said? How progressive would Joe Biden be?
I'd say that Bernie Sanders is the most progressive majority leader we've had since whoever was the majority leader in 1965.
Sadly, he's not the majority leader.
Sorry.
So
no,
but,
okay.
I mean,
Look.
then
we could say, I'm sorry, he's not the majority leader, but in regards to these kinds of things, back in the 1930s, Robert Wagner was not the majority leader, but he was this is actually the name that he was given at the time, the pilot of the New Deal.
Yeah, Bernie's.
And this is Bernie Sanders' role, which is why I argued with everyone against the idea that Bernie Sanders should have any place in the cabinet, that he had to be in the Senate. Okay. And in that respect, he could possibly go down in the history books as the counterpart to Robert Wagner in the 30s. Okay. But I do want to say that given the current moment, Alan's not far off when he calls Schumer and Pelosi right now, pretty progressive compared to too many in their own party, actually. She's holding firm to her commitment to the progressives. Her agreement to go with the September 27th vote, that was just tokenism. She was just trying to shut up that group of corporate Dems.
Gottheimer's.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they're also whipping the staffs and almost in a literal sense to get this done in significantly in advance of the 27th. I mean, I am dizzy, exhausted from following the fate of certain components, as a few of the committees have already completed their work and introduced initial text, and they've been going through markup. By the way, markup tomorrow, I think, starts on the housing, which is the finance committee, the one that Maxine, not finance, it's finance in the House, the one that Maxine Waters oversees. There's some sticky issues there for progressives on housing. Got to be careful that the developer lobbies don't really have their logic getting adopted there. All probably going to go underneath the radar screen of.
So there, as we speak, they are writing this $3.5 trillion bill. We agree that if it comes to fruition, it's big, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, as big as what?
The biggest thing, and Ed and Labor's already produced their text. 700 Education and Labor Committee has already produced its text. Rather progressive committee, which isn't surprising because it's Education and Labor. Bobby Scott leads it, who's the congressperson who introduced the PRO Act. That's not tackled in this directly, I don't think. And it has 700, so it's the second biggest tranche of money of any committee. And I think second or third, but it's big, about 730 billion, 450 billion right off the bat for universal pre-K and childcare. So that's there. Every one of the 5 main bundles of money that's in that bill, as it was introduced before markup today, are distinctly progressive policies.
And what does that mean? It means every parent in America would have access to free preschool.
I don't know. It doesn't strike me that $450 billion is enough to cover that.
Yeah.
Again, you'd have to read the details of the text.
It up to the state. I mean, it's unfair to you to ask you what's in a bill that hasn't been written, and nobody.
I can read it for you right now. The Build Back Better Act invests roughly $450 billion in lowering the cost of childcare and securing universal pre-K for 3 and 4-year-olds. Now that sounds like mandating it for public schooling.
Now, that an unfair question would be, there's no way you could know this. Is it a block grant that states can choose not to take?
Of course, that's a big question. This is the press release. I'll drop it into the chat right now. Everybody can check it out for themselves. Okay. And it's one at the top.
Historically speaking, we remember things different than what actually happened.
Speak for yourself.
Well, but like Medicare, the pictures, I think Harry Truman showed up for the signing and Johnson, handed out the pens, and that's how it's remembered. But the day after Medicare was passed, nobody was throwing a parade through the Canyon of Heroes in New York City saying they were fighting it, trying to destroy it. The Republicans right? This was not like considered a victory. Was it?
I'm
Social Security.
not old enough to remember that particular year. I mean, I'm saying Social Security. But I do know. I mean, I can tell you that it was at the time by a variety of forces considered a big victory. The labor movement considered it a big victory. They played a significant role in making it happen.
I think other than the reversal of prohibition, I don't think that it's like sporting events, elections, and wars that people go out into the streets and throw a bunch of confetti and stuff like that.
But I think you would agree that very few Americans would say they're against Medicare. I know that there are Republicans who are against it, but wouldn't you agree that 80% of Americans?
Yeah, I'm sure that. And just remember all those town halls, the congressmen and women went home to their districts. They held those town halls to take up the question of Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, and the opponents were the ones holding the signs, "Don't touch my Medicare."
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I'd say Medicare is, yes, very popular.
But if there were a Fox News in 1964, people would be against Medicare, right? There'd be a machine, a propaganda machine, where you'd have the low information voters believing.
You know, again, I'm going to come back to the thing that I come back to all the time. You had a labor movement in the 50s that had one of every 3 American workers, at least in the private sector, in a labor union. And when labor set out to lobby on behalf of Medicare, it was going to happen. Okay. I mean, it was going to happen. So, you know, I mean, right now, we don't have that kind of force. Look, people will say to me, well, if I know this will be your next question, possibly, if this infrastructure plan, if the 3.5 and the other part, if these things all go through, will this be, you know, does Biden warrant being called FDR? Well, no, because the Democratic Party is not the Democratic Party, or at least the progressive side of the Democratic Party in the 1930s. Not even, look, this Democratic Party is not even the Democratic Party of the 1960s, Southern Democrats aside. They're just not. And Biden's is not LBJ. I mean, LBJ made those kinds of things happen. And moreover, and this is the key thing, in the absence of a labor movement, we're going to end up passing this massive bill. Okay, I hope. Okay. But it's also the case that it can't compare to the situation in the 30s because there's no labor movement. It can't compare to the 30s because the labor movement was this dynamic force that was able to, that literally pushed FDR even further at times than he might otherwise have gone. But by the way, it wasn't just the labor movement. There were a whole variety of social forces pushing, with the labor movement probably in the vanguard in a certain way. So right now, the thing that amazes me right now is this will be passed and nobody's in the streets. And that's the interesting part. I mean, if people were mobilized at all, the Democrats could not possibly have dissent in their ranks. This isn't the age of segregation and Jim Crow. Why the hell isn't Jim Clyburn's house being surrounded by protesters when he says 3.5 trillion is too much? I mean, I never can remember if this goes in a way that, what the fuck is going on? I mean, where are these folks who should be outside those people's homes? And okay, why is it that it's going to be the next big event in DC is going to be the folks who are rallying in support of the folks who are, you know, invading the Capitol building? And by the way, and this is the other key difference, these Democrats are afraid of their fellow citizens, but they were afraid of them before January 6th, before Donald Trump. And FDR was not. FDR actually had his cabinet go out around America and ask Americans to organize and to mobilize. Went to everything from labor unions to women's organizations. Okay, FDR literally said to people, you know, even if we pass the law, it doesn't bring the new millennium, and you know, you got to turn out. And that's the one thing. By the way, as much as I ever criticized Bernie for failing to talk enough about history, the one thing he had is a sense of history. Because when people used to ask him, "What are you going to do when Congress resists or the Supreme Court?" he said, "That's when the American people are going to have to stand forth and make themselves felt and heard." And why isn't Joe Biden saying in public as part of any address, okay, hey, you labor unionists, demand, okay, a safe and healthy workplace? You know, I mean, school teachers, join me, you know, I mean, that's the thing that I can't get over. It's like, they don't want democracy, any of these people.
The American people showed up for football masklessly over the weekend.
Yeah.
They showed up for college football. We have a few more minutes left, and I always like to.
But I'm sure the 100,000 people in each stadium were all vaccinated, so they didn't, and we're outdoors, so they didn't have to worry.
So one of my favorite segments on this show is to appall Professor Harvey J. King.
Don't I sound appalled enough already?
Well, let's start off with the Tucker Carlson show, and the fill-in host was Brian Kilmeade. Tucker Carlson decided to spend more time with his lies in Montana, and Brian Kilmeade was filling in. He had a guest on who, I guess, millions of people saw this. He had a guest on talking about how to defeat COVID. This is great.
Did it feel normal? Did you feel guilty because you were at a stadium with people in it enjoying themselves? No, Brian, that's how we win. That's how we win. There are so many people out there for the last 18 months. They've been asking a question that I think is the paramount one. How does COVID ever end? And my answer is when people decide to let COVID end and live their lives. And that's why all over the country, I was so ecstatic to see millions of fans, Brian, finally saying it's been 18 months. It's time to take our lives back. We can't cower in fear and let these petty dictatorial tyrants like Anthony Fauci tell us what we can and cannot do.
This guy, I'd like to use every word in the book, and I'd like to do it to his face, because it's so, even on his own terms, it's outrageous. Because if they had all bothered to get vaccinated, these shitheads, okay, we could all be out there already. Give me a Jesus Christ. Yeah, you got me going on that one.
Yeah, actually, guys, I think today the death toll in the United States of America,
635,000.
No, today was just about 2,000. It's already up around 2,000 that's been reported. There might be a day lag on that, so it's really yesterday. But it'll be the first time since March, the highest since about March 4th or 5th that we've had in the country. So it's really swung back up.
I thought he said you have to let COVID in.
That was a good one, huh?
Yeah, I think he said let COVID end. That you just have to will COVID to end, and it'll go away. Millions of people saw that, which means millions of people will go out and, not wear masks. And I love this. I'm sure you've seen it. This is a 50-year-old white man on a flight from Los Angeles to Utah. Have you seen this?
No, I don't think.
He is a white male conservative who just cannot believe that Joe Biden is president. And he loves America. And he stood up, and this was captured. So
whatever happened to all the marshals who were going to be on these flights?
It's better. Hang on. I'll show you that in a second. Now, one of the things that cell phones have taught us is that the police were always racist. They were always shooting and beating up unarmed Black people. These cell phone videos of people misbehaving on airplanes, has this always been going on? Is that something that we're just discovering now because everybody has a cell phone, or is this?
Is that the way you behave on an airplane?
I'm thinking of behaving. I have impulse control. I mean, I think he speaks for everyone.
You know what? That guy, it belongs to his own Mile High Club.
So this is where, to me, it gets interesting. I played this earlier on the show, but it's just so appalling. He stands up
Oh my God, that guy! What a
He stands up and starts yelling at the flight attendant, and you got to listen. His response to getting yelled at is, Joe Biden, really? Like that's how engulfed he is with Republican dogma.
Now! Sit down now! You can't hold us! We're all on the ground, sir. Sit! Yes, we are! We're already grounded! Sit! Is anyone else getting up? Sit! God! Sit! You sit down on that seat, you stay there. Joe Biden! Really?
Joe Biden, really? Like that's this is, the conservatives, they're in his head. He's drunk, and now he's having a fever dream and saying that he loves America and the Democrats hate it, that they don't see that America is benign. And then the police come and watch his reaction. Listen to him as he's saying to himself, I believe America is benign, and Joe Biden doesn't.
Sorry, folks, but that's what they think of America. They think that it is a disgrace. I think of America as not a disgrace. I think of America as not a disgrace. Really? Yeah. Really? Really? I think
no more booze on planes, only hashish.
Yeah, you're right. Really? Really? I'm white and you're going to arrest me? Really? Do you see why the Democrats don't like to meet the voters? That's pretty appalling, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I think right now I'm supposed to fly for the first time since March of 2020. March of 2020. At the end of October, I was supposed to be flying. So
I have not been on a plane since December of 2019.
I was Iowa caucus. I came back from the Iowa caucus. February.
Where was it? You did go to the Iowa caucus.
February 21, top of February.
And when was COVID? Had COVID started yet?
Well, I got back and I think I've told the story on the show already that, my family has roots in a place called Bergamo, which is the first city in Western Europe to really be ripped apart by it. So I was very conscious of it. My mom and sister were in Italy at the time, but fortunately it's in Rome, not up north where Bergamo is. And then, what happens, of course, I was going to stay in California then for the next month, not do my usual shuttle back to DC at the time because the California primary was in early March. So I was going to stay for that and I wasn't going to travel. And by the time that happened, COVID had hit.
Okay. I was going to save this, but I found Ayn Rand on Phil Donahue in 1979. Who's Ayn Rand? For our younger listeners, who is she?
Alan Greenspan's lover, right?
Yes.
I always forget that. They actually were lovers?
Rumored to be, yeah.
So she is.
Was it a threesome with what's her name?
There was.
It was that kind of scene, yeah.
With what's her name? Wait, you know what I'm talking about? Who's he? He's been married.
Andrea Mitchell.
No.
Andrea Mitchell.
No, she wasn't around that.
He was a saxophone
player.
Yeah, saxophone player.
They always get the girls.
All right. So is it fair to say that if you're a Republican or a Libertarian, your life changed when you read The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged? Paul Ryan, it's the Bible to people like Paul Ryan. If you want to work for Paul Ryan, the former speaker, you had to read The Fountainhead. Rush Limbaugh read The Fountainhead. It preaches individualism. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I actually never read it. I read some other work she did.
I started reading it and I found it the most transparently, like, line by line, ideologically overdetermined writing. It was just crap.
Right. Yeah. And I think it's Atlas Shrugged, the message is that if you continue to tax the truly talented, they will go on strike. They will hide. Or maybe it's The Fountainhead. Rourke goes on a strike, from what I understand. And
I don't know.
Yeah, I've had bosses who have said to me, if you keep taxing us, we'll just take our ball and go someplace else. And I thought, you read The Fountainhead. Well, this is who Ayn Rand really is. She is the soul of the Republican Party. Okay.
She's actually was I believe a radical atheist. So not really.
You do not
she was a radical atheist.
accept the existence of a God, a divine prime mover. Right?
No.
All right. Here are our thoughts.
Sorry for giving that away. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sorry for giving that away. I didn't know.
I brought it up.
And then, by the way, Paul Ryan was an utter lightweight. He was a Catholic Ayn Randian. I mean, basically,
Right. So this is so right there, the Republicans should know that she was an atheist, right? Let's see. Here is her thoughts on, let's start off easy, and women.
Do you believe that there is going to be a day where there's going to be a female in the White House as president? And how do you feel about that?
I wouldn't vote for her.
You would or wouldn't?
Would not.
You would not?
No.
Why not?
For many reasons.
Guys.
I've written an article about that in my former magazine. You'll have to find out my reasons there.
Oh, David, you're silent.
My grandmother had a sister named Ida, who was just as stupid. Sounded just like this.
Oh, Marianne Cummings, you voted for a woman that year, didn't you?
Right. Here's Ayn Rand, a follow-up question about voting for women.
Would you not vote for her because she was a woman, even if she were better qualified than any man?
If we had followed that law, I might.
That low? I think you have a very, very low opinion of women.
Let me answer this. It is not to a woman's personal interest to rule man. It puts her in a very unhappy position. I don't believe that any good woman would want that position.
So you are essentially against leadership positions for women then?
No. Oh, no. The president is not the only leadership position. There's senators and congressmen and
it's all right for you if they run and be elected?
Oh, certainly, and I vote for them. But wait a moment. A commander-in-chief of the army, a woman, I think it's unspeakable.
When in 1979 is that? Thatcher either is getting elected or about to be elected.
And she supported Thatcher. It was 1979. Ayn Rand. The cough is from her chain smoking, as I recall. Well, so she doesn't believe in God. She doesn't think women should be president. She wouldn't vote for a woman. Let's find out what she thinks of the situation in the Middle East, right? That might be interesting, and find out what her take is on Arabs. She's very well read. So let's see what she thinks of Arabs.
I'd like to know your opinion on the United States' foreign policy and what is happening in the Middle East right now.
if you mean whose side should one be on, Israel or the Arabs, I would certainly say Israel because it's the advanced, technological, civilized country amidst a group of almost totally primitive savages who have not changed for years and who are racist and who resist Israel because it's bringing industry and intelligence and modern technology into their stagnation.
Well, you got to
I
admit.
had no idea she was so entertaining.
Yeah, you got to admit she is an intellectual and can just paint a broad brushstroke over the entire Middle East and call Arabs savages. Savages. That was the term she used. She called Arabs savages. This is 1979. This was only, 41 some odd years ago? She is the soul of monetary policy for the Republicans. Alan Greenspan, the Reagan Revolution. Arabs are savages. Well, somebody was rude and asked a follow-up question about why she called Arabs savages, which is not something you do. If you want access to guests on your show, you don't be rude to your guests, especially to Ayn Rand. Here she explains why she despises Arabs.
I don't resort to terrorism. I don't go around murdering my opponents, innocent women and children. That is what I have against the Arabs. That takes the conflict out of the sphere of civilized conflict and makes it murderous. And anyone, private citizens, who resort to force is a monster. And that's what makes me condemn and despise them.
Which makes me condemn and despise them. In 1979, she says that the Arabs kill civilians. She's a proud American, and that's something coming off the Vietnam War we went out of our way not to do. Unlike the Arabs in Vietnam, we only dropped napalm on either the Viet Cong or the North Vietnamese soldiers. There are no pictures of little girls running naked, covered in napalm. That's not what Americans would do. That's what Arabs would do. That's Ayn Rand. You want more? Or are you sick to your stomach?
I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight.
Who do we vote for? Either the guy in the red shirt on the airplane or the woman in the red dress on the Donahue show? We can choose a favorite. Yeah. At the end.
If you could go back, anyway, you probably weren't even born in 1979. All right, can I give you? You want to go to bed?
No, no.
I said I was going to appall you. This is very passive aggressive on my part. I look forward. This is like
You're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. I think you're succeeding. But Harvey still has a smile on his face though, so you got to go a little bit harder on the stuff. But I got about 10 more minutes. So
okay, I love Professor Harvey J.K. I love you, Alan Minsky, and all week I think of ways to hurt you.
You're not going to play more Ayn Rand, though, are you?
What more could a friend do, David?
Here, before we get rid of Ayn Rand, and we should. This is her on. This is something up, Alan. Professor Harvey J.K. is an authority on FDR, and he'll appreciate Ayn Rand's take on what happened during World War II.
If we all became more comfortable with our natural tendencies, that is to say, selfishness, there would be less horror, less war, less Hitler.
There wouldn't be any.
So the more selfish we are, the more kind, the more tranquil and peaceful the world in which we live.
And more benevolent toward other people.
Yeah.
think that's what cannibalism is, right? You said it.
People say to me, I read her and she changed my life.
Right?
She changed my life. One more.
I had a girlfriend in 1970, summer, fall, who gave me, I don't know, it was Atlas. I don't remember which book it was, but it was a small book. Was there a book, Anthem? Did she do a book, Anthem?
Probably.
I can't remember. The point is, I read it and I thought, my God, and I just was horrified. So I actually, beyond that, I've never really read Ayn Rand, and I was really amazed that she became in such a significant writer to the right. Okay, but it was just further proof of the intellectual vacuousness on the right. Now, in England, the Conservative Party was sometimes called the stupid party. And I think that would probably be, at least in intellectual terms, the best description of the Republican parties for decades.
So when we complain about Trumpism and like the Republicans have gotten worse, no, they're just saying what you're not supposed to say. She despises Arabs. She thinks Americans don't kill innocent civilians. She's godless. She hates women.
She's got an accent.
She got an accent. This is Alan. You're steeped in economics, correct?
Yeah, and she's written a book called Capitalism: The Unknown Ideal. But we actually, I think, we're looking at her on her. That was her press junket for, I'm guessing, for her 1979 work, Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology. Anthem was written 41 years before that.
And do you object to objectivism? It seems reasonable to me. Well, let me run this one by Alan Minsky. And here's her. This is, she influenced the maestro, Alan Greenspan.
I want to make sure I understand you, Ms. Rand. Why is it so? I'm still not quite sure why you're so harsh on those who would sacrifice for other people.
Because I look at them. Just look at them. Because they don't hesitate to sacrifice whole nations. Look at Russia. Communism is based on altruism. Look at Nazi Germany. The Nazis were more explicit than even the Russians in preaching self-sacrifice and altruism, and self-sacrifice for the state, for the folk, the people. Every dictatorship is based on altruism. Now you can't fight it by merely saying it's a difference of opinion. It's a difference of life and death.
That's an absurd statement about Nazi ideology.
What? Hitler was an altruist.
Yeah, no,
that's what she just said. She said the Nazis were altruistic. I think she said they were more selfless and altruistic
than communist
Stalin. Now you're
Stalin, yeah, too. But no. Stalin, even with the 5-year plans and 2 + 2 = 5. The billboards around Russia, meaning that you overhit your productivity, so that we can hit the 5-year plan in 4 years, and other things around that. The level of discipline and the inculcation in the sense of sacrifice for the state, for the Volk, and the Nazi ideology wasn't all discipline, but it's such a strong component of it. That's a ridiculous reading of it.
You don't think Hitler was altruistic?
They're very, very, drawn off of German militarism and bringing that central into the culture and the way that young people were raised. No, that's not an alternate.
I disagree.
Or self.
I think Hitler. I think altruism, and that's why altruism is wrong. And if I see somebody, when Bill Gates gives $60 billion to wipe out malaria and that kind of altruism, he's a Nazi. I think of Hitler. It's pretty good, Professor K. You got to admit, this is pretty good.
Well, I was trying to decide if I would tell you, I don't know if anybody remembers the time Alan Greenspan appeared before Congress, and they asked. Sorry, I don't know if I can't say it. David, remind me to tell you an Alan Greenspan story. I can't do it here.
Is this one after the financial crisis?
This one had to do with the fact that somebody said, how is it she changed her life? And he said, she gave, Jesus Christ, she gave great head, David.
That was altruism to give head. What kind of person is that who would give head to a person? That's
it's done out of selfishness, David.
There's that great testimony after the financial crisis.
Right, that was what he said.
Right.
He said
that's with Bernie. Yeah, is that when he said that? That's oh boy, yeah.
Yeah. Well, she was very prescient. She was asked about monopoly and free markets.
How do you avoid, let's take your thesis then and accept it now. I'm going to be selfish. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be real talented and charismatic, and I'm going to develop a lot of wealth, and I'm going to have a lot of money and a lot of banks, and pretty soon nobody's going to be able to compete with me because I've already purchased all my competitors. And now I have dictatorial power over people, and I can name the price of bacon or price of oil or whatever it is, the commodity I'm selling.
I agree with you that you're very talented and you could accomplish a great deal and already have, but you're talking about the impossible. In a free society, nobody can become a monopolist or a dictator. The system itself, the free market, will destroy you.
There's no such thing as a monopoly in a free market. And I think that's true. And she was asked this.
How do you explain Mobil Oil, Exxon? How do you explain the prices that they're able to charge for?
I think that they're stupid appeasers who get too little and put up with too much.
Who, the oil companies?
Yes. Now, yes, here you have to let me explain.
All right.
If President Carter's own policy admits that we need the oil company and that the lack of oil is a serious national crisis, which might lead to the stoppage of all industry. If that is what we need, by what right can we tell those men, go ahead and produce what we want, while we're insulting you, while we're trying to control your business, and while we're not leaving you that which you produced? Today, it's crudely obvious if we need the oil companies, we have only one of two choices. Either we produce oil ourselves, and no government has ever done it or can do it, or we have to accept the oil companies' terms, pay them whatever they can get. The more they get, the more credit to them, because that means the country needs it and pays them. They produce something needed by the people. And we must say thank you instead of putting or proposing to put a tax on them in order to give the money to the government who does nothing. The government doesn't contribute anything except impediments.
All right.
And she also collected Social Security. I swear to you, Professor Harvey J. Kaye, it's like I'm visiting my grandmother in the Bronx, and one of her stupid friends is talking. It's like I'm hearkening back to my childhood and hearing some idiot neighbor of my grandmother's. It's almost, I'm getting so nostalgic. And finally,
in relationship to your atheism, how do you think that ITT and Xerox and General Motors won't overrun the world with their power? Do you believe that there is some powerful good, like 360 degrees, that always has to come back to good? No. What do you think is going to make them stop the monopolies or over
the acquisition of more power?
I have already made clear, A, I don't believe that they're evil. B, they don't have the power to run the world. Money is not power in the political sense. You cannot buy control.
I'll tell you, she was so prophetic when you consider where is Xerox now?
or IT&T.
Or I heard that, yeah, the IT&T, yeah.
And, or what was the other one? General Motors or Dita Beard? Go ahead, Alan Minsky.
You know, I went to the Wikipedia page, and I didn't know this, actually. So Atlas Shrugged was really her last novel. It was 1957. After that, she only wrote nonfiction. I was clicking on some of the titles, one of which is 1971 is called The New Left. Maybe there's some reading there for you, Harvey, along with if you're pursuing the literature of Josh Hawley, you can check out. Yeah, you can check out the New Left.
Who would have ever thought of the expression, the literature of Josh Hawley?
Oh, of course. And here's what one reviewer said about the book, The New Left. It is shrill proclamations that are more negative than positive, more destructive than constructive. And so these are just jerry-mades against the left that she wrote and published in the Objective.
That is now the standard right-wing literary style,
Yeah. Is it?
Oh God, yeah. Mike, what's the name? No, what's Levin's first name? The guy he's got a book out, American Marxism, or Ben Shapiro, or just on and
Is
on.
Hawley, but Hawley's a little better than that, you say?
Well, Hawley's a shocker because Hawley actually was pulling a Reagan. He was trying to hijack a left argument, whereas all these guys, all they do is a diatribe against the left. Hawley doesn't do that in his book at all. He doesn't go after the left at all.
Yeah, so we'll wrap it up. And thank you. You've really whetted my appetite to torture. I think this is a new show called Let's Torture Harvey J.K. I think I did a pretty good job punching you tonight, Professor Harvey J.K. Didn't I? Did I make you sick to your stomach?
Well, I have to tell you that guy on the airplane, that was like comical. That was okay. The one before that is what really made me sick. That guy on Fox.
Right.
Because
let me ask you a serious question. Now, I just played you about 10 clips of Ayn Rand saying that charity is bad. If you're altruistic, you're as bad as Hitler. I don't believe in God. I despise Arabs because they're savages. This is what she said. She called the Arabs savages. Hundreds of millions of Arabs in the Middle East. They're savages. She says, I despise Arabs because they kill innocent civilians, something Americans never do. She said that we should thank Mobil Oil because they produce instead of taxing Mobil Oil, we should thank them. She said that money and politics are separate, that no matter how much money you have, you can't buy power. She said she would never vote for a woman for president. So is it fair to say that she is a despicable, or was a despicable, godless animal? Is that fair to say, that to publicly admit what she is willing to admit? Imagine what she's not willing to say on the Phil Donahue show. Is it fair to say that Ayn Rand was a despicable monster?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd use the word. I generally don't refer to people as animals, even if we are animals, because it's kind of but despicable. I mean, yeah.
She a savage? Alan, is she is it fair to say that?
I think she ended up being the beneficiary of the U.S. welfare state at some point.
Yeah, she collected social, as did Hayek.
No, more than Social Security. She received government assistance at some point.
And she was a multimillionaire.
I don't think during the period that she got the assistance.
Okay. So is it fair to say that her writings give intellectual cover to humanity's basest instincts? Is that a fair conclusion? That you can't admit that you're a hateful human being, so you wrap it in, what is it called, objectivism?
I actually have a slight appreciation for it in that whenever somebody, and this happens a lot in my generation, a little bit younger than you guys, people speak, they're talking about books, and then they talk of their appreciation for Ayn Rand. And that frees me from ever having to give the person another thought.
Yeah.
So it's really served that purpose very well.
Now I'm on a mission. This is now my this is my mission, Alan, to bring you on with Professor K and just
torture us. Yeah.
All in.
I like it. Anything other than earnest politics.
Right. In that respect, yeah, you're right.
Anyway, thank you, Professor Harvey J.K. Everybody go by, take hold of our history, FDR on democracy, and countless other books, too many to mention right now. And follow Professor Harvey J.K. on Twitter at Harvey J.K. Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. Thank you. Any candidates you want to plug before you go?
Yeah, of course. Actually, is her name India Walton? I'm really tired here, David. India Walton, the woman up in Buffalo who won the Democratic nomination for mayor, and the mayor got some corrupt judge to agree to put his name on the ballot for a newly formed party, even though the date had long passed for a new party to make their way onto the November ballot for the general mayoral election. And so he's now apparently, as of right now, that they're challenging in courts, as last I heard. But India Walton's fantastic.
She's a socialist, right?
DSA member, yeah. Oh, yeah. But also just, go and watch the little tapes of her that are up there on YouTube you can find. I don't know, but I'm so tired I'm referring to them as tapes.
Go to bed. Go to bed. Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, David.
Controller's gonna go for...
Oh.
Talk to you tomorrow, Alan.
Thank you.
Tomorrow.
Harvey J.K.
Hey, I just realized something. Dan must be gone. I worked him so hard. Dan, are you here? This has been, I don't know how this show got made today. Yeah. We have office hours tomorrow starting at 8 p.m. And I want to thank Dan in the newsroom for all his help and especially helping out on the Slavoj Žižek interview. Last Ayn Rand.
You're against compulsory education, aren't you?
Yes. No, I'm against public funded education.
Amazing. It's amazing. I just found that and I clipped it. I can't believe that should be played in every college philosophy, political science class. I think I need to do more of that. More, let's meet Ayn Rand. It's incredible. Before I say goodnight, anybody have anything they want to say before we take care of this? Okay. Raise your hand if you have any comments. I will see everybody. Nobody's raising their hand. If you would like to join the Zoom room, our virtual studio audience, and meet better people, please go to my website and sign up for attend a live taping. If you would like to come to office hours every Friday night starting at 8 p.m., my website has a menu, a button, click on attend office hours. The link is right there as we speak, and you will meet great people. I want to thank our guests, starting with Slavoj Žižek. My God, this is a long show. This is a 7.5-hour show. I can't believe we had Slavoj Žižek. It's like a fond, distant memory from years ago. He was on the show today. I can't believe it. I can't believe he came on the show. And I want to thank Professor Spriglia for bringing Slavo on, and of course, Professor Adnan Hussein, as well as Professor Ben Burgess and Professor Ann Lee. I want to thank Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld and Ethan Hirschenfeld. I want to thank Emil Guillermo from the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, as well as ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Of course, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, and then the professors and Mary Ann, starting off with Professor Mary Ann Cummings, Professor Adnan Hussein, Professor Ian Faluna, and Professor Jonathan Bick, Professor Harvey J.K., and Alan Minsky. I'll see everybody at office hours this Friday, tonight at 8 p.m. Remember to stay strong, wear a mask and get vaccinated and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
There you go. I said I just realized I get anxious when the show stops. I get nervous. I don't get nervous before, during the show. I get nervous when it ends. All right. Thank you all for showing up. And thank you all for, if you came to see Slavo yesterday, thank you. And I hope to see all of you for office hours. Please sign up for spots. I see people who normally sign up. I see Harsh here, Dr. David Mammal, Dan Noman, seeing people who usually, Joe, there's John, Mila, Pamela, Sarah, Saul. I see people, Tom Weber. Please sign up. And I'm very grateful. It's the holidays for my people, and I'm very grateful to you for creating this community. And so thank you. All right, no hands raised. I'll see all of you Friday tonight at 8 p.m. And don't be a stranger.